this is great. Speedrunning one game at a time is sure a lot of fun, but I wish there was something that was 20 times more fun.
Why not look at running a marathon of games?
Whoa, 10 games sure seems like a lot.
10 games? That's nothing. Try 20. The Big 20 by Best of NES. The Big 20 is the ultimate NES marathon race, featuring 20 games. This Big 20's list is already available. Let's take a quick look at the goals. Number 1, Donkey Kong Jr. Math, 3 stages. Number 2, Archon, Beat the Game. Number 3, Ice Hockey, 3 goals. Number 4, Pac-Man, 3 stages. Number 5, Dragon's Lair, Beat the Mine Boss. Number 6, Spy Hunter, 1 loop, no out of bounds allowed. Number 7, Paperboy, whole week. Number 8, California Raisins, Beat the Game. Number 9, Hammer and Harry, Beat the Game. Number 10, Palamedes, Win the Tournament. Number 11, Snow Bros, Beat the Penguin. Number 12, Widget, Beat the Game. Number 13, Russian Attack, Beat Stage 4. Number 14, Monster in My Pocket, Beat Stage 5. Number 15, Swordmaster, Beat Stage 6. Number 16, Wacky Races, Beat B3 Boss. Number 17, Tailspin, Beat the Game. Number 18, Simon's Quest, Kill Death and Get the Golden Dagger. Number 19, Little Samson, Beat the Game on Easy Mode. Number 20, Shadow of the Ninja, Beat the Game. The Big 20. This is what gaming used to look like. The Big 20 is what gaming is now.
Wow, playing video games sure has changed since the 80s. So what are you waiting for? Join the Big 20 and get with the times.
For more information and great resources on this race, check out thebestofnes.com/big20. For more great resources on speedruns, check out speedrun.com. To practice your races, visit Speedruns Live. Like the music from this video, be sure to check out Nostalgica. I am Wolf Merrick.
Get playing. Oh man, I died.
That is a bit funny.
Heck yeah!
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Man, that was amazing. Are you guys ready?
I am ready.
I am ready.
I am so ready.
So hyped after that. Huge props to Wolf Merrick for doing that commercial. It's so good.
Yeah. At Wolf Merrick, definitely deserves a look that up on Twitter. Is it gonna let me post it with an announcement? Yeah, it is. Okay. For putting that together. Amazing job. I love game number 1 with that voice. Donkey Kong Jr. Math. It's like, okay. We're going there, I guess.
Yeah.
So this is the Big 20. You heard it multiple times in that lovely intro. How many? We got 34 entrants so far. Bit of time. 24 minutes roughly until the race starts. Usually a couple stragglers, so it's probably more like 30 minutes. But Our 34 plus entrants have had a month to learn how to speedrun parts of, if not the entirety of, 20 games for the Nintendo Entertainment System. And they're going to be racing through all 20 games back to back to back for us today, starting soon, very soon. It's going to be good.
It's going to be fantastic.
So we saw the game list. I think it's fair to go over perhaps some of the little bit about what we're going to expect.
I mean, when you saw the list, we did some changes after this commercial, like Spy Hunter, for example. That game was really hard, actually. A bit too hard, actually. So we changed that goal like a couple of days after the announcement to cross 4 double bridges instead, because getting through that whole game with only the first lives. Oh yeah, we're allowing 10 lives also, the code.
I was glad there was a code for that game.
Yeah.
I mean, I played through the first stage and I was like, oh, this is okay, I guess. And then I checked the NES Cardinal's record. I'm like, yeah, this looks like a good one. And apparently it was super hard after.
Yeah.
That's true. You don't really know until you get a chance to like dive in, really get dirty with it. And yeah, there was an outcry from our competitors that was like, man, this is not fun or enjoyable. So we listened. You guys adjusted the goal, and it's still pretty difficult even with 10 lives.
It is. It is.
I've seen even top players start to get really low on the life count and start sweating. That's game number 6. There's a lot of games that'll get you on this list. Normally, the first couple of games are meant to be kind of cute and short, and you bang them out. But you got to look out, because this time around there's a couple monsters hiding in the first couple of games. I'm thinking particularly of Archon. This is it's like a fantasy wizard chess sort of game. Although I guess we should do quick introductions. I'm Mythical 9. I'm going to be on commentary. I'm joined by the Best of NES crew. Got Dexter.
Mm-hmm. I'm behind the steering wheel here, so I'm setting up a little bit.
Yep, and we've got Bad Breaks.
Well, of course.
My man.
My man. All right. I think we heard that one.
We can give that one a rest.
We'll
just
give that one
got
a
to do it once, get out of the way, and now we can all move on. Archon is man, it is so tense. It is supposed to be done super fast and be done with, but like the battles in Archon, they're so tense because the computer is wily. It's got jukes and moves. You cannot predict what it's going to do or where it's going to be, and you're done in like 2 hits. So Archon, incredibly tense. No one is comfortable with Archon, and it's game number. Lots to look out for.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of change in the lead here in this one, because there's a lot of games that can screw you up here.
We've got Dragon's Lair, an infamous, horrible, difficult game with a really short goal, thank goodness. And I thought... Well, go ahead.
Imagine if I put the whole game in, beat the game, Dragon's Lair.
Oh, no.
Dude, that dragon at the end, Singe, is so freaking hard.
That would be game number 20 or something, right? It would not be a game number 5 at that point.
What do you think about the blind runners for this one? I'm not sure if we have that many blind runners this time.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think Archon is going to be a problem. Ice hockey, you'll see a really big difference between people who know the strats and the people who don't.
It made the 39-second 3 goal. Was that Yogi or 3 goals in 39 seconds?
That sounds right. Yeah, there's a really quick win the face off, pass it to the big guy.
Yeah.
The goalie jukes up every time, and you just shoot it right in. If you don't know how to do that, you're going to actually be playing the game, and then it's kind of difficult, and it'll take some time, and you might not get it right away. And so, blind players, I think, are going to be playing ice hockey for a little bit, whereas the people who have practiced are going to be in and done in less than a minute.
Some world records getting beaten this time also. The one I called out, the widget game, it's got freaking butchered, I think. I think Whitehead has the record with like 3 minutes faster than it was now.
3 minute, wow. I know there was a route change in widget.
Yeah, I said that game was free, so.
It's one thing to like optimize and like, come up with like a couple better strats here or there, but like it's pretty much a route change. You get a different upgrade, you revisit a previous stage, and it makes a huge difference.
I think also Paperboy that reckon got beaten also with Chambers, but I'm not sure if he's in the race. But it's usual that like when the list comes out, there's always people that are not going to join that focus on one game and try to beat that time.
I thought Dragon's Lair was going to be the kind of game, like a really difficult game that turns easy once you speedrun it, right? Because you're not reacting or falling for all the tricks and traps. You know where they all are. You're just kind of following a script at that point, which is what the game basically is. It wants you to follow that script, but it's still pretty difficult and punishing, even when you know what to do. The timing on some of the instant death traps and stuff is still really tight.
I see some Dirk. His name is Dirk the Daring, right? So maybe some Dirk Undaring stuff coming up.
Yeah, that's true. Some really baby safe strats, maybe. We'll see. You can only be so daring in a big 20, right? 20 games. We're looking at around a 3-hour estimate. I think some of the top players are going to come in under that if things go well for them. Yeah.
Okay, the race will start, if everything works out, it's going to start in 15 minutes. So we are keeping track in the SRL channel here to getting everyone ready, set up for the race. It's looking good so far. We have started a little bit late, 5-10 minutes just, but I think this one is going to be on time.
And you mentioned Paperboy, record taken for that game. You would think very easy to speedrun, as long as you're holding up, you can't go any faster or slower. So you'd be like, well, you just hold up and you win. But it is actually pretty tricky to dodge things, especially if you're not blessed with a top loader or front loader. I can't remember which one, but you can get a set layout of the game, basically fix the RNG. And that certainly makes it a whole lot easier, but not everyone has access to that setup, so they are going to be reacting to things on the fly. And Paperboy is punishing. If you die 4 times, I think, game over. Back to Monday. And that can be minutes lost. So what should be on paper a very straightforward speedrun can be the thing that loses you the race. So there's so many dangerous games, even in the first half of the race.
So I'm looking here. We got 35 entrants. Yogi the Monk just entered. He has won a lot of these races. I think it's 2, right? 2 races.
Yeah.
And
certainly a top finisher among many more. Yogi the Monk is, I think, the most, if not second or the most experienced Big 20 competitor. I'm thinking of Toad 22484. The two of them are kind of in a league of their own in terms of experience and skill over the multiple Big 20 races. This is the 8th time that you guys have put together a list of 20 games and convinced 30 plus suckers to play through all of them for our enjoyment. And Yogi's been there since number 1, pretty much. I think he skipped out on 1, maybe 2, but otherwise has always been there for all of them. And he's racing today, and he's one of the favorites.
Here in the race channel, Prissy, that won the last Big 20, came in and joined the race and said he had been practicing secret, but he just went in and left.
Prissy has been removed from the race.
Yeah, I did felt for it though. He
said he got a 241.
So who do we have? Who do we have? Think we predict the top players are going to be here. I know the Cove has done a really good time.
Yeah, the Cove. The Cove is my pick to take it. Actually, has the best PB, full 20 game PB of the people who have practiced enough to actually be able to get in full runs of all 20 games, which is not everyone for sure. But has had multiple runs faster than anyone else has been able to put up so far. And the players really, they like to compete leading up to the race, competing for personal bests in all the games and all the goals, and they get tracked in a little spreadsheet that maybe I should link in chat. I don't know.
I'm gonna pick JKL who's representing Sweden this time, and he said he had a fever, so he might not be able to finish. But I count on him. I think he's gonna win.
Yeah, JKL. I'm looking at that spreadsheet I was talking about. One of the top 3. It gets the competing for third place is a little murky. There's a lot of people who, according to the spreadsheet, are pretty close overall. Canonophone, Arcus, Cats on Your Head, Kazakhs. There's a lot of people who are all around that. That you're poised to maybe jump into second or even first place. But I think the top 2 kind of above the rest, according to this spreadsheet anyway, is the Cove and Yogi the Monk. There's got a lot of golds and silvers and bronzes for almost every game for both of them. And I think they're going to be the 2 to watch.
Do we have the spread? Do you have the spreadsheet? You can post it in chat, maybe.
I can't. It does say /edit, so I'm worried this is a public editable thing.
All right. That's true.
Oh, but some of these are locked. I don't know. I don't want to post it. Someone else.
Someone else post it.
And then I'll blame you. What were you thinking?
And before we start the race, I'm just gonna say that I think Twitch is having some issues today. So bear with us if we're experiencing some network error or whatever, because we just got it like 20 minutes ago here. All on my end, at least. All the Twitch streams just died, pretty much. So,
okay.
Yeah.
We'll deal with that.
Yeah.
As best we can.
Was it two times ago we had to switch stream on another place to get when Twitch broke during the middle of the race or something, I think. I mean, we'll figure it out. We'll
we've had to deal with things before. But hopefully everything goes just fine.
And a lot of people are starting to ready up here. We are 8 people remaining, so we are hopefully going to start in about 9 minutes here for race number 8.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in this race. We mentioned a couple names. I think a couple more names to look out for. Vidtendo and KLM and Mr. PUBG and the Mother Brain. All of them, I think, are going to be putting up solid times. Oh, it looks like Mr. PUBG with the 35 seconds was the one with the gold in ice hockey, edging out a couple people with some 36s. But really, ice hockey's saving a second in ice hockey is not what you want to be looking for. You want to be ready for something like Palamedes, incredibly weird puzzle game for the NES, and it's the goal is to beat the tournament, and so losing out here can really set you back, and the AI gets a little, it powers up when you get it against the ropes, so it can be really difficult to finish off opponents in the final few matches, and you can be stuck losing a ton of time. Let alone even if you don't game over. If you do, then that can really screw you over. And right after that is Snow Brothers. This is another super punishing game. There's power-ups for speed, power-ups for power, and both of them combined make certain strats possible. And tackling as many enemies as you can right away before they move out of where they spawn is a huge advantage. So if you die and lose those power-ups, you lose that advantage, and Snow Brothers can snowball out of control very quickly. Very dangerous game. I've seen a lot of players, they spread their practice out over the games as they see fit, and usually they had to come back to Snow Brothers because you got to respect it. Otherwise, it'll bowl you over.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of trouble. Someone is going to try to channel, so we'll hopefully figure it out in the next 5 minutes here. So I'm going to talk to him, and maybe you can talk a bit, Mythical. I'll try to help him out here.
Sure. We got.
Well, you did already. You did already talk anyway. So
it's what I do. Game 13, rush and attack. Don't get it twisted. There's no double meaning there. Don't even. It's nothing political at all. You're just rushing and attacking, and it's a lot like Kung Fu, and a lot of these run right games, and just do whatever you can to not stop. But it's super punishing if you die, and it is pretty easy to die because it's an up to jump game, and you will automatically grab any of the many ladders if you are in the air whenever you pass by a ladder, and you're totally helpless on the ladder. You can't jump off the ladder. The only way to get off of it is to climb all the way up or go all the way down, and as soon as you touch that ladder, you need to get to one side of the ladder, and you are totally helpless until you do. So it is super easy to die. And then once you die, you're off script now. The enemies are not going to be in the same place. You have to improvise, and suddenly the game becomes so much harder. Very punishing game. Can be super easy and smooth if it goes well, but if it doesn't, look out. We've got, what's another one to look out for? I mean, Swordmaster is really janky. I can't watch anyone play Swordmaster without feeling like the game is going to just break at some point. It's just the movement, you move faster when you jump. Pretty similar to the way you move in Shadow of the Ninja, actually. But all the fights in that game are super weird. The knockback on everything. Very easy to die. And then we've got, of course, one of the biggest threats, I think, of all 20 games is Castlevania 2. We've got a unique goal for Castlevania 2 to beat death and get the golden dagger. Don't need to do anything else. You just need to do what you need to do to get there, which I think is get the white crystal to trade for a blue crystal to get the heart, and the heart lets you get to death and get the golden dagger. And along the way, I think you need holy water. But there's some optional upgrades you can get in terms of the Thorn Whip and the Chain Whip. And if you want to get those things, you need the hearts to buy them, and that means grinding. So there is a couple different routes for players that are available to players. It'll be interesting to see what everyone has decided on. And by the way, I'm seeing 2 remaining racers left to ready up, and I'm wondering if Jope is in there, and we might be actually pretty close to getting. I think we do need one more still, but we're still 3 minutes. Are we going to start on time for once?
One of them and me, and I'm actually trying to help someone that can't join the channel here.
Oh, okay.
We'll see how it goes.
Could be that they need to join the Speedruns Live channel as well in IRC. You need to be in that channel to join the other race channel for some reason. I don't know. SRL is a handy tool, but it has some things about it. Anyway, this Castlevania 2 goal, if you try to grind and you don't get the hearts you need, then it can throw everything off. There's a day and night cycle. Certain things that you need to buy, you can only buy during the day. So if you get there and it turns night, you have to wait for night to pass. It is a huge minutes time lost. Very scary game. There's a lot here on this list that can really get you. And that's why I don't feel confident. Even if I was a betting man, I don't know if I'd put money down, because anything can happen with some of these games.
Yeah, anything can happen. I mean, ice hockey, for example, it's a pretty straightforward game, but kind of hard to do some goals sometimes in that game. And it's kind of early also into the race also. You could end up being stuck on that, for example.
Yeah, we'll see if it's pretty quick to score those goals if you get it right.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't go right, then you're chasing players all the way around the rink, and sometimes it could be better to just let them score to reset and then get a fresh face off. We'll see if anyone's left scrambling. So we got some questions. How long does this typically take? The game list is designed so that the top players will come in around 3 hours. But you can't plan for how far people will push things or what tricks they'll find. So we could see times as low as 240 from some players if everything goes very well. And of course, there's players of various skill levels competing. So even though the top players, I think, are going to come in under that 3 hour mark, people are going to continue to come in across the finish line all through 3, 4, 5, 6 hours. I think once again, we didn't set a date or a time when we'll end the broadcast. So we'll play that a little fast and loose, but usually there's people playing who are racing, who haven't played all 20 games yet, so they're just going in relatively blind, and some games are hard. Not every game can just be beaten first try, so some people will be at it for hours and hours, and we'll see if anyone. Usually Infinite Mystery is a good bet. I think there's another event going on around this time that Infinite Mystery is a part of. So I don't know if we'll be able to fall back on being able to go raid Infinite Mystery after we're done with this broadcast. But what we're going to do is we're going to try to follow the top 4 competitors. And as that changes, we'll do our best to swap in people. So we always have the top 4 on stream. We can use your help with that, chat, if you notice someone has jumped in or overtaken anyone on stream, you can just let us know, and we'll try to get them switched out and follow those top 4. And then after they finish, we'll swap in more people as they come across the finish line, and should be good. We'll also try to get if someone's got like a specialty, like we're probably going to want to see Canonophone play Palamedes. So when he gets there, hopefully we can get Canonophone on stream. Certain things like that. Sometimes a player already has a record or something in a game that is chosen. And so it can be nice to see what that game looks like when played at the absolute top level. Someone who can really show it off.
And again, let me point out that yes, Twitch is acting up a lot here, and I'm getting network errors all over the place here also, chat, so bear with us.
All right, I think we. It looks like we are ready to go here.
And this might be the first time the players are ready before we are.
Yeah.
Well, we're on our side. We're okay. Twitch is twitching out a little bit.
Yeah. Now, yes. So, I would say we'll start the race in about. Are we ready to go, Dexter?
Yeah, I have my first set of runners on stream here, so
Okay.
Yeah, so Twitch was acting up for me also. I couldn't see that. So, all right. So I will start the countdown in the chat now. Well, not the chat, the race channel. Let's get ready. We'll start in 10 seconds. Good luck, everyone. Let's go.
10 seconds plus 15 to 20 stream delay.
I think we are only
Something like
7,
that.
so that's actually pretty good.
But I think it's double for the people listening to this. Maybe. Soon. Any moment. Who knows when it's going to start? It's already started. So we're off. Donkey Kong Jr. Math. You need to do math now. Math is not easy when done under pressure. If you've ever been like streaming and like, you're playing an RPG or something and you're like, oh, I need to do this much damage, so I'll just... and the numbers just leave your head. Doing math on stream, bad idea, but these players all have to do it. Some numbers better than others. You want to be able to get to it with a one operator deal. This plus this times this. Sometimes you have to do multiple operators to get the number you're looking for.
I believe that they found a setup for the first stage, that is.
Yeah, I've seen players talking about like the 45 setup, the 56 setup, because these are numbers easily reached with like an 8x7 or a 9x5. But it looks like the first one on stream followed very shortly behind. The Cove is Yogi the Monk. They're moving on to Archon. And like I said, this is an incredibly scary game. You'll see the combat in a little bit, just a couple opening moves. These are, for the most part, manipulated. There's a bit... and I think people are using kind of slightly different strategies. Yogi's the first one to get a fight here.
Also a really fast time on the Donkey Kong, I'd say.
Yeah, that's done. The first couple games here will go by real quick. So we've got some Archon fights going on. First one, easily won by both Yogi and the Cove. We'll see how it goes for Arcus and JKL. The point here is to control these 5 spaces on the board, top, bottom, right, left, and middle. And now this is the really scary moment here. The Cove is the dragon here, trying to snipe the wizard. But look at this erratic movement. You can't possibly predict where this wizard is going to go. Their projectile is super fast. Yogi now as well. This is incredibly tense. Oh, Yogi takes a hit.
Ooh.
Okay, fires back, just barely dodging. Every shot is just barely dodged in this.
And Twitch is acting up for me here.
Yeah, it is. It's totally acting up for me as well. So the play-by-play is maybe not... Wow, Cove getting chased by a Phoenix here. Manages to blow it up, but the Phoenix has a second life, and a third life, and a fourth life. Rising from the ashes and finally defeated. Yogi's going to go ahead and reset here. So that's Arcus and JKL jumping out ahead of Yogi as the Cove moves on to ice hockey. Going with the three big guys with the one skinny guy to take the face off. They do have sort of different properties, and that's exactly what you want to see. Win the face off, pass to the big guy. Big guy skates straight in. No one can stop him because he's so big and powerful. Goalie, for some reason, thinks it's a good idea to swing wildly up to the top or bottom, and you just shoot straight in. 2 quick goals for Cove. Looks like Archon's going to be done for JKL. Arcus as well. 3 goals for Cove. Going to be moving on to Pac-Man. The arcade classic ported pretty faithfully, I suppose, to the NES. Dexter, you said you entered a Pac-Man tournament, championship, competition thing?
Yeah, Swedish championship.
Oh, wow, that was 3 years ago, I think.
Yeah, but that was cool when you told me about that.
Yeah, they had like a Swedish competition here in Stockholm, and I thought it was kind of fun to enter. And I think I came like 2nd place or something. There's a pattern that you can learn on the arcade version, so that I think actually works on the NES version, but we're not going for a score here, so you kind of want to clear the board as fast as possible.
Yeah. For the first 2 boards, you can clear them with pretty much the same pattern and strategy. The ghosts aren't going to bother you too much. It's possible on the second board that they become a problem, but very likely you can just do your thing. They're not going to bother you. Board 3, the pellets don't last as long, and you'll notice the ghosts are probably going to get in your way at least a little bit. So you'll need to improvise, and the Cove's going to be the first one to get there. Just about to clear board 2. Yogi is onto ice hockey now. Had a setback there with Archon. I called it out. It is a very tense game for a game number 2, and it can be a problem. There's the 3rd quick goal for Yogi. Going to be moving on to Pac-Man. Cove now, the one to watch on board 3.
Trouble to get the Twitch running here. Things fine right now.
It seems to be rolling now, so hopefully.
We'll cross our fingers. 1 power pellet left. 2 ghosts nearby. The ghosts actually have certain patterns in their behaviors. The different colored ones will do different things. One will always follow you. One will always try to cut you off. One is just does whatever. But most of them not giving Cove any trouble. Who's done. It's going to be moving on to Dragon's Lair.
Best game of the list, huh?
Indeed.
The game I got from free from my neighbor after he played it for 1 hour. He didn't finish the first screen.
Oh, man. You were probably like, cool, a free game. Thanks, mister.
He knocked on the door and he's like, here you go, buddy.
Here you go. After you played it, you noticed the look on his face. It's a little smile there that you didn't know how to read before. Yogi taking a death in Pac-Man. Not what you want to see. Cove, these crushers here, you need to get... You don't want to be anywhere near them. They're pretty punishing with the hitbox. No problems yet for Cove. JKL going with a jump shot. I don't think that was intentional. Didn't get down to the ground fast enough. Takes a death air to that dragon. And now falling through the bridge? Question mark? Dragon's Lair, good game. Is now pretty much tied spot on with Arcus.
Keep up with you here. I'm a little bit behind you. What is going on?
While there's variations in stream delay. A lot of my streams are buffering for a little bit, so our commentary is going to be a little out of sync. Our apologies. We'll do our best. A reminder, though, like we said earlier, JKL put up some really great times during practice leading up to the event today, but has gotten sick. Is a little feverish even, and so maybe isn't going to be able to play at that top level. But all the same, Bad Bricks. So your pick to win this whole thing.
Hell, my man.
So a weird quirk of Dragon's Lair, attacking will drain your energy. Top right is your energy. That's your life, basically. A lot of these smaller enemies, you'll waste more time and energy trying to kill them than just letting them plink off of you. A couple places.
It's like a lot of people is on Dragon's Lair now.
Yeah, this is the first game that isn't a minute or two long. It's not that long, but it's long enough that we're starting to see the racers bunch up a little bit. The Cove still enjoying a pretty nice lead here.
It's nice if chat can also help out and tell if anyone's here. Top 4 right now, actually. Well, we are gonna switch around in a while, so see your favorite player.
Also, I don't know if there's if the audio is okay in terms like game audio. Seeing some things from chat.
I can boost it.
Just thought I'd mention it. What I will mention is that I've seen players already a couple times here take deaths on purpose. It's a pretty quick respawn and a refill of health. Though I think if you have like a power-up, like an axe or a fireball or something, I think you lose that, but can be worth it if you take too much damage from some of these enemies. The Cove's at the end of the goal here. The minecart boss, both weird gremlin things are down, and he's going to be able to move on to Spy Hunter now.
Big game.
So there is a really neat out-of-bounds trick by holding up whenever you come into the red truck that kind of trivializes things a little bit, so that is banned. You're going to have to stay on the road, but thankfully the shoulder of the road is still on the road, and that's where you're going to see our players driving, ruining their tires and their suspension at the cost of safety, because look how fast you are going in this game. Especially if you're playing on emulator with like that tiny little bit of input lag, can make it damn near impossible to dodge these hazards on the road going at this speed. So lots and lots of players are going to be sticking to the shoulders. There's kind of different routes. I think it determines the hazards on the road depending on whether you go left or right at these splits. I know there are some players who would rather die once or even twice to stay on the path that they've practiced rather than try to improvise on it when they haven't. The Cove looking for this magic pixel on the side of the road, didn't get it. If you do have it, the helicopter bombs will not hit you and you can just cruise through this section. But didn't get it, is going to take a death. Is still very far along here and does still have 8 lives. Accidentally gets vortexed into the red truck. Didn't want that, but There we go. Arcus and JKL as well. Also on to Spy Hunter and Yogi. Not too far behind.
I am looking up if anyone else is on Spy Hunter here. Or on Dragon's Lair right now.
Spy Hunter going well for both Arcus and JKL gets knocked off the road. A very aggressive driver there. Really no reason to do that. But just body checks JKL into the side. And Arcus just clips the corner of another vehicle. You can see that counter in the bottom right. Counts down, and then after that you've got a set number of lives. And JKL's chewed through a couple here, down to 6. Whereas the Cove is done hunting spies and is retired to a much more peaceful part-time job of delivering papers in Paperboy.
I think I caught up now, Mythical. I really had some trouble to get this. The Twitch is really acting up for me here.
That's fine. It's nothing new from being
Caught up though.
Shots fired. Much like these papers are being fired by the Cove, dodging some of these ridiculous hazards. Paperboy is another classic arcade game. Pretty sure. As soon as it came out of my mouth, I was like, wait, what? Is that right? But pretty sure. Classic. Definitely a classic, regardless of what console you're playing it on. And speedrunning it is a little... It's a little weird. You can't do too much to go faster. You can only do things to not lose time. And there's a bit of luck as well.
Leg reduction also.
Yeah.
To get the...
Yeah, you want to be very efficient with your paper throwing. And then you just, once you've finished with the papers, you don't want to do any of the bonus stuff. That doesn't matter. So we're just going to crash our bike to finish the day. That's just part of the job, you know? You get hazard pay at the end.
Had the Andy Social Network that did have the for Paperboy before this race. Holy crap, what is this screen coming up here? System. Alright. I hope I stay with you for a while. I'm probably going to get a blue screen here. Holy crap.
Okay. That's fine. Arcus is moving on to Paperboy as well. And I think we're going to get Cats on Your Head.
She's on Paperboy also, so.
On stream as well. Cats on Your Head, relatively, well, I don't know. I was going to say a newer competitor. I think it was like the similar race with Super Nintendo games, the Super 16. Cats on Your Head kind of first competed in that 2 years ago. Or not years, but I think it was last year. Did the previous Big 20, and then the next Super 16, and now this Big 20. So this is the fourth one. Yeah, I take it back. Cats in Your Head's got some experience. But really surprised me, that very first race with the Super 16. Got second place, just behind La Hulk, and is a very strong competitor in these multi-game races. We're seeing the cats come out and chat. Nice.
Actually, I had a cat on her head there. That makes sense, right?
Yeah, if you go to Cats stream, there's literally always a cat on her head. You get what you... So it does what it says on the tin. So not getting the high bike there is Arcus. Sometimes there's a bike that'll come by just right, and you can purposefully crash into it to die a little faster. But if that doesn't work, then you've always got the good old curb. We've got that guy going by on JKL's side, where he's like on his back, like upside down, trying to put on a really tight pair of pants or something. I don't know what he's doing.
I believe Andy had something to say about that, but I don't think we're gonna.
Oh, I bet he did.
Yeah, we're not gonna say that on stream here. That's fine.
So yeah, there's some things you might expect. You know, you've got dogs and cats. You've got someone's bike wheel broke, and then you've got the Grim Reaper that you might have saw there on Cove screen. Death itself is going to get between you and your paper route. You're just trying to get some money to buy a Super Nintendo. You've been saving up. You've been doing this route every day for a week.
Looking at Infinite Mystery, is he playing a Game Boy game here? What is going on?
There is some sort of Game Boy event going on as well that Infinite Mystery is a part of. And I think we'll jump over to the Big 20 race late, maybe. He was saying he was going to have to play Tailspin twice, in the GB version and the NES version.
Okay.
Got some road work going on. You know, not really any rhyme or reason to the jackhammering the random spot on the sidewalk. Also, it doesn't seem to be doing much. Sidewalk looks perfectly fine. You've got the children who wait. They wait for you to go by and then purposefully try to basically murder you.
People on Dragon's Lair now. I wonder if they struggling or just got there. Holy crap.
Absolutely. If you're not ready for Dragon's Lair, that is a huge sticking point. So let's talk strategy, Paperboy. Number one, you see them delivering only to 2 houses. Don't worry about any of the other houses. As long as you have someone subscribed to your newspaper, you're good. And doing these 2 easy houses that you can get really close to. It's a nice, safe strategy. You want to be holding up all the time. You go a little faster when you're holding up. So that means this is actually a pretty tiring game on the D-pad thumb, constantly holding up and tapping left and right with these diagonals. And this is a long goal. It's like 11 minutes or something if everything goes well. So that is a lot of time to be having pressure on your D-pad thumb. And then you also want to be crashing as soon as you can once you get to the end.
I'm also trying to keep up where everyone is. Looks like Skateman is also into Paperboy and Link777 also.
I
starting
heard
to get into Paperboy now. That's impressive.
I heard Skateman on a list of people to look out for. People you don't want to sleep on, actually. We're getting the high bike there for JKL.
High bike. Okay. My Twitch went down again. What? Okay. Maybe I'm going to try to restart my computer.
Sounds good.
In 2 minutes.
Everyone else is delivering papers as best they can. I have the benefit of seeing everyone's full layouts, so I can see their timers and splits and things. I'm seeing a lot of golds from Arcus, actually. Arcus having a great race so far. And Cove with the best PB of the bunch. Ooh, getting taken down is Arcus. I think there was a lawnmower, a possessed lawnmower, rounded the corner, and when combined with the tornado and the local child, made for a pretty hard to dodge combination. But we're going to see Arcus recover and bring it home, I'm sure. And the Twister, I don't know what part of the world this is in, where they just have those suburban Twisters. But those can be pretty hard to deal with. Also important to keep in mind, it can be a little repetitive. You can maybe lose track of where you are in your day of the week, in your half of the level. So when you cross the road to go to the second half of the level, you don't want to be thinking that's the end of the level. Because you see that high bike sometimes, and you're like, "Oh, I got the high bike! I'm going for it!" And you steer off the road. You crash. You lose 2 teeth, and then you realize, "Oh, that was only the halfway point." Run off the road a little bit. There was cats. That could be dangerous. It's very hard to dodge things on the road because there's so much less screen. You get a lot less advance warning of where things are. You can just get straight up run over by a car. But able to survive on the road and bring it back. Cats is going to be moving on to Saturday, whereas Cove is done with Saturday. 1 day left, if according to my calendar. Maybe you've got a fun day or something in there instead of a Sunday, but on my calendar, pretty sure Cove's on the final day. It's a little mean to be throwing papers at the dogs, but they will chase after you a little bit if you don't.
Oh, I think I'm back now. I thought I was muted.
Welcome back.
Yeah. All right, it works for me now.
Wow, really scary situation for Cove, slowing down there to deal with that incredible collection of hazards. And does so. And that's going to be it. No, that's halfway. See, I get fooled. He doesn't. He knows where he's at. JKL was looking for the bike, couldn't find it.
I'm going to check
That's
if anyone
Saturday
else is
done.
getting close here so we can switch out some more players. We'll keep track of that.
Twitch is acting up a little bit, so if something looks not quite right, that's it's probably not our fault, which is an easy caveat to just kind of throw out there. But we are working on it. We'll do our best to get all the players back up and running on stream, so please bear with us. But I can assure, I can still see Arcus. I can tell you he's doing good, doing great, and not totally about to get run over by a lawnmower. The Cove, done. Delivering papers, is now moving on to California Raisins. Took the record in this bizarre, unreleased cash-in on an 80s claymation sensation.
This game was going to be released, but they took it back. They actually did release it, so there's a few copies out there, but they did take it back. And those copies are really expensive to find now. It's just a couple of them.
Yeah, it's a pretty weird situation. I can only think they weren't happy with the end product.
I mean, much more worse games than this. I don't know if there were some copyright things or something. Because it was a TV show, right? I don't think we had it in Europe.
I don't know if it was a TV show, but so it started as a commercial. The California Raisins were created to sell raisins.
Did they sell any raisins?
Yeah, people loved the commercial so much that they spun out the characters in the commercial into a series of like animated shorts that people loved back in the late 80s. But the California Raisins were basically a band of like jazzy blues sorts of singers. I never really watched any of the animation, so I'm not quite sure what they're about. I don't think they're about what the game is about, although I'm kind of unsure what the game is actually about. Wasn't a lot of janky platforming in the original animations. It was mostly just some smooth grooves.
Oh, sorry.
You all right, sir?
I had to mute for a bit there. What the hell was that? So I was gonna say, Cannon Phone is doing really good, and it's also on the races now. Like it's gonna be a really tight race.
Nice. So we've got a possibly 5th place just off stream, Canoniphone. Donaphone's a strong player. Also, a lot of Big 20 experience. Not usually the top 3 finish you'll see from someone like Yogi, who has also entered a lot. But that's mostly because Canonophone doesn't friggin' practice. He'll show up like on the last week and be like, okay, yeah, sure. And actually manages to cobble together something pretty good. And this time around, Canonophone was a little more serious about it, was able to put in a bit more time. And I think we could see some really good results come out of Canonophone.
He's usually up there at top 5 places all the time, even if he doesn't practice that much. So watch out.
We got a death to the Hopping Foot from Arcus. Thankfully, death's not too bad in this game, but like the jankiness of the pretty much this whole game makes it pretty tricky, especially climbing anything. These vines, you're about to see Cove do a lot of climbing in this game, and the way you just like latch on and latch off of poles and vines and things in this game is really bizarre.
Let me see if I can find anyone else here. We can switch. I want us to keep track. I think we are 36 entrants here. So
yeah, it's a pretty hectic event. We'll do our best to cover it as best we can. I see
I
we
am
got
on it.
some new players that I need to swap in on my end so that I can talk about the right people. Here, the Cove definitely still in the lead. Entered California Raisins in the lead, and definitely likely to keep the lead because learned this game prior to the Big 20. There's I wish I knew the name, but there's a group of people who every month pick a game to learn and then race it at the end of the month. And I don't know why, but they picked California Raisins, and so the Cove learned the game ahead of time.
Oh, they did. I did.
Yeah, so I was able to implement the new skip that was found, where you fall down through the water and the floor, and had the world record for that game. Had a fantastic run, and is now going to be moving on to Hammer and Harry.
Yeah, he's really cruising through the games now.
Retro Games Racing. There it is. Thanks so much, chat. Go ahead and look them up if you're interested in more NES racing. But not right now. Stay tuned here for the Big 20 for at least the next couple hours.
I think we actually had Darby and Art of Blues do a race of this in one of our big marathon events a couple years back.
Yeah, Darbian had the record, I think, before the skip was found. And hasn't since come back to the game. And then Author Blues, of course, has played every
NES game, pretty much.
Yeah. Quick death to this weird leaking juice barrel boss for cats. That's going to be that done. The Cove is actually leaving his computer chair to take a short break during this minigame in Hammer and Harry. This is 30 seconds of unskippable minigame. You can't do anything to speed it up. Well, I think there's a way to save a second with some kind of buffer strat.
And there's a lot of people coming into California Racing now. I'm not sure if anyone else is on Hammer in at this point.
No, it looks like
Nice
the
lead.
Cove
Pretty nice lead.
has got a... Yeah, this is very early to have a lead this big. We've seen Big 20s before where, at the end of the race, the top leader has picked up a couple minutes over the next closest person. But the Cove, only 30 minutes into what is going to be a, almost 3-hour race, has already picked up a couple minutes over the next closest runner. This has been an incredible performance from Cove so far. Everything going smooth with Hammer and Harry. We see Cats also. Second person, I think, to get to Hammer and Harry.
Yeah.
So firmly in the second place position. And this is a really cool game. You can see this boss here. You take him down with the up attack, followed by the ground pound to stun him. Your attacks come out super fast in this game. It just feels pretty good to play, and it's got a pretty interesting style to it. Really Japanese anime sort of aesthetic. Cats is literally
There's
just
actually-
dancing during this mini
Yeah.
boss fight. Go ahead, what were you gonna say?
Oh, there's also a sequel to this game, which is also pretty good actually, to the Hammer and Harry.
Yeah, there was a SNES game that I remember really liking.
Oh, for the Famicom actually, on the NES.
Oh,
there's-
really?
Yeah, there is a sequel.
You know, this is the 8th time we've done the Big 20. There's no reason we wouldn't see a
run out of
9th or a 10th.
We are aiming for a 10th, of course, but it's getting harder and harder to do this list because you list with 20 crappy games, but
There's still a lot of good games left.
so we definitely have at least one good list coming in. We'll see what happens after that.
Yeah. Well, I think the problem is there's still good games, but they don't follow the same sort of, formula. There's usually a puzzle game. There's usually games of, just a couple minutes length, and there's like a racing game, right? So like maybe you would have to kind of break away from that criteria. But there's still at least 20 great games left to be in a Big 20. Yet another bonus stage for Cove, one as well for Kha'Zix.
Let's see here.
I don't know whose
man.
audio we have, but we have there is an incredibly loud end of stage, really bad sound sample when I think it says Genchan. I think that's the main character, but
Genshin. Yeah, that's the name of the game. Something Dududuku Genshin or something. I don't even know Japanese.
No, I think you nailed it.
Why am I
that's
even
exactly it? I think that's I think Harry in Japanese is Gen, and so Gen-san would be a very
Good good guess.
an honorable way to but if you were like very familiar with Gen, or you were older than Gen, then you might say Gen-chan, which I think is what I hear in the sound sample, but who knows what it's actually saying. I know that if you die, the characters pop up that say Teyande, which is like it's sort of like a phrase that's like, don't say something silly, but it means like knock it off. Oh, come on. So we're seeing Cove, big hammer, just ground pounding all these enemies away till the elevator comes down. We've got the secretary, looks totally harmless, hands very calmly folded in front. I love this boss where you just jump on the hood of the car and just smash it to pieces. And then we see the secretary is actually a ninja with a really weird, spooky face. Cove has no problems taking her out.
A hard time to keep track of everyone is doing so good, so I can't tell who's in the lead after. At the 5th place.
Yeah, you got to keep an eye out for
Looks like
those
the
game
yeah.
switches.
Still trying to find someone here we can switch.
Yeah, it's still pretty early too, so it's hard to tell. How many 2s in Skate Man? 3 2s? Guess I'll find out.
We're gonna
So
try
on
to give everyone a chance to get on the. I mean, we switch it around so everyone gets them.
Yeah, we'll follow, I guess, the top 2 on the bottom. bottom left.
Yeah, we're
Cove.
definitely gonna keep the Cove. I always say the Cove.
I
Is it Cove?
specifically asked earlier how to pronounce it because I was going to be doing commentary, and I figured he was going to be doing well. I was probably going to be saying his name a lot, and I was told Cove. But
And I will say
he
Cove.
won't mind. He won't mind if you say Cove. He doesn't. He's
I
a
would
good
say
guy.
Cove.
It doesn't matter what you want to say. It seems like you're gonna say Cove, no matter how much you try. Cove is done. Cove is done with Palamedes, or is moving on to Palamedes. Done with Hammer and Harry. Had a very smooth run. Palamedes is a puzzle game, and it's. I'm trying to think of something that is similar to it. It's like Money Puzzle Exchanger meets Yahtzee. Pretty weird, but by shooting out certain collections of numbers that you can cash in to send lines of junk over to your opponent can do the same. So there's a bit of a back and forth. And there's a couple different patterns. I don't know them all. You can do like 3 pairs, you can do triplets, you can do 6 of a kind. But the big one is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's what sends 5 lines over to your opponent, and that's what you want to go for, particularly to finish off an opponent. If you can send 5 lines of junk over to their way, and there'll be 2 or 3 lines away from finishing, but then they go into like kind of this BS mode where they get a lot better and a lot faster, and they'll clear that away pretty quick. So you can kind of skip over that and go get them from relatively safe to totally dead with a well-timed 5-line clear.
I think we're definitely going to keep Cananafo on the screen here because he has the record in Palamedes. It's pretty
Yeah, I bet he does.
damn good at the game. Yeah.
Canophone is the master of weird, obscure puzzle games on retro consoles, and that's exactly what Palamedes is. And so we're seeing Cove do pretty well here. Just got the 5-line completely countered by a 5-line from the other opponent. But if this goes like I think it's going to go for Cove, we're probably going to see some pausing from Cove in some of these later, trickier matches, because the goal is to win a tournament. So you need to win 4 different matches to finish the goal.
One of the horror goals in this.
In the race, yeah, absolutely. So there, we're seeing it there. Rather than panicking and just trying to match 2 or 3 at a time, you're really not going to gain an edge over your opponent if you're just sort of keeping pace with them. You need to actually defeat them. So looking for how to get those really big 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5-line clears is what's really going to start to turn things in your favor. So Cove is opting to actually pause and scout out and look, do I have a 5-line here that I can work towards? And if he sees one, then he's going to go ahead and go for it. Of course, pausing the game is very clearly losing time. But
it helps. It helps.
it helps a lot, yeah. So, but when you get to the top level and you can see into the matrix, you can be acting while you're looking at those patterns. You can recognize them instantly, and it's really a joy to watch. So on the top left of the screen, we're seeing Canophone taking out the final boss of Hammer and Harry in at least 4th place from the players we have on stream. Maybe some other people off stream are also part of this pack that has moved on to Palamedes, but I think we're going to see some good stuff.
6 players getting 5 players getting into Palamedes right now.
Canophone is typing in chat during the race, during Palamedes. There's not a lot of breaks in this game. Where is he finding time to do this? My goodness.
Was that a pun? Was that a bad breaks pun?
Was it? Breaks?
Breaks in the game.
Breaks in the game. And when you've got a name, you can't help but hear those words when people say them differently. It's not often people use the word mythical, but whenever they do, I'm like, what? Who? What? I'm over here. Oh, they're just saying a word. So we're seeing Canonophone. If you can, you want to leave stacks kind of poking down rather than clearing them all evenly, because that will count as more lines being sent over to your opponent. So if you've got a couple different ways you can finish off your 4, 5, 6, you want to do whichever one will leave as many rows as possible. Interesting opening there. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 4 for Canonophone, and has no 6 to work with, so it's going to be waiting here. Still no 6. There's one buried way down there. It's going to be matching. No, it's just going to dig down there to get that 6 and send over all 5. Gotta beat your opponents twice in Palamedes. And we've got Brother Kyle in the bottom right. Was thankfully able to sort out some SRL issues. Very happy to have them in the race. Oh, but I don't have the Twitch name right, I think. Bah. Twitch is acting up. A lot of 1s for Canonophone. But does manage to find the 5-line clear. Cove, I'm not sure if he's on the 3rd or 4th match, but is about to get a lot of blocks sent his way. Counters with another 5-line clear. Meanwhile, Canonophone
trying to keep up. Keep up here where everyone is. It's kind of hard.
It is. It is. We're going to do our best. So into the 4th match. So this is where things get really tough. Is the 5 going to be enough? No, it's not. Needs a little bit more to finish off. Are the 2 enough? No, now we're going to see the... Yeah, look, now it's fighting back. Was unable to deliver the final blow there. So Cove is waiting. Needs a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and can't find it. So this is the kind of stalemate you can run into. And is the reason why you really need those 5 lines to finish off opponents, especially late in the tournament. Has the 5-line clear, but the computer has cleared a lot. Needs just a little bit more, but has nothing to work with to deliver a final blow. It's kind of stalling here a little bit. And Cove takes a loss. Or was that the win? I just saw 1 and 1. Has taken a loss at some point against this.
It is 1-1. It is scary. I mean, if you lose this, you're gonna lose a lot of time. Holy crap!
Canonophone has his opponent on the ropes. 2-line clear, going to be just enough to finish him off. Is 1 and 1 as well. I think that's what that big capital LOL was earlier. Cove's got a pretty mismatched set of numbers down at the bottoms, just kind of haphazardly clearing, but does manage to find the 5-line.
I am trying to look up where Yogi is here. He is on Palamedes. Can't see how many matches he won though. But AKL is right behind Skateman, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who have all kind of bunched up. Normally, 46 minutes in, we'll start to see everyone kind of spread out a little bit. But everyone's a lot closer together than I would have thought at this point.
Is doing really great also. He's also someone we have to look out for. He's really good. He hit record in Swordmaster also, so he's going to fly through that game.
Kananaphone survives this match, picks up the win, moves on 2-1. Cove doesn't quite get the finish, has the game paused and is looking for a way to finish, but has not enough
He's been so close.
ammunition to really get
so many
anything
times.
done. I know, this is what I'm talking about. They're so good at recovering if you don't get the finish. You need to knock them down and then come up with some kind of follow-up. Barely saving themselves is the computer. And there we go. There's the follow-up you need to finish off the computer. That's match 4 done. Palamedes done for Cove. Is going to be moving on to Snow Bros. This is also no joke. Nick and Tom, the Snow Brothers, are devils from the frozen dimension who will steal your soul. This game is evil, very punishing.
And here you really want some good drops in the beginning to get the, I like to call them, and the big shot, the long shot.
Yeah, you've got power-ups for speed and power-ups for your attack and the various potions that you can find. No potions yet for Cove, who I know prioritizes getting those early, so is not going to be happy about not having those.
What you want is really the shoes, the faster shoes, so you can run faster.
Yeah, those help. Probably more than the power shot, but both are quite good. Waiting to group up all the enemies at the bottom to knock as many over as possible, get as many item spawns as possible, and has the power up to the attack but not the speed. Thankfully, a lot of this game is trying to get upwards very quickly, and the potion doesn't really help you get upwards any faster, so it's still able to execute on a lot of the same strats without the potion, but the Cove is shaking his head right now, and I'm sure it's because he has not found this speed potion yet.
Yoga is taking up some good grounds here on Palamedes.
Kananaphone done at Palamedes.
Done.
Could be in second place here, I'm not sure. There's a lot of people who are all really close right now.
Thing is, I'm trying to look up on Azrael, who's...
Oh yeah, where you load up that page that starts all 35 streams at once.
The 35 up here.
Yeah. And then it plays 35 ads at once, and it's like, in a world, we're one man.
A lot of people on Palamedes now. Really. Man, I'm surprised at how many people done so good so far.
Yeah, this is impressive. I mean, I'm always impressed with how everyone is able to learn all these games so quickly, but usually at the top of the race, usually there's 2 or 3 people who start to pull ahead at this point, who have really put in a lot of time. But we've got like 8 or 9 people who are all still clustered together 50 minutes into the race.
Yeah, I'm really impressed from everyone here.
So Kananaphone has got both potions, and Cove still missing the speed potion. Oh, wait, there it is. Alright, we're going fast. Look at that standing animation where the feet are just going nuts. We're off to the races now. But Kananaphone's only like 4 floors back. Super close. We got JKL in the bottom right corner of the screen. I think this is also the final match of the tournament. Same one that Skateman's been on for a long time now. Very hard to... You can do pretty well, surviving and not losing this fight, but it is very hard to actually finish off your opponent in this game.
All the games I played through when I tried them out, I had the most trouble with this one to finish it, just to finish it. The game's off at the end.
Reports that Arcus off stream also on the last match of Palamedes. I expect a lot of people to get stuck here for a while. We see JKL is finally done and is moving on to Snow Bros. So we got a warp situation coming up. In the top left corner of the screen, You attack a bunch of times, reveal. I guess that's a money bag. I don't know. But here we go. These reels move at 3 different speeds. And so Cove is taking a moment here to try to line up as many floors as he can get for this warp. Has missed out on the first one.
That's a huge.
Right, yeah, he's skipping entire levels with every floor he gets here. Looking like he's going to get 3. Doesn't look too happy with it, but 3 is pretty good, I think.
Yeah, that is. I think that's good.
Some players opt to just go nuts and just mash and just like not lose time waiting for the reels and just hope. Got Canonophone is taking some hours off this first slot machine. I think you want to get snow. I don't know what it does. Extra life, maybe.
I think when you get all the letters, you get 1 up.
Into the warp now. For Canonophone, what are we gonna get? Yeah, we saw Mash there. We already got 2 floors. It has matched Cove's 3 floors, but took a lot less time to get it. So there's some merit to this aggressive slot machine strategy.
Let's see if anyone else has some Snow Brothers here. Should be someone else, maybe?
Looks like Cats on Your Head also on Snow Bros.
Yes.
Arcus as well.
He is also on Snow Brothers.
And we got JKL and Skateman. Well, JKL's been in there for a little bit, but Skateman is now also moving on. So like I thought, the players are still rather close together.
Yeah, this is anyone's race, I'd say now.
Super exciting. Second boss here for Cove. Still has the lead. Still by, maybe a minute or so, which is, that's nothing to sneeze at. Normally we've seen the top player come up to maybe a bit more than that, but this is still a solid lead for Cove, make no mistake. And with the second boss down, with no deaths, still has all the power-ups, Cove's looking good.
I just want to check my delay against you, the Mythical. Where is Cove right now? Did he just kill the boss?
Yeah, he just did. What, he's on the slot machine. Well, again, what I see is not necessarily synced up with what's on stream either.
Because my Twitch is still acting up a bit, so... Like the Cove has a 10-stage lead over JKL at least, and Canonophone is right behind him there.
Yeah, it's basically one boss fight apart. Landing the final hit on the boss. Really. Yeah, both players on the left side of the screen are doing fantastic. Have preserved their precious power-ups all the way through to this point in the game. That's the biggest thing. When you die, you lose the speed, you lose the attack upgrade. It makes it very hard to execute on a lot of the strategies that revolve around getting to where enemies spawn, basically. They move randomly, so once they start moving, you can't reliably count on where they're going to be. So speed at the very start of the level to get to where they all drop down as soon as possible is incredibly important. And the speed power-up and the attack power-up both help with that.
Let me take a look. Arcus is on stage. I can't see. And Cats is also on a stage I can't see.
I think JKL got a 1-stage warp, which is about the worst. If you get a 0-stage warp, there's actually a warp on the very next level you can take and try again. But if you skip over that one, that's pretty bad. Snow Bros made by the same company that made Bubble Bobble? It's a good guess because they're very similar games. I'm honestly not sure. It's Taito, right? That did Bubble Bobble?
Yeah. Capcom made this one.
Oh, okay. Well, then I don't know about knockoff if it was made by Capcom.
I think it was Capcom.
Was
Yeah.
someone saying Toa Plan?
It was
Never-
Capcom. Right?
Well, regardless. Wasn't Taito. But it is an incredibly similar game. Balling up enemies before you can officially defeat them. The way that certain power-ups spawn and the way they function. The way that each level is a single screen. And even the way it scrolls between the different levels. There's a lot of parallels to be drawn. Final boss of the goal for Cove here. These double penguins had a lot of ammunition to
They're
work
not
with, but
penguins. I always thought they were penguins, but someone told me they're just birds.
well, they fly, so that's not penguin-like at all.
I always
But they're snowy
thought they
and
were
birds and fat and round, so that's pretty penguin-like. Honestly, I'm not sure. Either way, they're
bird wins. We'll go with bird wins.
sure. I can get on board with such blatant lies. Sure.
Let's
We've
see.
got-
I think Mr. Pup G is also on Snow Brothers. We got it's a Skate Man on the screen. We have Cats in the Head, Yogi the Monk, Arcus. We're probably gonna try to switch out a couple of them now. Who's in second place? It's so hard to see, man.
Yeah, I'm really not sure. It could be Canonophone, it could be Cats on Your Head.
Yeah.
I want to say Canonophone, who is only 30th level of Snow Bros. Bit of randomness with how these bosses move. I think there was a double hit there for Canonophone. Pretty good. Takes out one of these two bird wins. And I think can get 2 hits here. Maybe. Is opting to preserve the snowballs rather than go for some hits there. Misses with all of them. Not what you want to see. As Cove goes for...
Get him
one
right.
of many damage
Oh, he
boosts,
missed.
Yeah, this boss fight is not going Canonophone's way. He's not dying, which is good. Very good. But this boss fight could definitely be over by now with some cleaner play.
Okay. At least he's blue now, so just a couple more hits.
So Cove is in Widget, doing a lot of damage boosting. You see this a lot in this game. You move very slowly. You've got a very big hitbox. So
If I
the
move
solution
on
to
Widget.
a lot of problems is to just take damage and move through it. Especially because a lot of enemies take a fair number of hits actually to deal with, especially this crocodile in the first level that Canonophone's going to have to deal with in a little bit. Cove has earned the mouse transformation. If you're a fan of the show Widget, which definitely was not me, you might know that Widget can transform into different things. And the mouse moves faster, also fits through that one tile gap, so what the Cove actually did there was backtrack to the first level with the power-up earned from defeating the second level to get a power-up for the main projectile, the gun. And that's going to power that up and save a fair bit of time, particularly on boss fights. It saves enough time to warrant going all the way back to that level just for that upgrade. It doesn't look particularly mousy, probably because he's kind of an alien-ish thing, but I promise it is a mouse. Is Cove going to be going for this damage boost across this gap? I can see him taking a deep breath here. Gets it. very tricky to turn around and get that damage boost. And again, apologies if I'm out of sync with what's on stream. There's some... the stream delays are all over the place today. Got some late game Snow Bros from both Skateman and JKL. You see no speed power up for Skateman. Attack power up for JKL. Which is probably what you want more in this boss fight. Wow, knocking the boss down? I didn't know that was a thing. He was on its way back up and JKL kind of knocked it back down. The double hit. The combo, nice job. Needs one more speed potion pickup for Skateman, who is triumphantly raising his hands above his head, is quite happy about having found that speed potion. The other thing about Snowbirds is you get a fair number of invincibility frames, both at the start of the level and also whenever you ride a snowball into a wall, and using those invincibility frames as best you can it's a strong tool to go fast in this game.
Everyone is so close. I have a really hard trouble to figure out who's...
Yeah, I'm seeing JKL on widget. I'm sure there's more people off screen. Yeah, I know. I know you can't see Skateman's webcam like I can, but I thought you would want to know.
I'm gonna post a link with all the participants here. If anyone wants to follow them. 1 second.
The participants list or the SRL page?
The participant list.
Okay, that's
Follow runners. You have all the Twitch channels and everything there.
Yeah, you want to be careful. You can check out the race on Speedruns Live. We're using that to sort of run the race and keep track of everyone. And there's a page there where you can see everyone's streams that NIS just posted. Just be careful, because I think it's going to try to load everyone's stream all at once.
Yes, trying to figure out who's in what place. It's kind of hard at the start.
Yeah, so if you've got a computer that isn't a monster, be careful clicking that link that NIS posted. But it is a good way, if you can manage it, to get a sense of how the race is going for everyone competing in the race today.
I have a little update here. We had D6, I like to call him, just Snow Brothers. We got Andy's social network in Snow Brothers. Didn't expect that. Brother Kyle, Angel Undead is also on Snow Brothers. Shuri Beer, also on Snow Brothers. Am also on Snow Brothers. Smart Alec. So it's very tight race so far.
Yeah, that is... Man, that's got to be like almost half the list of competitors all within like 6 minutes, maybe 10 at most within each other. That's really, really closely packed together.
We got a couple people stuck on Dragon's Lair. I actually like that. I like people struggling.
He said it. He said it out loud. What is that? Oh my goodness! Now you know why it's on the list. You can, if you don't mind people not liking you. And sure, you can go ahead and say it.
That was the plan, dude.
So mean. Subjecting people to Dragon's Lair. Thankfully, a number of our competitors are already through it.
So
Coles
as far
was
as
the
I can see, we have on widget, we have Arcus, Jogi the Monk, we have Cats on Your Head, we have JKL, Canalophone, Cossacks, The Cov,
Skateman.
Gateman. There's a lot of players here. Holy crap. This got to be the most tied up race so far we had, I think.
Yeah, I think so. We've done 8 of these. And I think of for as long as they've had commentary. I think I've been doing commentary for them, and I'm pretty darn sure we haven't had a race, not even really nearly as close as this is between all these players.
People out there. Maybe we'll switch Cananophone with and 8-man. They have had a lot of time, so let's bring some other peeps up. I'll deal with that, Mythical. You can go on, do your thing. I'm having trouble to commentate here because I'm trying to keep track of everyone.
But someone needs to, right? There's a lot. There's a lot of people racing, right? So in order to properly cover the event, we'll need to going on off stream. So you're doing good work. We got Cove is pretty late into Widget here. Just did a clip with the bird. We're gonna be seeing another game where you can switch between a mouse and a flying thing and clip out of bounds a little bit. But that's going to be coming up later on. The Cove is one screen away, I'm pretty sure, from the end of Widget here. We can see Ratchet, I think is the name of this enemy character. Takes a hit, can only take one more before the next one will knock Cove out. But only takes, I can't remember if it's 6 or 8 shots. 6 shots with this fully powered up gun is the big reason why you go and get the power up that Skateman is getting right now. Boss down, no problem for Cove, and is going to be moving on to Rush in Attack, which has nothing to do with hostile intentions towards any countries in particular, and is simply a game about moving and fighting.
Moving fast.
I know for a fact that the Cove is very worried about this game. Has died a couple times and been left with some weird enemy spawns that make it very, very hard to deal with.
Yeah, the hard thing with this game is, I mean, the patterns are set. As long as you don't stop, you know what patterns you gotta get. But once you stop and everything's starting to go the other way, it's gonna be really hard to recover. You just hold right, you're gonna get the same patterns every time.
Absolutely. If it goes smoothly, like if you stay on script, it's gonna go smooth and it's gonna be no problem. If you get off script, it becomes an incredibly difficult game and very punishing as well. When you know exactly where the enemies are going to be, you know exactly what you need to do to counter them, but when you don't, coming up with the right sequence of moves to effectively deal with the different combinations of enemies that are possible is incredibly difficult, sometimes impossible.
Impossible.
Once the like gunner enemies start coming out, if you don't get rid of them, they're going to hound you for the rest of the level. And if there's a ladder anywhere nearby, God help you, because you instantly grab ladders whenever you jump in this game, and you are completely helpless on a ladder until you climb all the way up or all the way down.
If I see Toad in chat there, didn't he used to have the record for a little while in Russian Attack?
I mean, I want to say that's right, but only because I feel like Toad has had the record in every NES game at some point.
That's true. That's also true.
So we've seen an accidental jump at the top of the ladder there for Cove. This is very common because up climbs the ladder and up also jumps. So as soon as you press up to get to the top of the ladder, you're probably already holding up to jump at the top of the ladder. And that can get you killed very easily. It worked out okay there for Cove. Not a lot of danger at the top of that truck, but it is definitely something to be worried about.
Oh yeah, Tarbash took that record. I think he optimized this game really much. I think Toad knows about Russian Tech. There's not many in a second to say in that game now.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. There's a technique you can do that is, I mean, as long as you're moving and jumping, like you're not going to be losing any time. But if you get into a situation where you need to attack on the ground, you can press left or right on the D-pad to cancel your attack animation. And so that can be done faster or slower depending on, how fast you time that button press to cancel your attack animation. So that can be a place where frames can be shaved. Oh, we see Cove. Oh, was tracked by the enemies at the bottom. Couldn't get to the top of the ladder in time to deal with the enemy on top. So now, with a death, Cove is going to have to improvise here. And this is really scary. This is a situation you don't want to be in this game. It's not getting a lot of enemies, but how do you deal with that jumping guy? You would need to, I guess, turn around, do a neutral jump, and stab him. But coming up with that solution on the fly with that guy chasing you down is incredibly difficult, and it's the reason why this can be a problem. It's actually going to pick up the handgun power-up and see if this can bail him out of this tough situation.
I have a nice little lead, though. Phone just got into Russian
the
tech
ladder.
also.
There's a mine at the bottom of the ladder, so you have to jump, but you jump into the ladder. What is that? That's so mean. Oh, this game. All right. Has the handgun again. Canoniphone, like you said, also into Russian attack. Has gotten, just to the end of the first level, but gets jump kicked. Needed to keep moving and instead tried to duck because there wasn't enough screen left. Maybe didn't think there was enough space for Canoniphone to keep moving there. Gets killed on the way down from a jump. An early death for Canoniphone. He says, screw it. Back to the start of the level. Don't want to deal with randomness. I want my set patterns. I want my script.
Toad pointed out it has no continue, so if you die a game over, you have to start the game over again.
Super punishing game.
Let's see if anyone else is starting to get into Russian attack. We have Canoniphone, we have the Cove. I think I did. Good job.
So the Cove has gotten to the end of the third level. We've got this. If you're a fan of animals, you're not gonna like this boss where you stab 30 dogs with a knife. But they're robot dogs. It's fine. And they're done with now. One level left in Russian attack. Cove has taken a couple deaths here. Has, I think, 1 extra life. So 2 lives total. And then I think it's game over town. And that would be a lead change.
A lead change. I can't see anyone else into Russian tech yet. Yogi just got into Russian tech, actually, so...
So that would be our third place, most likely. Yogi DeMonk has been off stream for a little bit, but is, along with Cove, one of the favorites. Oh, no, Cove. That's it. Game over. Game over.
That's a
for
huge
the Cove.
time loss. Holy moly.
First place for the entire race. Was worried about Russian attack, and with that death, that really unfortunate death, went for the turnaround shot with the knife and missed it on the way up, and by the time he came down, it was too late. Cove is dropping to at least third place now.
Cats on Your Head is also on Russian attack, so they are ahead of the Cove now. I think Canoniphone is actually taking the lead. See where Skateman is. He was also having a really good run.
This is crazy now. This is super close between so many people.
JKL is also.
Of course he is. Everyone is. Everyone is in Russian attack. This is crazy. Kazakhs also in Russian attack. We're gonna swap out Mr. PUBG and get someone else going here.
I think we're gonna check what Yogi does here. He is a veteran of these kind of games. He does like to choke though at the end, so.
Well, he got the choke out of the way. Archon had to reset for Archon.
Yeah, he already did his choke.
Drops back, went off stream. But, didn't really lose all that much time in Archon.
Shots fired, dude.
there was more than. That's right. We are kidding around. We're pretty close. With
Yeah,
Yogi.
I'm usually kidding around with Joey because 23, he was ahead of me with 10 seconds, I think, at the last game, and I won over him with 4 seconds because I did the screen wraps. Won over him. He finished 6th place, and I finished 5th place. I won the last 20 screens in that game, so I like to call him out sometimes. It's fine.
It's okay. Besides,
It's all
Yogi,
good.
Yogi knows just how good he is
Yeah,
at these games, and that's pretty darn good.
and he's all and that usually breaks down all the games and find the RNG manipulation in a ton of games.
That's right. Yogi has a unique approach to speedrunning games.
Well, his motto is that there's no RNG in any game. That's what he says. You just need to take it out.
Yeah, you just need to do the science to figure out how to make it work for you. There's been a number of games where Yogi has found a strat that has just completely changed the entire goal. Big 20 number 2, I think we had Arkanoid, and he was like, guess what? Frame perfect level warps. Goal's now 30
That was
seconds.
actually
or something."
Dexter.
Oh, that was Dex. Okay.
Well, me and Dexter, we were trying out really hard to find. I think I did find accidentally or something, Dexter. Can you remember that?
Sorry, which game did you say?
Arkanoid, way back.
Arkanoid. Oh yeah. I think
That
I
was you
found
guys?
the setup for like 3-4 stages or something.
And I think
Alright.
Dugong actually have setups for 6 or 7 levels now. He did work on that.
That's cool. That's the kind of work that Yogi does a lot. Dr. Mario already had Dr. Mario figured out before it was in a Big 20, predicted that it was going to be in one, and put the work in, the like mashing start and like looking for patterns in the pills and like, oh yeah, that's the one, that's the pattern.
Not a lot of people know that there's basically no RNG in that. If you get you can manipulate to get the seed you want in the beginning, so you know what pills is gonna come. We'll know about that one.
Yogi also uses a lot of audio cues. Most people are pretty familiar with using visual cues. You know, they look for this spot on this ladder, and that's when I jump. But Yogi will often look for audio cues. I know for Hammer and Harry in the boss fight with the secretary, I think. He's like listening to the beats of the music, and he counts them, and then like on the 12th one, he's yeah, right, this is the one where I go. Lots of stuff like that.
And
Oh,
Arcus
Cove,
is-
what happened?
What is he choking here?
I mean, this is the kind of game that can get in your head, and he was worried about it going in. So to have this be happening now during the race has got to be super frustrating. And this kind of situation is where it takes a different sort of skill set to be able to deal with this really stressful, tense situation, this mindset, and put it out of your head, get back on track, focus on the game, play the way that you practiced. This is not easy for a lot of people, and it's the kind of thing where experience helps a lot. I would say someone like Yogi is probably better suited for this bad situation that Cove has found himself in. And so it can be more than just raw practice and execution that can win you a race like this. Got to think about the mental game.
I mean, when I do these races, when I have done them, as soon as I screw up one, I get this bad feeling. Oh no, I'm not even gonna finish. So it is
Right. Although I'm seeing Yogi on level 1 of Russian Attack.
to see if anyone else is getting into Russian Attack now. So far, we have Arcus. Looks like Arcus is actually on sub 3 hour pace, so he is doing good.
And it looks like
And
our leader,
Yogi-
Kananaphone, is done
This
with
game's
Russian
not like-
Attack and is going to be the first one to move on to Monsters in My Pocket.
Yep.
Yeah, and while I was talking up how a player like Yogi's experience will get them through bad situations, Yogi has indeed game overed in Russian Attack, is on level 2 now, is still, pretty close to all of the top players, but has dropped back a fair bit with that game over.
AKL is about to finish up. Oh, did he game over? No, he's actually on the last stage also. Ooh, this is... And JKL are almost screen by screen now. Oh, and Cove takes a death. Other guy.
So Cananophone out in front, Monsters in my pocket. This game is a nice break compared to some of the other games we've had. Mistakes, unlike something like Russian Attack, are not nearly as punishing. And it's you got a lot of control over your character. It's just a nicer playing game. Stakes are not as high with this one. Cove going to be the second one on stream, moving on to Monsters in My Pocket.
We're going to switch out the Cove here. He has plenty of time here, so we're switching it out for YKL. He is actually ahead of him here. I think the Cove has to work himself up to earn that sweet spot again. On the page. So we got Jogi Kanana. Wow.
Oh, wait, I'm seeing... Oh, that's Cats.
That went well.
Oh, where is Cats, by the way?
Minute,
She was...
Cats on Your Head is in Monsters in My Pocket as well.
Okay.
Is perhaps third place?
Maybe.
But yeah, ignore the name in the bottom right. That is Cats on Your Head down there.
Oh, sorry about that.
There's a lot of switching going on. There's a lot of lead changes going on. This is a pretty crazy race. And we're going to do our best to stay on top of it. Right now, Cananophone is the topinest of the bunch. Is in the freezer with the ice monster guy. Pretty tricky to deal with him when he charges at you. You need to jump over and keep your jump as short as possible so that you land as soon as possible to start hitting him again. And took a couple hits, but gets it done. Arcus as well is in Monster in My Pocket. This is an incredibly close race, especially this far into the race. By this point, normally we've got 2, maybe 3 people sort of on the late game, and then 2 or 3 more in the game before, 2 or 3 more in the game before. But we've got like 15 people that are all in the top 2 games.
Potential winners.
Absolutely.
The participant list again here in chat if anyone wants to follow all the runners. There. I would say by far this is the closest one we had of all the 8 races. Seems like a lot of people have put in a lot of time here. It's cruising now. I think he has speedrun this game before also.
Who?
It is supposed to say Chaos X, but the Cossacks. Top right.
Yeah, Cossacks had I think the second or third best full game time.
I think we did forget about him a bit. He is.
I said his name, but
really
I don't think I really. I think you're right. I think I needed to give him a little more respect. Is playing very solid, has managed to put up great times in all the games, and is one of 6 or 7 people who are all right there at the head of the pack. Just 1 level back from Cananophone.
I'm gonna check a little doing in the at the bottom if I can say. Still got some people on Paperboy. Looks like
So-
everyone did beat Dragon's Lair after all, so I'm happy with that.
I thought you would be unhappy with that. I thought all you wanted was
Wow.
one person suffering the entire race.
You know, White Lie doesn't.
Bad Breaks does have a heart. So we're seeing JKL and Canonophone about a second apart, perhaps. I don't know. I'm not sure what
That
the
is-
variations in stream delay. But they are quite close on my screen. This is very exciting. As far as I can tell, I think these two are the leaders. And they're into a really tricky situation here. You've got a weird double jump. I think you can only do the second jump on the ascending part of your first jump. So it's very easy to drop that second jump. But both players
they are-
successfully
look at
damage
the
boost.
sink.
those
Look
enemies.
at the sink.
Yeah, they're both down to 1 health as well, so they're being very careful with some of these sliding goblin enemies. Oh, there's the hit for JKL. Canonophone gonna pull out just a little bit here. Like I said, this game is not super punishing.
We see Cossacks have what's it called? Character. There's no difference that I know of between the characters.
Oh, the Frankenstein and the vampire, the Dracula. Yeah, I don't think there's any difference between them. Except the vampire's got a cape, so that's pretty cool. So we saw Canonophone jump out to a little bit of a lead, but then got tripped up, jumping up to the top of the climbing section. JKL came back out in front. Canonophone's 1 life ahead. We'll see if that plays a role at all, even if JKL doesn't necessarily game over. Just having to play more safe could cause him to gain or lose time. But for now, they are still neck and neck.
From what I can see now, Skateman is also on Monster in My Pocket. Who else? A lot of people starting to get into Russian Attack now. Having a big lead here, I think. Marcus is also on Monster in My Pocket.
Boss down for Canonophone, and then as well for JKL. I think 1 more level left in Monsters in My Pocket. Yep, stage 5. Ignore the name of the level. It's a different time in terms of.
And
what
this
was
is good for
considered
Cossacks
okay.
because he did have the world record for Swordmaster coming up after this game, so he is definitely gonna pull ahead on that game. Totally wrong for him. Jinxed.
Yeah, I saw Canonophone putting in a lot of work. So
Yeah,
I think he'll give Kazakhs a run for his money on that game. Should be really
Didn't
interesting.
he recently take the record, and then Toad took that record after, from Canonophone, I think.
Maybe I do have that spreadsheet. Let's see. Canonophone's Swordmaster is the best, has the best time of the competitors today in Swordmaster. So that is probably true.
What is the Cove doing here? He had some trouble with Russian Attack, and he had a big lead, but he did actually game over there, so he is trying to get back now. He is on that Octopussy bus.
I think that's the 3rd level, so only 2 stages back from the leaders. Very much still in it. Don't count him out. Although you got to be in a bad mood after that happened with Russian Attack, so probably not going to be playing at their best. You know, I mean, it's possible. It's all up to it comes down to the player and the strength of will. But that is a concern for both Cove and Yogi, who also game over. The 2 top players, you know, the 2 favorites, I would say. Game overs on Russian Attack are still close, still within striking distance of the lead, and there's still a lot of race left to run. But both of them are gonna have to to shrug that off. Ooh, finding the correct the correct image, finding the boss from among the fake images very quickly, multiple times. A great boss fight from Canonophone. Bit of RNG here.
A lot of RNG in it. That was a great fight. He definitely gained some time there.
Yeah, it's already done with the boss fight as JKL is just starting. So we're gonna see Swordmaster. Canonophone's gonna be the first one in there. Gonna be starting these ridiculous jumps. You move a little faster when you jump.
Cossack, did I miss something?
Kha'Zix is in the 5th level of Monster in My Pocket.
There is an interesting game. You can actually do some. I'm not sure if it's 1 or 2 frame taps. You can double jump and triple jump over bosses. I'm not sure if we're going to see a lot of that. Maybe from the top player, Kanana, and we'll see if JKL is going to do it also. Music on here because this track is so freaking good.
I'm not sure what we're doing with the game audio, but I am sad that I can't hear it. I guess I could turn it on some of these streams, but it might not necessarily be what you guys are hearing. So, but yeah, this game is as you can just look at the animations and the way things respond when they get hit. Like the weird knockback is really jarring. Anything that has to do with jumping in this game looks and feels super weird. But I think it looks pretty cool, and the music, like you said, for sure. Sparring with this night boss. It's kind of random whether or not you can get this sword to come down on his head. And sometimes he'll fight back like that.
About the game
Back
audio.
up the music a bit, Dexter.
About the game audio, all the runners at the moment is using a mic, so I don't want that to
Oh, there you go.
come through to the stream. So that's why I'm using general gaming music at the moment.
All right.
Ooh, nice quick kill from Canonophone. Kind of maneuvering behind the
I have never
Godzilla
seen
enemy.
that one.
Yeah, there's a Red Knight guy coming up that a lot of players will probably go for that on, but I haven't seen it on that guy yet. That was really nicely done.
I have not seen that. Cats on Your Head is going into Swordmaster. And also Cossack. They are neck and neck there. Where is Cub here? Happy? Good recovering.
But yeah, basically we don't want it to be mandatory what people do with their streams in order to be a part of the race. So if they want to interact with their chat, sometimes a lot of players find that helps them if they're able to talk with their chat, and so we don't want to tell people like, well, you can't do that. We need your audio. So we'll just listen to some other cool tunes. It's all good.
Oh, I think we still have one player on Dragon's Lair. So that kind of makes me happy.
I knew it. It was all lies before.
I'm not going to call out the name yet.
Well, there's at least a little bit of good in you. That laugh, though. That laugh at the misfortune of others. That's the real bad breaks.
Yeah.
A tough level here is Canonophone. These platforms, pretty tricky to stay on. There's a really big knockback if you do get hit. Really easy to wind up in a pit. It looks like Canonophone's through that.
We actually have 2 players on Dragon's Lair. That's a good race back there.
Of the players on stream, it was pretty close between Kha'Zix and Cats. Kha'Zix the first one to deal with the boss and move on to this Godzilla-looking dude. Cat's just behind, and JKL is still pretty close to Canonophone. Is now into this section with the pits. There's this Red Knight I was talking about. Canonophone's trying to get behind, does get it. Now just hold that shield up. Gotta say, I really don't like the attack animation in this game. There's something.
A fall.
Oh no. You picked JKL as the one to win it all.
Did
And I said,
even-
I don't know. He's
even if he
good,
had
but
him-
he's not feeling well.
He had a fever. He wasn't sure he was going to be able to finish the run because he had a really high fever, but he is doing great so far. My money's still on him, man.
He could absolutely take it. We're still quite close to Kananaphone. There's still a lot of scary games left where a lot can happen.
Kananaphone missed a clip into the ceiling. That's going to cost a lot of time there.
Yeah, there is a backup clip that I think he has
got a
succeeded
backup.
on. Yeah. Loses you, 10, 15 seconds or so, but definitely good knowledge to have. Cleans up the
Actual clip earlier, right, Dexter, that we tried to do,
You
like in the beginning of the stage?
yeah, you can. There's a bit of setup for it, but you can. Yes.
Can anyone do that? Maybe only you and me know about it.
Yeah.
What these guys are sharing strats over there.
So
Well-
Kanana moves on to Wacky Races.
Yeah, this is a really fun game. The power-up system needs some explanation. You can see all these bones here. And if you've ever played Gradius, actually, it's pretty similar to that. The bones advance that counter where that arrow is at the bottom. And you can sort of cash in on whatever power-up it's pointing to. And every time you pick up a bone, it moves the arrow one over. You can either have your base attack, which is that bite where it goes chomp. You can have the bomb, which is what these guys are going to be using probably for the entire goal. Has a really big hitbox on both the attack and the explosion. So it's quite good. And it's still pretty fast. Not quite as fast as the chomp, but as fast as the other one, which is the mouth that's open is like a bark, and it goes bow, and it shoots out a bow attack that goes straight across, but doesn't have the AoE that the bomb does. You've got the feather, which we're going to see JKL pick up pretty soon, who is also on Wacky Races now. Feather is what lets you float in the air, but you tap A, like Mario 3 Raccoon Tail sort of thing. And the heart will refill your health and increase your max health if you have less than 6 health. So with well-timed life ups, you can get a lot of health, especially during boss fights. Kananaphone actually was in a sticky situation there. So you can see the arrow was only on the third power-up, not the heart power-up, and was at 1 health. So if Kananaphone had picked up one more bone, would have been able to cash in on that mid-fight for a health refill. But didn't have it, had to clutch it out, and did so.
So it looks like the Cov is also on Wacky Races now.
And that means the Cove is just there with Kha'Zix, who is also starting Wacky Races. That could be your top 4. I wouldn't be surprised if there were more people just starting Wacky Races off stream. You got Yogi, you got Arcus. PUBG, Skate Man.
I think my computer can't handle 35 streams that well, but
Oh yeah?
yeah, it's
Not many can. Don't feel too bad about that.
trying to see if there's anyone else than Cobb that's on Wacky Races.
Yeah, it looks like our 4 on stream plus Cove are all on Wacky Races. I think that's going to be our top 5. Yeah, if you want to test your computer, you can go to Speedruns Live and look at the races, and you'll find a multiple game race on there. That's the Big 20, and that will load up all the streams at once.
If it works, it's you got a better computer than me.
Right. Mine won't crash or anything, but it's not going to load those streams in any sort of appreciable manner until I start closing and pausing some of them.
My screen just went all green there, so I don't know what's up with that.
What's all green are these splits from Canonophone. Well, some of them are purple. I don't know what purple means. I think that means behind but save time. I don't know what he's set these to. Cats on Your Head also has some really big green numbers on her splits. Kha'Zix was looking at a lot of red, but picked up a ton of time in, what is that, Palamedes? The one before, well, maybe that was Russian Attack. And then Monster White Pocket and Swordmaster were great for Kha'Zix. Is now ahead of PB, which is a sub 3, so Kha'Zix on really good pace, and that also means Canonophone, JKL, Cats, Yogi, all on good pace here. So Wacky Races is this is a really fun game. We already talked a little bit about the power up mechanics, but it just plays really solid. The hitboxes are exactly where you think they'd be. The boss fights, the bosses have a lot of health, but otherwise I think they'd be too easy. So with the amount of health they have, they force you to be able to dodge at least some attacks. So you need to learn their patterns. I really quite like this game. And I liked the show too. It was on sometimes when I came home from school at lunch. It was like this, Sailor Moon, Dragon Ball Z, and the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air or something were like my lunches for grades 3 through 6. And I wish I could. I tried to remember some of these characters' names. That's like the Arkansas Buzz Cutter. I'm going to the Wikipedia page right now.
Yeah, I can do that. Muttley.
Oh yeah, hit it. Yeah, so I know, of course, Durka Dastardly is the villain of.
I can do impression.
That's really good. It's really good. You guys need to look up Muttley, Muttley Laugh or something. I wish I tried. I actually practiced for like 15 minutes and I couldn't do it. You just need something in the pipes to make that work. Wow, Wacky Races goes back to 1968. But you've got the Slag Brothers, the Gruesome Twosome, and the Creepy Coop. The Slag Brothers are in the Boulder Mobile. Professor Pat Pending in the Converticar, which is like it flies. Red Max and the Crimson Hay Baler. Penelope Pitstop and the Compact Pussycat. Sergeant Blast and Private Meekly in the Army Surplus Special. The Ant Hill Mob and the Bulletproof Bomb. Lazy Luke and Blubber Bear and the Arkansas Chugabug. Peter Perfect and the Turbo Terrific. Rufus Roughcut and Sawtooth in the Buzzwagon. And then, of course, Dick Dastardly. And I don't know what Dick Dastardly's car was. But it was a friggin' rocket car, and he got into the lead in every single episode. The first half is him winning the race, and then stopping, and trying to come up with some scheme to mess with the other racers. And then it backfires, and Muttley laughs at him, and that's the formula for the show. But like, if he just kept going, he would win all the time.
He'd always win. He was so far in the lead, dude.
There's a rocket car. How can anyone beat it? It's a monstrous device. Anyway, for some reason they were like, you know who should be the main character of our Wacky Races game? The dog that rides with the villain. That's the appropriate sound effect for that situation. So we're seeing Peter Perfect here. Moves really fast in this final phase. So you actually need to be attacking where he isn't in order for him to run into the explosion most of the time. Pretty tricky boss fight. Canonophone having a bit bit of trouble with it. Does get it down.
The races here. I'm gonna try check the SRL page, see if anyone else is. Maybe Cats on Your Head. Is she on the screen? No. Let's see where she is.
No, she's not. Oh, she got switched out. I need to update. You got the Cove in the bottom right, who was also on that Peter Perfect fight. Almost right alongside Canonophone. Dropped back a bit with that game over and Russian attack, but remember, Cove has got some of the best times in these games. Not surprised to see him gain time on his opponents.
Yogi Bear's Treasure Hunter?
Why? No, but why would we talk about Yogi Bear's Treasure Hunter?
He was in there also, and we got Yogi in the race.
Sure, he shares a name with Yogi Bear. Wait, is that even an NES game?
It's a cartoon show it was my favorite cartoon show as a kid. Yogi's Treasure Hunt. Oh, it's a movie maybe. I can't remember.
I think the show was just Yogi Bear. Well, we all learned a little something today.
Yeah. Alright, looks like Cats on Your Head is on stage. What is that stage? She's on a stage.
She's on a stage. Look out. Could be the first one, could be the last one. Who knows? We got Canonophone dealing with the car. We've seen some swimming sections here from the players. A lot of players apparently didn't know you could, as long as you have the flutter power up, you can hold A to swim faster. They were like, "What?"
It's a classic. Skateman is also on. What's this now?
Animated television series produced by Hanna-Barbera. Syndication late 1985 as part of the Funtastic World of Hanna-Barbera.
Let's see here. We got some Paper Boys. We got some. Actually made it past Dragon's Lair and on to Spy Hunter. Interesting.
Nice. So I'm seeing Canonophone and Cove both on the final level of Wacky Races. This delicious desert looking place. I forget what part of the world this is in. I guess this is supposed to be somewhere in Asia. I think B starts at Australia and goes up through Asia.
DCX and Mr. PUBG doing a little combat there, screen to screen on Swordmaster. So they will be coming to WEC races soon. I got a lot of buffering on Swordmaster.
It looks like Cove is actually ahead of Canonophone now. Is into the second half of this stage.
Yeah, he's doing really good. Good recovery there.
Yeah, it looks like Canonophone took a death. It's the only thing that could explain that difference. We got Kazik still dealing with Pat Pending.
I'll stop that.
I believed you the last time you said it. This time, I don't know. And JKL as well, just behind Canonophone and Cove. Cove into the boss fight. Penelope pit stop. It's a pretty difficult fight because there's not really any safe spots. But handles the second phase very nicely.
You need to see a doctor for that laugh.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's why I couldn't do it. Because I'm healthy.
They probably mean a shrink, right? I'll take it.
So the first one into our 17th game?
Wait,
Yeah.
is Cov taking the lead again?
He has. Bouncing back, staying strong. I don't know if Cove is paying attention to where other people are in the race. Most people, I think, prefer not to know. They prefer to just focus on running their race the way they plan to. And some people like to know so that they can make decisions on how they play. You know, if they're behind and they need to do something desperate, they might try for some risky strategy or something, and so they want to know so that they can make that decision. I'm not sure what kind of player Cove is. So I don't know if he knows that he's in the lead right now. Had the lead, probably suspected, if nothing else, that he was in the lead early.
I know some people want to check where the other ones are in the race. Always when I race, I can't check. Because if I see someone is ahead of me, I'm just going to try to...
You're going to go nuts. You're going to throw it all away.
Yeah. I think we have top 4 here, right? Banana Phone is also on Tailspin. Not sure
J.K.
where
Allen, just
Cats in
behind.
Your Head are.
I would bet that she's pretty darn close.
Yeah.
So Tailspin is sort of an auto-scroller, but like all auto-scrollers, there's always lag management to be worried about. You need to not die, for one. You'll see the players actually pick up a health upgrade, most likely. And especially early on, you need to go out of your way to get all of this money. We saw Canonophone actually double back a little bit to make sure he picked up that money to afford the various upgrades for your ship.
That's what's interesting with this auto-scroller, because you can actually auto-scroll the other way if you want. So it's a double auto-scroll.
Yeah, well, and it's a scroller. It's not really an auto-scroller if you control it.
Oh, okay, let's see.
Just a regular old scroller.
Just a scroller.
So the power-ups that I think these guys are probably going to be picking up are the rapid shot, the super rapid shot, and perhaps well, very likely the armor upgrade for that extra hit.
So JKL, my man, that I got first place winner of the getting into Tailspin. Looks like he's taking a little pee break here.
Yeah, this is not ideal. This is time lost.
Yeah.
Then again, it's also where he might be not feeling well, right? So I hope he's
The new RNG manipulation
okay.
he's gonna do here. RNG manipulation. Who knows? Have he found something else?
I don't know, but I definitely hope that's the case.
Yeah, he did say he had a lot of high fever and wasn't so sure if he was gonna finish the race. So
This might be the unfortunate
Losing
end. No,
loads,
he's back
yeah.
and running.
all right. There we
JKL
go.
just taking a moment there. He's back in the
If that
driver's seat of this.
RNG manipulation is gonna work for him, I don't
Yeah.
think so.
I guess we'll see. Canonophone scrolling the screen back up a little bit.
So at this point, I think we're gonna keep Avalon screen and maybe switch with Cats in Your Head. She's still in record races though. No, she's actually on Tailspin also. All right. Still on Swordmaster, having trouble there.
That's a pretty tricky game. Those boss fights they're very particular.
It's not easy for sure.
Canonophone on the boss of this baseball stadium. Cossacks in
I have
the
a couple
underground
people
section.
stuck on Palamedes.
Oh, that's not surprising. I don't know if even by the end of this race, I think we'll still see those same players stuck on Palamedes.
And I am happy to announce that all the players have finished Dragon's Lair.
They did it.
What about?
Despite your best efforts, they all did it. No, honestly, the real reason why Dragon's Lair is in there is because it gives people the opportunity to conquer a game like Dragon's Lair. Or at least the first 2 stages of it.
All right, now I can check on the actual race here. Who is in the lead? Can you give an update, please?
We got the Cove out in front, getting to the boss of the 3rd level of Tailspin. Canonophone just starting the 3rd level. Kha'Zix well into the 2nd level. JKL just starting the 2nd level. I believe are our top 4. It's possible there's some other players off stream who are right there with them. I think maybe Cats on Your Head, maybe Arcus
Oh, I
are
haven't
both
seen
really close.
Arcus is still on Wacky Races, I think. Hey, SRL page is going crazy right now.
That's okay.
Jogi just started Wacky Races, so he is a game behind there.
Yeah, he's dropped back quite a bit. I'm not sure what happened with
He got stuck on
Perhaps it was
Swordmaster.
Swordmaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, must have been what happened. I think he's probably going to be pretty disappointed with that. I think there were a couple games that he was worried about that, you know, if something bad happened, he obviously it's not what he wanted to happen, but he would at least have known that it was going to be a problem. But I think Swordmaster, he probably didn't think that was going to be a problem, so he's got to be feeling that one, I think. We'll see if he can bounce back. Yeah, the Cove. So the Cove was far enough ahead that the death in Russian attack only dropped him back to like 3rd. Maybe like 4th or 5th. So was still pretty close. Was kind of ahead by a little bit, and then was about behind by that same little bit. And then over the next couple of games, just played really solid. Picked up seconds here and there, and has fought all the way back to the front of the pack here. We've got...
Looks like Yogi is struggling on Wacky Races a little bit also.
He's gonna hate that he did that. Maybe, I don't know. He's got a pretty good sense of humor, but he's definitely not going to be happy if Wacky Races is giving him trouble. That's a pretty nice, straightforward game compared to some of the troublemakers on this list. So to be losing time there.
Games we have left here. I mean, the last game is really hard, and Kha'Zix actually speedrun that game before, so he got a big advantage on that one.
Yeah, and I think Kha'Zix also was pretty familiar with Castlevania 2.
Yeah.
Which is our next game coming up, so could see a strong late game push from Kha'Zix. Is on the Haunted Mansion level just behind Canonophone, who is fighting the boss. Cove already on to the next level. Boss down for Canonophone.
With the Jinx in the chat, we'll see what happens. Chris did win the last Big 20 race, number 7. So. Kha'Zix have been aiming for top 10, so he's definitely looking good here. But Prissy just jinxed him, so we'll see.
Well, this is not Kha'Zix's first rodeo. Is maybe not one of the first names you think of when you think of Big 20 competitor, but Kha'Zix has been in a couple of these things now. Has built up a lot of experience, has always been pretty close to the the top 10, if not in the top 10, putting up some pretty respectable times. And this time around, Kazakh's, one of the definitely top 5 of full game, full race times of the people who put those together before the actual race.
Looks like Kazakh and JKL is on the same stage, right? Yes.
Yep. Kazakh's a little further along. Has got to the boss fight. Maybe about a minute or so apart.
Kav is going in deep, finishing off the snail tank.
Kind of a minute separating all of our top 4 players from each other. A minute between Kav, Kananophone, between Kananophone, Kazakh's JKL. Not too much left of Tailspin for Cove.
Anyone know if that game... did the record get beaten in that game? I was thinking about that record could get beaten.
For which game?
Tailspin.
Tailspin. I'll have a look. I was just looking at this.
Don't you have the sheets, right? Hira has the record or something. Or JKL. I don't know. Pull up another window. I think my computer will crash. These.
Speedrun.com is a little laggy, it looks like. But I was just looking at this. I don't think the record was beaten.
I think it's around 15 minutes, right? 15 minutes.
It's definitely close to that. Yeah, speedrun.com's letting me down. Oh well. I know Bangera had the Zimmond, that's it, has the record.
Oh, Zimmond, yeah. I mixed him up with JKL. Yeah, Zimmond has the record.
It was Bangera for a long time, had the run on SRL. And then eventually a couple people beat him out. And Zimmond is the one on top right now.
We didn't think that this might be a little too long for a full game, but I think it's nice to have them beat the whole full game of this. It's a really fun game. It's a scroller.
Going with that's right, a scroller. Safe strats for Kazakhs on this boss, turning around and taking out the hanging hook thing and then shooting shots diagonally down.
Yeah, we saw Kav go in there into his hitbox and just take damage and tank him down there.
Yeah, that's one of the advantages of the health upgrade. Though looking at his health, I think he maybe doesn't have it. Because I think that's the start of the stage. But
one has to upgrade here, looks like.
Kananophone's still quite close to the Cove. Finishing off this mine boss. Following Cove into the final level of Tailspin.
Do we have any updates on Cats on Your Head? I mean, she was doing really good here on Tailspin also. Died, actually. It's on the same stage. Arcus on Tailspin. We got Jogi on... The Mother Brain is on Wacky Races also.
Yeah, that's a name we haven't been saying too much, but Mother Brain has some pretty solid times. On
we actually have Mr. PUBG also on Tailspin, so people are...
Wow, yeah.
Transfer into Tailspin now from Wacky Races. We got Brother Kyle also. A couple of people have been stuck here for Swordmaster, I see. It's a rough one. KLML is also on Wacky Races. We have the Network, on it, we got. Oh shoot! Well, there goes SRL.
Well, we got a little bit of an update on some of our off-screen competitors. A lot of people still pretty close together, but they are starting to spread apart a little bit here.
Skateman. I forgot about him. He's Skateman, Cats, and Orcus in the same stage. That is gonna see.
There could be a really close finish for around like the 5th place mark. I think we could see a lot of players come in really close to each other.
Some RNG in Castlevania 2 also for the grind. For the grinding.
That's right. We haven't got there yet, but we're very close. So, Castlevania 2, the goal is to get the knife, and that means all you really need to do is get the heart to get there, which means you need to get the blue crystal, which means you need to get the white crystal. You don't really need to get anything in between. I don't know if you straight up need the holy water, but I think everyone's going to be getting it. It helps out way too much with the boss fight and enables some of the I don't know if they're zips or clips or what, but some of the glitchy stuff you can do to get around. There is a wall that you need holy water to break. So
and
I think
moves on.
I think everyone's going to grab it.
Now moves on to Samuel's quest. Castlevania 2. He's going for the setup for the little clip here.
Yeah,
Miss
jump
it.
up, jump down, jump up, and then that gives you the correct sub-pixel to let you fall through this floor like this. You also need to do a frame perfect, or like a 1 frame between when you fall off and when you attack with the whip, and that's what lets you fall through the floor like that. And now he's looking for hearts. I don't have the sound up, so I can't quite hear the pickup of the sound, but with that death, that's going to make this heart grind pretty tricky. You need 13 of these pickups to get over 50 hearts.
We dies.
Yeah, there's a couple. It's expected to take a couple deaths. You can't take a game over because then you lose all the hearts that you're grinding for here.
That was a little early, definitely.
It was definitely earlier than you want to take it in this grind. So I don't think this is going well for Cove. Again, maybe he's been getting more drops than I can see, than I can hear. But just based off of that reaction that I can see on his webcam, he's not feeling great about this grind. And if you don't get enough hearts, it can cost you a lot of time. You need to wait an entire another day-night cycle, and that can cause you minutes, basically.
And he did do that reset to get the clip.
So I'm pretty sure he didn't get enough hearts in that grind. So this is a bad position to be in.
In chat also, he says 12. That is
12, 1 short.
Do see Canada have a little bit better grind, I think. No.
So we're seeing it turn to night here.
Still so close race. This race is so freaking close.
Well, it could swing in a big way, one way or the
yes.
other with Castlevania, depending on the RNG of this grind, depending on what route players are even taking to begin with. There's kind of a risky route and a safe route. If the risky route goes well, you can pick up like 2.5 minutes over the other route.
Kasek's finish Tailspin just now, so he's right
Also
up there.
in Castlevania. And it's heading to the right immediately, so not going to be doing this heart grind at the start, I think.
It's gonna pay off doing the safer, is it?
So I think
This game before Kasek, so
Yeah, it looks like because you start with 50 hearts, I think, and he's going to use that to buy the crystal and leave and get the holy water later. Canonophone, not sure if he got enough hearts or not. It's pretty hard to tell if you don't have the sound effect. So
And
there's the
JKL
crystal.
moved on. 4 people into.
And we are seeing Canonophone go inside and pick up the holy water. So did get enough hearts on the grind. And I think this is going to catch
Good use
Canonophone up
for
here in a
Canonophone.
big way.
Mm-hmm.
Also getting the fall through the floor afterwards. There's a couple of those, and they add up if you get those or if you don't. Holy water also helps a little bit dealing with some of these monsters.
Can't tell who's in the lead now because of the different strats they're going for.
Yeah, it's really hard to say. Looks like JKL also going to be going with the safe route. Oh, Canonophone doing some whip holy water to deal with these fishmen enemies. Another advantage of the grind going well is that you only got this leather whip. If you have a powered up whip, you can take those guys out in one hit. Makes that section so much smoother. Some players are going to be picking up the Thorn Whip. And some players are
Are
going to
they
skip
getting
it.
the fire whip in this? No.
I don't think so. Maybe the Chain Whip, but not the Fire Whip.
I'll go for that one.
So it looks like off stream, we've got Skateman in 5th, Cats in 6th, Arcus in 7th. But all of them pretty close.
Yeah.
In a bad death in Castlevania, lose your hearts at the wrong time can make a huge difference. I think whoever comes out ahead after Castlevania has got a pretty good shot to take it all. But before then, it's really hard to say. There's Cove getting the blue crystal, doing some jumps to manipulate that sub-pixel for the floor drop. Gets it. Canonophone getting beat up by some eyeballs. But is looking for a certain number of hearts. I think is maybe looking to buy the Thorn Whip, which I think is 100 hearts. But that means it's important that Canonophone doesn't game over until he cashes in with these hearts. Dying really isn't too punishing in this game, but game overing and losing all your hard-earned hearts is what can really punish you. So there's a death there, and don't think that was game over. I think Canonophone already took one after buying the holy water to get those lives refilled. Cove is the first one to use the blue crystal. This is what that's for. Ducking at this pool of water mysteriously reveals a passage underneath simply by slightly scrolling the screen. One of the numerous sort of BS mechanics that were the what gave this game its infamous reputation. There were not a lot of hints to help you out with some of those weird things the game expects. And what ones were in the game were poorly translated to the point of being useless. But the gameplay is still very solid. It's still Castlevania. It's very particular. You've got those committed jumps you can't change in midair. Your attack has some wind up to it, so you need to pick and really choose where you place your attacks. But it can be very satisfying. Once you
All
get
right,
him going,
I had to go to the toilet. Give me an update, Mythical.
All right, so Cove still ahead, but we don't know how things are going to shake out because he doesn't have that holy water that
Right.
Kananaphone does have. Kananaphone and Kha'Zix are neck and neck, but Kananaphone's taking the riskier route, and Kha'Zix is on the safe route.
He does miss that clip, though.
Takes a death to the spider. A couple of deaths here, very much expected, especially without a powered-up whip. Dealing with these enemies when they take 2 hits, very tricky. Kananaphone getting the clip there. You can see jumping in place to get the correct sub-pixel. Kha'Zix had 2 tries there to get it and missed it, and now the sub-pixel is all screwed up, so gonna have to go around the long way.
Huge time saver there.
Yeah, some of them are minor, but this one is pretty major. Kha'Zix actually gonna go get some more hearts. Interesting sort of backup there. So the Cove scrolls the screen and then has this thing push him to the edge of the screen, and that lets you do some pretty wonky warps. You can use that to get around this mansion in some really creative ways. Just kind of bullying those skeletons out of the way. Kananaphone doing some of the same. You do want to get them off the screen though, because they are lagging the game pretty hard. Kha'Zix trying to pick up as many kills and as many hearts as they can. Does manage to grab that heart inside the floor. That's neat. Kananaphone also looking for a couple more hearts. Wasn't really familiar with this spot as a spot to grind. A lot of different spots players have picked out of where to get any hearts that they need. Kananaphone has 20. I can only guess that a bad death took away Kananaphone's heart count for maybe the oak stake.
Maybe. I did not see that.
It's 50 hearts to buy that thing in order to pick up the heart here. So this is what I was talking about. If you take the game over and lose all your hearts at a critical time, you can lose a lot of time having to grind them back.
Looks like we have Arcus, Cats, and where is Skateman? Also on... Skateman is actually not that far behind. He just did that, I think.
Skeleton just committed suicide on Kha'Zix's screen, but left one flaming pile behind that was enough to take Kha'Zix out. But it wasn't a game over, so Kha'Zix is going to have the hearts to buy this oak stake.
We do have a couple people into Tailspin now. There's going to be a fight there for the top 10.
Kha'Zix is either not opting to or not able to take advantage of the warps involving the moving block. And the Cove was the first one into Castlevania. Didn't get the heart grind, but I mean is done with this mansion long before other people. If he can get back there and pick up that holy water.
A great recovery from that Russian tech death. Game over.
Absolutely.
Run. How much was that? 5 minutes?
Maybe.
Time lost there. He's going strong now.
Oh no. Poor JKL has waved the white flag with that game over. Well, actually, I think he gave up before the game over. JKL has not been feeling well, but
He's had a really high fever and was not even sure he was gonna.
yeah, I'm not talking a
able to-
cold. I mean,
Yeah.
JKL's sick. and not like sick. I mean, he's sick. He's ill, and
He was really bad shape.
yeah, he was thinking of not competing at all. But he put so much time into the race that he wanted to at least give it a shot, and was right there with the leaders of the pack through games 1 through 17, 18. So a fantastic effort, but is gonna have to close it out. So feel better. My goodness, I hope he's okay. Bounces back.
Okay, is he gonna be on the screen?
They are gonna move on. The race continues on, even though we've lost one of our strongest competitors. We're getting some warps there from Canonophone.
So who are we gonna put up? Let's put up Cats on Your Head. I'm gonna see if Dexter. Are you still here, Dexter?
Yep.
Dextech. Let's switch out JKL with Cats on Your Head. I think. She's 4th place now.
So Canonophone is done with the mansion pretty much at the same time Kha'Zix is. Canonophone has the holy water, Kha'Zix doesn't, but otherwise, these two players are very, very close. So here's the time loss. Cove actually has left his chair because he is waiting for daytime. He needs to buy the holy water in this town, and the day-night cycle has not lined up. So coordinating the things you need to buy with the day-night cycle is why these routes can gain and lose you so much time. So back just in time for the morning sun to vanquish the horrible night. Cove can finally get in here and buy this holy water, and that means as soon as Cove leaves this town, he is officially ahead of everyone else who has not left this town. And I think that's going to be everyone. Some people are close. Canonophone and Kha'Zix are both racing back to town. Canonophone doesn't need to buy the holy water at all. Kha'Zix does. But I think we can safely say that despite the heart grind not going Cove's way, he is now in the lead.
I'm not sure if anyone know how the grind went for Cats on Your Head, or looks like it went pretty good.
Well, I do know that the safe route has been coined the Cats route by the players in the race. She sort of came up with it and pioneered it as a safer alternative to the volatile heart grind that Cove and Canonophone went for. So I can only assume that she will be following that route and is quite familiar with it.
The Argy just invested in a oak stake.
An oak something. So Cove is first one across the river, gets the long jump on moving platforms. If you jump in just such a way, I'm not sure exactly how to trigger it, but you can get a speedy jump off of moving objects like that.
Point out that cats have 9 lives, so that might be a little advantage there.
Yeah, that's not
It's
fair.
allowed. Is that even allowed?
We're gonna have to review this afterwards.
Be a DQ here.
But for now, she is going strong. All 3 players, other than Cove, are all racing off to the left. The mansion where they need to get that knife is somewhere over there. These screens are all pretty similar, so I'm not quite sure who's where exactly. I think Canophone's about to come across the first town.
So here.
Is this it? Yeah, so here we are back in this town, and it's nighttime, so if Canonophone had to buy that holy water, he would be stuck waiting here just like Cove, but he already has it, was able to earn enough hearts early on, so he's going to just walk straight through here. Hot on the heels of Cove, who is already in the final mansion of the goal. Hearts no longer an issue. You don't need an oak stake to pick up the golden knife. Just need to get through here, and that means every death doesn't really cost that much time. In fact, he's going to go ahead and take one here to reset his sub-pixel. and that's going to line up the drop here. Gets it. Using the stairs to reset the subpixel again. Going to be looking for another one. Tricky little sequence of jumps and gets it. And is now into the death fight. Gets the quick kill. Knife collected. Cove is done with Castlevania. Looking incredibly strong heading into Little Samson. So this is a fantastic game. This is maybe one of the best games we've ever had in a Big 20.
How about Adventure of Tom Sawyer?
I was thinking more like Mario 3 might take the top spot, personally. But it's up there. This game is great.
Who doesn't love Tom? A lot of the
Little Samson
later, a lot of the later Taito games was super good.
Yeah, and this was a super late game. This is when they had really figured out how to get the most out of the NES. They have these incredible. Look at this sprite when he jumps. How he does this twirl jump. Like that is. Look at that. Oh, it looks so good. And normally games that look really good like that don't play very well because so much priority is given to letting the animations play out. But this game plays super solidly while also looking and sounding fantastic.
And if you want to buy this game and play it on original cards, you are gotta have to sell your house.
Pretty much. I think.
And
like
your car.
An opened like just a cart, I think is like maybe $1,000 or something. It's close.
It's so worth. I think it's more $1,300-1,400 now.
Oh my goodness, disgusting.
I'm fortunate to have the. I do have the game inbox in Famicom. The Famicom.
Oh
version.
my god.
New even. Never opened. Well, I'll just say it if in case I'm gonna sell it. I did open it. But it's a good one. I think it's around $500-600, maybe more now. I don't know. Game.
It is a yeah. It's great. There's not a lot of copies. Plus, it is fantastic. So that's why the price is so high. But as you can see,
Toad would say, "You only gonna hear it once." Once.
Oh man, they've got the emotes in chat. I'm glad we were able to get the audio going for that. My apologies for talking over it. We've seen, we got the mouse. I think the mouse is named Ko, which is pretty close to Cove. And the mouse is super OP. You've got four different characters. This is... Go ahead.
It's poop time, right? Because this mouse is stuff with his behind.
Yeah.
Strong.
I mean, it's a little unclear what this mouse is doing to leave behind these explosive pellets. But that would certainly explain a lot of things. Regardless, it hurts enemies a lot. Whatever it is. We got the intro stages down now for Cove. Starts with a fight against what would become your party member. It's Flying Dragon Kirita? I can't remember.
Hey, intentional death from Cossacks there? Or I think it is, yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
you can take a death to refill your health. You can take a death to reset your sub-pixel for a floor drop. As long as you're not worried about hearts, taking a death is not that punishing. Trying to get the quick kill does get it. That's Castlevania down.
How much behind am I? I gotta find you. Holy crap.
I might be behind. I might be ahead. Who knows?
About 10 seconds. I need to fix this. Hi.
Anyway, our commentator sync issues aside, we've got Cove into the first real. No, wait, he's already done the Cyclops, right? And this is the skulls. You've got like a set of intro stages, and then you get into the real stuff where you can switch between all 4 characters. And we've got some zips. By switching characters, they have kind of different hitboxes, so switching next to a wall and manipulating your hitboxes lets you kind of spawn inside a wall, and you can do some zips and clips and some fun stuff. That was a pretty scary place there that Cove got through. I've seen a lot of players not stick to walls properly and die there. This is looking like almost got the 3, not really cycle, but the 3 hit kill on that skull boss.
Alright, I'm gonna try to give you guys an update here. I'm not so sure. Cats on the screen. Where is Skateman, by the way? See,
Not sure. I haven't been able to.
We got Ancient
look for it.
Undead is on Castlevania 2. We got Skateman is not that far behind Cats on Your Head, actually. So that is good. Mr. PUBG is also on Castlevania 2. We have Boy Dudes going deliver the papers, I guess. Have a couple guys on Wonky and Swordmaster. So on Castlevania 2 and Link 777. So it's gonna be a close top 10 for sure. Really close. The closest race we had so far in the Big 20.
Yeah, for sure. Cove is starting to run away a little bit with it here in Game 19, but everyone else is really close, and especially like the 4, 5, 6, 7 position is super competitive.
So
Seems
where is
like-
Cove on your screen now? Is he on the boss? I'm just gonna check the delay. If we
Yeah, the purple wizard boss.
Poops. When mouse poops? Tell me.
It's pooping all the time, though.
Well, he
That's
did
not
just
a
finish
good
the boss.
way to look at that at all.
That was terrible.
I'm trying to look at the main screen to see where I'm at compared to it, and I'm just getting this stupid ad for thing.
Dragon there now.
Yeah, I see the dragon. Dragon just died for me.
So I'm still about 10 seconds behind. Oh, 5. That's good.
That's not too bad. Kazakh's into the first stage. Gonna be doing the first zip. If you zip over to the right side of the screen, you can zip from there to get back in the wall. Took some doing, but did get up there eventually. Canophone having a bit of trouble with this skull boss. Has 2 health left. The downside of the mouse, the reason why it's not super totally OP, is that it has very low health. But you can pick up health upgrades and get that health up as high as any of the others, if not more. So the one flaw of the mouse can be completely flipped, and it becomes super powerful.
So I can see 5 or 6 people now into Cats. Where is Skateman? It can still change. That little sit there, squeezing out that mouse to the right. Sweet.
Yeah, we're into the final boss fight of Little Samson for Cove. There's a quick kill here on the second cycle that is very tricky to get.
You need to have some
Having
good
good
mashing
trouble.
here.
Yeah. It's also more than mashing. You need to be positioned in a certain way. It
Yeah.
looks like he got it.
Really.
Nice job. You want to have sort of one explosion happening outside of the boss's sprite, and then be planting the rest of your shots inside the boss's sprite. And there's the outside explosion seems to kind of do damage over time, and then the ones that are inside the boss do like a flat amount of damage with each one, and you kind of combine the two of them to deal enough damage to get him down in one cycle. It saves a good chunk of time, because if you don't, the boss goes into the background, does some stupid attack where you gotta wait and dodge a bunch of things.
And
So the
Cove is
Cove,
going into the the Cove. Going into the last game here, it got a pretty big lead actually. Even with that game over, that is super impressive.
Yeah, this is a pretty significant lead. It's going to be very hard for anyone to catch him at this point. Into a game with as many ways to pronounce it as there is for the... If you are in Japan, you probably know this game as Kage, which translates to shadow. If you're in the EU, you may be familiar with Blue Shadow, but over here in NA, this is called Shadow of the Ninja.
This is actually the Kage is actually my favorite on a Famicom game. I do have it.
Cool.
Cool, right?
We're seeing Cove do these attacks in midair to shift forwards a little bit. You can see this jerky sort of start-stop movement is because of these attacks in midair. Makes it very tricky to keep up that momentum. And then you've got this super attack. It drains a bunch of your health, but also drains a bunch of theirs, so not bad.
So by the looks of it, I think these are the top 4 runners here. We'll see if anything, or anything. I mean, if you have been practicing for a month and you have played 19 games and you just want to finish it, it could bend the nerves a bit.
Yeah, for sure. Particularly for Cove, had some trouble with Russian attack, had some bad luck going in Castlevania, and I can see the webcam, and there were some expressions on his face during Castlevania that was just really unhappy with some of the things that were going on. So it can be very hard to play strong when you're in that place, but I think when all said and done, Cove has been playing very well, bouncing back from those mistakes. Took the lead pretty quickly again after the game over in Russian attack. And we thought that after the heart grind in Castlevania, he was going to drop back again because of that. But no, maintained the lead by, a minute, maybe 2 minutes, and has only continued to build on it through Samson. Is looking very strong. No signs of stopping late into the race during this final game. Boss there pretty easy with the bomb power up as long as you've got the ammo.
And of course, Natsume makes so great tracks for the NES. And
yeah, they're up there with Sunsoft and Capcom, I think.
And Shadow of the Ninja has so great tracks. I mean, the boss fight track is one of my faves.
Yeah, I'm sad I can't be listening to it at the time. Well, I think Cove doesn't have a mic on. I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna listen in. So, mechanics going on with the power-ups in Shadow of the Ninja that I confess I'm actually not super familiar with. You can, he's got the shockwave projectile coming off of his sword. That's power-up. you can power up the strength of like your sub weapons, right? Like the shuriken and the bombs and things. And I think getting hit can cause you to lose those power-ups.
It's 3 hits and you lose your power up. I might be wrong, but
Yeah.
I think it's 3 hits.
So that can be a big problem if you lose a power-up at a key time.
It's weird that you
boss,
move so many pixels further if you do the jumping slash all the time.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. It definitely takes some getting used to be able to get the rhythm going of getting the attack on the way up and on the way down. And then it's one thing to be able to do the rhythm, but to know how to transition out of doing those slashes to getting back into like regular platforming, like, oh, here's a gap I need to clear or something I need to jump on top of. Knowing when to stop your jump attacks so that you can properly jump on top of or over whatever you need to. Definitely takes a lot of practice.
Definitely.
Cats on your head. Didn't get the quick kill on little Samson. This is the attack that you skip. Switches to the lovely little golem guy you don't see too much of, but a couple of punches to finish off the final boss in that game. In 4th place now. Heading into Shadow of the Ninja as Cats on your head.
Try to see where Skate went is, because he had a really good... he was right after into Castlevania, right?
Cove lost a homing shot power-up, which makes these enemies all very hard to deal with. They are now hounding him, and even if they're not hitting him, they are lagging the game significantly. Finally, they are off-screen.
I think DCX is also on Lil Samson here now. It looks like he's 10 minutes out of his PB for the full run.
Yeah, I want to say Disso, but I don't know actually. So DCX, not a name we've mentioned too much in our race so far.
Do so, my French buddy.
Yeah,
He
is
hates
he
it,
French?
but
Then it
No. It's DCX.
DCX. Okay,
Do so.
Disso. Okay, that's if I want to tick him off, and that's what I call it. Got it.
That's what you call it.
Not a name we've been mentioning too much on the broadcast, but has played very solidly.
He
just
just a lot
outside
of races also.
Right, yeah. This is definitely not their first Big 20. Don't think it'll be their last. There's the name in chat, by the way, if you're wondering who we're talking about.
Try to refresh my speedrun live.
So I think we're getting pretty close to seeing Kha'Zix overtake Canonophone. Canonophone was putting some late effort into practicing Shadow of the Ninja, and Kha'Zix was, I believe, a runner of this game before the Big 20.
Yes.
So had a very solid base to build from. Not surprised to see him gaining time. You can also see he's switched to Kaide, the lady ninja. Pretty sure they're both identical in terms of gameplay. This bird boss can be trouble. Oh, I'm missing that last hit there. Gonna need one more cycle. Does Cove. But that's stage 4 clear. I think there's 5 and 6 left. Don't think anyone can catch him at this point. Not with the way he's playing.
Real solid. Real solid.
You're a bit late, Fireman PC. We are on game 20 of the Big 20. the finale. The Cove has enjoyed a lead for almost the entirety of the race. Dropped back a little bit thanks to a game over in Russian attack, but rather quickly regained the lead and has since only been building on it ever since.
For sure.
A couple of minutes out in
More
front here
fires-
with only
fires to
a
come.
couple more levels. Yeah.
For the places there. I think we're gonna have a lot of tight races coming up there. Races.
Ooh! Death there from Cove. Gonna cost him some power-ups. But does get... did die right in front of a sword upgrade, so that's pretty good.
The 36 screen SRL is screwing up my computer.
It'll do that, for sure.
Yeah. Sound like a robot, but I can see my Discord is switching back and forth.
You sound okay. So at least there's that. We've got the same boss fight from Canonophone and Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix has been catching up to Canonophone bit by bit. All through Shadow the Ninja. Was an experienced runner before the Big 20 even came along. And this is the fight for second place really happening.
And it's
Top
a
of
really
your
close
screen.
one. Really close one. And then folk comes in and shoots the fire. Can play race. What is going on?
Cove into this auto-scrolling section near the end of Shadow the Ninja. I love these guys who just tirelessly stab, regardless of where you are, just on the off chance you walk into their sword.
All right, we are up on time pretty soon here. Final
Yeah,
boss,
this is it. 20 games.
Even
about
with a
to
game
come to a
over.
close.
For Cove here.
Final boss takes some doing, has a lot of life. Need to dodge a lot of these different patterns. And Cove's doing a great job. Into Berserk status. And I'm probably going to end up spoiling it, but I'm pretty sure it's already happened on stream due to the GGs in chat.
I am putting my GGs into chat and congrats the Cove. The Cove
Cow.
win a big for the win a big 20 number 8. Congrats.
Yeah, throw up the big W, the GGs. The Cove with a time of 2:50.31, an incredibly solid
Oh,
time.
to Dexter that put in Skateman instead of Poe.
Yeah, now that we're got to the end here, we are going to be keeping track of. I mean, first of all, we're going to be keeping track of second place, third place, fourth place. A lot of people still racing.
And this is where we need some help from the chat also to keep track of all the. It's,
Yeah, we're going to try to follow.
probably get an
as many
interview
people as we can.
later.
Yes, definitely. Well, it depends if they want to talk to us or not. But I think
Yeah, if they
have
want to
to
take, we'll definitely do interviews. Yes, I'm gonna ask him, roast him on that Russian. Like, what the hell happened? That's the first question.
I think he's going to say
Canada phone
Russian
here.
attack happened.
You think
Stage
so?
4 clear for Kha'Zix. Canonophone just getting to the boss fight. It's going to be really hard for Canonophone to catch Kha'Zix in this game. Came in with a bit of a lead and potentially could have rode that to second place. But Kha'Zix very, very strong in this game. Has overtaken Canonophone with 2 levels left to play. And with that death to that boss, it's going to be really hard for Canonophone to come back for that second place. In fact, soon Canonophone's going to have to start worrying about cats on your head coming to take third place. Cool death warp there. Dropping off the bottom and appearing at the top.
I'm gonna try to see who is gonna be after Canonophone and Kha'Zix, but that is a great battle that I have here. And you can see that experience with this game before, because he is flying through the game now.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to look at the spreadsheet for...
I think he had top 3 times in this game at some point. It's a pretty hard speed game. Back in chat also, former world record holder of the game.
Kha'Zix had the gold here with 11:55, and the silver was at 12:14, so 19 seconds ahead of the next closest person in terms of PBs for Shadow the Ninja. So I see the Cove is there for interviewing. Should we pull him in? It looks like that's what we're going to do. All right, the Cove, are you there, sir?
Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you just fine. Congratulations!
Congrats.
Thanks. I feel good.
So what?
That's
what,
good.
what
I felt really bad for a while there in the middle. We felt okay, then we felt bad, then we felt good.
happened in Russian attack?
We're gonna start with the bad stuff so that you feel good at the end when we talk about the good
Of course.
I don't know.
Was
I don't know
that a
if
game
guys saw it
you
in
were
chat.
scared of?
Said at like Palamedes time or so, or before that, I was like, wait for Russian attack. And Russian attack happened.
I told you,
it's
I
a
called
good
it.
game.
I
Brutal
called
game.
it. Bad. You said exactly what I thought you were gonna say. Bad Bricks was like, we're gonna ask him what happened with Russian attack, and I said he's gonna say exactly Russian attack happened, and you did.
I mean, if you
I'm
look
so-
across,
Yeah, because Kha'Zix
Oh, yeah,
is
Kha'Zix is
about to
finishing.
finish off here, so we get your GDs ready for Kha'Zix. Looks like he's not gonna lose this one.
Oh yeah, second place in the bag. Health just dropping on this boss. Oh, there it is. Fantastic finish.
Jeez. I'll let you talk. I'm gonna try to coordinate with Dexter, who's gonna put up on the screen here for a little bit.
Sure,
Mythical,
sure.
do the interview. Congrats, Yankov. I'll be back in a sec.
So
Okay.
Russian attack happened. You were, you were not so surprised at how things got out of control there.
no, I mean, out of all my practice runs, the only game I ever failed was Russian attack, and we did that once. So I knew it was a chance, and like everything was good until halfway through, and then, or maybe it was stage 3, the first time, and yeah, and then just one little thing, and then everything goes. The game is super easy as long as you don't screw up, and then it becomes the hardest game ever made.
Yeah, once you're off script, you just can't figure out what you need to do to react to the various enemy patterns. Basically, if you know exactly what the pattern's going to be, then you know what exactly you can do to counter it. But when you have to make it up on the fly, and there's 3 jumpers and a gunner and a ladder that you can't touch, and watch out for the mine, like the combination of acrobatics you need to perform to get through some of the things that happen Utterly ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't screw up. And I screwed up, so I mean, I deserve that.
Well, you also didn't screw up 19 other. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's probably a couple screw ups, but you played very well in 19 other games. Obviously, Russian Attack didn't go so great. Let's get one last blemish out of the way. Castlevania Heartgrind. I saw you simply type the number 12 into chat.
Yeah, that was actually my fault too, because I got knocked back twice there, and so opportunities for me, or 4 more guys I could have killed to get 1 more drop. So I mean, that was all on me. But yeah, we were 1 drop short, and that would have saved probably, I don't know, somewhere in between 2 and 3 minutes.
Yeah, I saw you waiting in town, and I saw all the other competitors. They weren't moving right anymore. They were moving left. They were heading back to that starting town, and I'm like, they're coming. And I didn't know when the day was going to break. And then it actually came pretty quick. It turned out you actually had a pretty sizable lead.
Yeah, like when I took a bathroom break there, and like when I looked at everyone else, and I knew that as long as I didn't mess up the rest of it, I had it, because nobody was going to beat me in Little Samson, and Kha'Zix is the only one that should probably beat me in Shadow the Ninja.
Yeah, I was looking at the times on the spreadsheet because I wanted to know just how dominant Kha'Zix was in Shadow the Ninja, and second place was you with a 12-14 to his 11:55, which is pretty darn good considering he was a runner of the game before the Big 20 even happened. So, yeah, you really ran away with it, despite the back in Castlevania. So what, you took this thing down number 1. Is this your second time doing a Big 20?
Yeah, I did the last one too. We got 5th in the last one.
Yeah, and I remember not knowing the name, the Cove, for that one. We were watching like number 1 come in, number 2, number 3, and then it was, you see the SRL pop up, and I'm like, who? Oh, all right. And then, that was sort of my introduction to the Cove.
I don't know. I feel like most people, until I was first place here, didn't know who I was even now. But that's fine. Nah, I like being surprising.
You surprised me that time, and you did not surprise me this time. After seeing stuff like the Mega Man 1 tournament, did very well there against a lot of stiff competition, and just seeing the PBs, like the times in the spreadsheet, told the story, right? So I don't think it was a surprise to see the Cove number 1 here. I saw a spreadsheet, someone put together a Big 20, like all the Big 20s, and like assigned points for, and so obviously Yogi and Toad are like way at the top just from doing so well in so many. And I don't know if you can catch them just because there's only so many good games left for Big 20s. But I'm wondering how you're feeling about, Big 20 number 9, Big 20 number 10. Are we going to see more of the Cove?
Well, Toad's got the record with 3 wins, so I got a ways to go.
Yeah. Well, I hear 9 like is green. The light's green. 10, I don't know, but you could, if it was a 10, there you go. That's your. You just need the 3-peat. That's all.
Yep. Well, I mean, there's also going to be the Big 10, which I'm going to count to, which I'll try to qualify for.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good time to get our plugs in. By the way, so people have been finishing, by the way, while we've been having our little interview. Canonophone in, Skate Man in, and Cats on Your Head actually tragically missing out on the 4th place finish. So some stuff is happening in this race. The race still continues for some of our other players.
Big shout out to Kha'Zix and Skate though, because I think Kha'Zix, that was his PB. I think he had a 257 the last time I saw for full run PBs, and I'm just pretty sure barely got sub 3. And so
pretty sure I saw some green numbers on his splits. Yeah,
I'm not sure how Canonophone's runs were going, but I mean, seeing them in 2 through 4 were eyes.
Yeah, Canonophone has done a lot of Big 20s. but usually like doesn't start practicing right away. Like isn't even sure if he's going to join, and then so it doesn't do him any favors. But this time I think he was able to really put in the time, and was able to get way up there on the leaderboard in third place. We might talk to him a little later. We'll do some more interviewing.
Arcus is finished in 5th as well, and with a 3:01:38. Awesome.
And we'll see 6th place. Perhaps, I don't want to spoil anything, but perhaps Cats on Your Head just finished in 6th place with a 3:02:26. So there's our top 6. We knew 4, 5, 6, 7 were all going to be coming in really close.
And I'm back.
Welcome back. Yeah. Back when Russian Attack happened, it was super unclear what was going to happen. There were like 8 people, maybe more, who were all in Russian Attack or just about to start Russian Attack, and it was definitely the closest, most competitive Big 20 we've had thus far.
Yeah, even after that game over, though, I still felt really confident because like nobody was going to touch my wacky race this time, and like there were a couple other games on there that I was just really, really confident in. So I knew as long as I wasn't like 10 minutes behind, I had a chance, and I wasn't that far behind.
I lost in that game over.
1 sec.
It's pretty much. I think you lost the lead by just started at the same time and you game over there, so.
Yeah, I think there were some people in stage 2 and 3 of Russian Attack.
Oh. 48 Samson run. Very good.
Hey, sorry, I accidentally left chat.
Yeah.
I got
Welcome
a
back.
13:48, so that was losing like 6.5 minutes. Or sorry, 7.5 minutes.
That was a huge time loss. Managed to. How did it feel? Did it feel like you? Maybe you already asked this, Mythical, but how did you? Did you feel like you were losing the race like right away there? Did you? Because I do that when I screw up.
So like I didn't have that great of a beginning few games for me, so I was wondering where I was. I think I checked it after one of the days of Paperboy, and I saw that I was right up at the front. And then after Russian Attack, I checked again just because I was like, I got to know where I am to see if I have a chance. But I thought was, to be honest, because at the time I wasn't even paying attention to how much time I lost on Russian Attack.
You were kind of a little favorite going into this because you had the best time, right? Did that put some pressure on you, or?
No, I think like honestly, like just like knowing Yogi's past and like Arcus and Cats always like destroying these things and like everyone else, and like that's what put more pressure on me, and then probably just me. I put a lot of pressure on myself to do well.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Hey, what's up, Cossacks? Congratulations.
Thanks, man. I'm kind of surprised that it even happened.
You finally got that top 10, even second place silver medal.
Yeah, that's a hell of a top 10.
Woo. Yeah, like I fell short the last 2 times for top 10, and it felt really great to not fall short this time.
Were you keeping track of where you were compared to everyone else? As you were?
I made sure not to keep track. Like I knew it would cause too much nerves, so I decided to not keep track at all.
So you were behind Canonophone by a fair bit going into Shadow the Ninja, which is of course your wheelhouse. You know, you were the one who had the experience in that game beforehand, and it showed. You were gaining ground on Canonophone like crazy around level 4s when you passed him, and you just kept going all the way to the finish line.
I was very surprised because I switched to the IRC like during the 3rd stage, and I was like, okay, no one's finished yet. I guess top 5 is there's a chance.
There's a chance.
So you're saying there is a chance?
So you're saying there's a chance? Yeah. Pretty much the run went fantastic for me for the most part. Like I had a loss in Archon, which yeah, it sucks. The way, especially the way it happened, because I beat the wizard and I landed one shot on the phoenix, and then the phoenix killed me. So I was just
Oh.
one shot away from just beating it.
It's a pretty quick restart, but it's also early on. You don't want to start off so soon.
Yeah,
with,
it really
stuff.
messes with your nerves. That's for sure.
But you
They
really
have some
to
advantage in a
bounce back.
couple of games though. The Swordmaster and
Like
the last game.
the way I played in Swordmaster was kind of I went for literally everything dangerous you can go for in Swordmaster, and I nailed it.
Yeah, I
So
like
it
it.
felt kind of good.
So I didn't get a chance to ask you, Kov. Oh, he's not here anymore. Darn. All right. Well, I'll ask you, Kha'Zix. Thank you so much, Kov, for talking to us. If you're listening into the broadcast, so you already had some experience with some of the games, but of the ones you learned for the event, what was one that really stuck out to you, called to you? You
Widget.
wanted to play more
Widget.
of it.
It's really fun.
Really?
Surprisingly, like at first I hated it. I really hated it, and then White Hat changed a bunch of the routes, and it actually became quite a fun game because you're just playing as a rat most of the time anyway. So that's actually pretty fun.
At a game you're gonna
But-
continue speedrun, or do you have an other
I-
game
I
you're gonna
think-
start?
I think I will do some more of it, and I'm probably gonna grind for the Swordmaster World Record. I want it back.
Take that back. Cananophone has no. Toad did take it, didn't he? Yes.
So it took it by a second.
That's cool. We're gonna see some more competition going on there. I think if you take it, be prepared to have to take it back again very shortly.
Yeah,
I
for
think.
sure. The game is very, very random, so the amount of time save is... We don't even know how much time we can actually still save in that game.
How is
Exciting
that
time.
the Famicom version? That is so much faster. Is it a thing you're gonna run? Probably?
The thing with the Famicom version is you need to like be very, very, very good at frame perfect inputs. Like
Yeah, I know this Japanese guy. What is his name? He's crazy good at those triple jumps and super impressive.
Nankuru.
Impressive.
Yeah. What he... I can't even copy what he does on some of the stages. Like even with like save state practice and whatnot, he's just too good.
It's a crazy run for sure.
Anyways, guys, I'm gonna go
Yeah,
get some food.
thanks so much. Thanks so much for talking to us. Congratulations once again. Hell of a top 10 entrance, second place in one of the most competitive, I think, races we've had so far. Fantastic
Feels
job.
really good. Thanks. Peace, guys.
So that was Kha'Zix. Also joining us, hopefully, is Skateman. Is currently muted, but I see it unmuted. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey,
Welcome.
How's it going?
4th place.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I really can't believe it.
First Big 20 you've been into?
Yeah, it's my first Big 20. I've always wanted to join one because I've watched it since the beginning, and I know it's always been a pleasure to watch all the people train, but I never really had the tools. I never really had the time, but I think everything aligned this time around. I was like, I gotta do this. I gotta do this for once. Get it out of the way.
What a debut. 4th place. Not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, for a first one, I will take that.
you know the Cove debuted in the last one in 5th place.
Yeah,
He
so
took
you're
this thing, so
Oh,
Big 20 number 9.
I sense a pattern.
Yeah, could
Maybe.
be. The stars aligned once again.
Yeah.
So, what was your Did you have a full game run done prior to the race, or was it all just practice?
Yeah, pretty much all of the last week was just a whole bunch of floor runs. I think I did about 6 maybe before this race, so almost once a day at the end of the week, or the last week, I mean. It was going well. I mean, first runs are always the worst. It's like you lose like,
Sure.
30, 40 minutes. Second one went a lot better, and then I think every full run after the second one was sub 310. And then the last one yesterday, I finally broke sub 3, and I was like, okay, I think that's the time I wanted. I feel ready. This is great. And I was hoping to get it again today, but I kind of choked it up at the end. I just
A
barely
little
missed it.
bit. You're just outside. It can be, when you see the person ahead of you finish with that 2 in front, and then you come in and finish with the 3 in front, close as it may be, it can sting a little bit, I think. But
Yeah, for sure.
you were basically right. You can say I got a 3-hour time, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
No one's gonna be like, "Well, actually." So congrats.
Feel
Thank
right, nice.
you.
I mean, you practiced for a month, and now it's done. Like for one race, what you gonna do now? Are you gonna continue run one of the games, or are you just gonna relax for a bit?
Yeah, I think the plan. There's definitely a few of the games in the list that I really enjoyed, so I'm sure I'm gonna come back to them just to kind of get some goals. Like I know Samson is probably my favorite on the list, and really happy you guys put that on number 8. I think it's a lot of people's favorites. And then there's always Widget, which is like budget Samson. So I'm down to play that too. Actually,
Weird. Kozik said that too. We asked him the same question. He was like, "Widget actually is the one that really calls to me."
yeah, it was.
It's a nice little platformer, really. I mean, I said when I picked it on the list that it was pretty much a free record because there was a lot of time to save in that game, and I think a lot of people enjoy playing the game once you get. It's really hard to play casual for sure, but once you learn the speedrun strat, it's becomes quite fun actually.
Yeah, and then besides those two, I was a huge fan of Palamedes. I know half the participants are like, Palamedes, if I die, I lose 10 minutes. I love Palamedes. I mean, I'm not the best at it, but I love the music, I love the concept, and as someone who is terrible at puzzle games, that was like the one puzzle game that just clicked with me, so... So I might even just play that on the side just to see if I can get a better time without pause strats, because now there's no more risk anymore.
Yeah,
that's right. Just go for
I think
it,
it's a hidden gem on the NS. Actually, it's not many people know about it even.
Right. I have first heard about it because of TMR's NES Mania, and I saw him struggle with it for many hours.
Yeah, I saw
It's cool.
Someone put up Palamames in chat. And that made me think like, it must have been TMR playing this at some point.
Yeah.
Well,
So
Diesel is finishing off the game. And
Yeah.
GG.
Nice.
That's got to be
Seventh
his. That is his best place, I think, so far. Top 10. I think a lot of people aim for top 10 in the races here, and I see a lot of people that got it. The Cossacks with a second place. He finished 11 last time, and in here 4th place, first try. Super good.
Yeah, I gotta say, this race was probably one of the most competitive Big 20s I've ever seen. So many people with similar sum of bests.
Yeah.
And getting a lot of similar full runs, too, in their practice. So I know going into this that, I had no idea what was going to happen. And it was going to be a lot of fun. So I'm glad it was really close between, the top 5, top 6. Pretty crazy.
I still think we have a couple more close. There's a lot of people going into Shadow of the Ninja now, so...
Yeah.
Like PUBG is gonna... He was right behind DCX there. Soon
to the final section of Shadow of the Ninja. We've had 4 players on stream. All 4 players have been on Shadow of the Ninja. As one finishes, we put in another one, also on Shadow of the Ninja, right? Like everyone has been within this one game of each other.
Awesome.
Was very close. Way back around Russian Attack, actually, our leader, Cove, game overed. Yogi was in 2nd place or close to it, and also game overed. And at that point, there was 8 or 10 people all within a minute or 2 of each other, and
wow,
I just threw up my hands I don't know what's going on in this race anymore.
Russian Attack, the difference maker. Yeah, I was really worried about the game. I actually learned that game first because I knew how difficult that game could be and how punishing it can get when you just die and then it just brings you somewhere you have no idea where you are and you have to recover. So I'm glad I took care of that first because I got a deathless run, I think. So really happy about that.
Yeah, that's probably a big part of the reason why you ended up as high up on the rankings as you did, because it was a problem for a couple of players, including the likes of Yogi DeMonk, who has yet to finish. At one point was like first, second, like right there at the top, and then some things went bad.
Yeah. Oh,
But
PUBG
until
finished
then,
at eighth.
PUBG finishing 8th place, just 2 minutes back from DCX.
Very nice. And a lot of people don't know that
GG.
he is kind of deaf. I know. I don't know if he hears
Kind
how
of.
much he is. Yeah, I mean,
You're right. You're right.
is
He might
deaf.
not be 100% deaf, but he's legally deaf.
He is
Um,
legal deaf for sure. But
so,
just imagine to play games without hear sounds, and it's pretty
right.
crazy.
Like there's all kinds of information that comes along with sounds. Even if you're not explicitly listening for some kind of cue, it's providing
Mhm.
information and feedback in all sorts of ways. So overcoming the disability, Mr. PUBG has been in a number of Big 20 events, but I
Yeah,
think
he-
8th is the best by
It's gotta
far.
be his top place for sure.
Yeah, good stuff. All right, so was there one last question? Was there a game on this list you absolutely hated? You didn't want to play it. You didn't want anything to do with it.
I think that's an easy answer for me. Archon. I mean, I got it first try, so I was really relieved after that happened. But in practice, like my win rate was like maybe less than 50-50, and I was just like, oh man, I just hope I can get through this less than like 5 resets, and I'll be okay with that.
50-50. That seems about right for Archon because anything could happen basically.
Yeah, Russian Attack was also up there, but that's why I took care of that first, and I'm really happy I got a Deathless run there. And then other than that, maybe Swordmaster. I mean, the music's good, but man, I was struggling with that game. I put so much time into it, and I really couldn't get a good time. But I think in this run, I got a time I was okay with. So I conquered the bad games, so that's great.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
All right. Well, thank you so much for talking to us, and congratulations once again. Hell of a
no
time.
problem. Can I just say one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. I mean, I hope I can enter the next Big 20, and I'm just gonna throw a suggestion, which you don't have to take, but
Okay.
I would really appreciate if you look into Little Red Hood, because that game is a gem, and if you like Bird Week, you'll like Little Red Hood. Trust me.
Bird
I know the card. It's that weird ass looking card, right?
Yeah, it's like a PAL only game.
Yeah, I know.
Which could be a problem, but I think it'd be a really great game for a Big 20 because it's short.
We can put Metroid in again. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, there's always Metro. All right, thank you guys so much.
That in mind, I think we're gonna have Kananafo coming in for an interview here. So take care,
I
man.
think he can hear us. And we hear him. We can. Hey, Kenan.
You're not supposed to actually request games because then it's like a birthday wish; it won't come true.
Right. Yeah, he's cursed. That's never coming on the list now.
Yeah.
I didn't have the heart to tell him, but that's just
Poor
how it
guy.
goes.
That's a no go.
Canonophone, you finished in 3rd.
That was very overperforming.
Of course.
That's not quite what I was going for. But
So-
like, where's that coming from when you say that?
Well, there's a lot of games that like Archon. I did not really practice it that much. Then I realized, oh, my win percentage is like 30.
Yeah,
Good. That's not good at
it's
all.
because it's super hard
Yeah,
and unfair.
but somehow like I just landed first 2 shots, took no damage. That was great.
A bit of luck on your side to help with this one. You're saying.
And there were no like fiascos.
Right.
My strategy this time was, if I feel like I'm doing something dumb, it's okay to like pause and think for a little bit.
We saw that a lot for some people for like Palamedes.
Yeah.
A lot of people were just.
Well, that
sort
was
of-
more like a strategy, but I mean, like,
Yeah.
in the big one was Russian Attack. I died twice on the first stage,
Mhm.
and so my instinct was like, all right, just keep going. We might get through all the other stages, but no, I just decided to reset immediately.
Yeah, we caught that.
And I was proud of myself for doing that because there were other big 20s where like I'd be stubborn. I'd keep trying to do like world record unsafe strats.
So you're switching up to a race mindset for this one.
Yeah,
Yeah. But it paid off.
it did.
Um,
No, I'm not gonna lie. I
mhm.
did gain a bunch of. I had a huge Palamedes advantage because I didn't have to learn it, and it took everyone else a lot of time. That's very
Yeah.
obvious.
Yeah, it was a tough one for a lot of people. But, you know, like Kha'Zix, who finished in second, already had Swordmaster and Shadow the Ninja.
That's true. Well,
Cove already had California Raisins, of all things, actually. It's not exactly on the same level in terms of time investment, but, like, everyone had certain advantages going in.
What's your favorite game, Kenneth, on the list?
Swordmaster.
That's a great game.
It's great. Gonna get record in
It is
both
great.
versions.
Next to mention.
Well, yeah, well, you're going to have to compete with Kha'Zix for that, because we asked him the same question, and he was like, nah, I want to take the record back. So, as
Yeah,
we
well-
predicted, it's going to get
Well,
spicy.
We're gonna
Me
do
and
it.
Dexter did some stuff on that Canana phone. You can actually do a triple jump and boost up way much earlier than you guys do.
Oh, in that purple castle area? With
I
the-
Boost
tried-
up in-
I tried that with the triple. I could never get that clip in.
So you knew about it. Okay.
I tried, but I couldn't get in. I'm sure there's some way to do it. I mean, you can do it on the Famicom version.
Yeah.
Dexter,
They have six.
Dexter had a good setup for it. I remember.
They have 6 jumps instead of 3.
Yeah, I
And
also don't trust
Mother
Bad
Brain-
Bricks when it comes to really precise tricks, though, because he's some kind of weird savant. When just the harder it is, the better Bad Bricks is at it. I don't know what it is.
That's why I
I'm-
play
I'm
games
generally
with
not
one
good at
frame
that stuff.
tricks.
Frame Perfect
Play
is just
those
like,
games.
yeah, that's it. That's what I want. I mean, finishing in 10th and 11th are Mother Brain
That,
and
uh,
Brother Kyle.
That is a close one.
hmm
All right, so you said Archon got a little lucky. The opening shot, Palamedes, big advantage.
I actually lost
Heads
the
up.
game in Palamedes.
Yeah, that was the big LOL, I think, in chat.
Yeah, then that was it. Well, I was being risky, and then they got 2 straight flushes. Widget was extremely scary. I did a run yesterday, a full run, which I don't usually do. This is my 7th Big 20. I think that was my 2nd full run ever for practice.
Oh yeah, you only missed one. Have you done the most Big 20s I've ever won? I think.
I think some other people have done 7. Has Infinite Mystery missed one?
I mean, he did join this raid. I'm not sure if he even started yet, but he joined. But he's
He did.
He's
Yeah.
doing a different.
He's doing some other Game Boy event. For...
he was doing the Game Boy Big 10 or a small 10 or
Yeah, they're
whatever.
at the
I can't remember what it's called, but he's gonna start like right away after that. Even at a 50-hour stream from him as usual. We'll see about that.
So
Which
it's,
one
he's
is
good at
changed. You changed like how you practice for this one. Did you put in like more or less time, or was it more just like how you approached this Big 20 with this one?
Time wasn't. I didn't feel like it was more time, but like I tried to. First of all, I started off with games that had established runs. So like some games people were still like figuring out what the safest, best things to do were. So I was just gonna wait for them to figure it out.
Of course.
Also, I played Pac-Man twice. And I was like, that's good enough.
Fair enough.
And
Yeah.
wasn't-
Well,
was you-
economy of practice time is important. Everyone's only
Mhm.
got so much time, and it's better served on certain things than others. So
Though still, I mean, I could have gamed over on Widget or something. I got really lucky that all 20 games went good.
Did you like the widget game?
No.
A lot of people.
Did you know that you're the odd man out in that? Did you know that everyone seems to like Widget?
Speed game.
Yeah, I don't know. I might be with you on it. Haven't really played it too much. That was one where I like looked at the tutorials and things and was
evil.
like, good enough.
It's so hard. All the jumps are impossible.
You have a really big hitbox and you don't move very fast, so you're very vulnerable to everything.
The cartoon is also very bad.
I'll bet. I was for memes, for commentary memes that are very important. I looked up the Wikipedia for it.
It's like a fake Captain Planet.
Basically, yeah.
Oh, evil and doomed.
There's someone trying to pollute the
Save
planet.
the
And
Earth
he's trying to
from pollution.
unpollute the planet. And then I noticed that there was a character called Crocodiligator. And
That's pretty good.
I thought that was pretty good. It's a crocodile, gorilla, alligator. And I was like, hell yeah, that's awesome. And then I noticed there was some more like Ella Wolf and Pig Lion. I'm like, those are less creative. And then I noticed that Jip was kind of a oddly insensitive name for a traveling nomad-like character. And then I realized that the Wikipedia described them as a slave trader. And I was like, what?
Well,
And
people are
then
doing bad things.
Yeah, apparently Flim Flam McSham is is dealing with intergalactic peoples
They were
for
too bad.
sale. It was pretty weird. So I'm with you. I don't like Widget. There's some stuff going on there that's not quite right. But what did go right was lots of things.
Yeah.
Healthy dose of luck, like you said.
What didn't go right was Castlevania 2. I ran out of life with 99 experience. At 100, you get a level up and refill it.
Yeah, so we were watching you compared to Cove, and Cove only got 12 hearts in the grind. And we saw you buy the holy water, and I was like, "Oh, that could be the swing."
That was like my third reset, though.
Yeah.
But I mean, I wouldn't call that bad. That's like expected.
Meanwhile, Infinite Mister is about to start Donkey Kong Junior Math.
Nice.
After 3 hours and 29 minutes or whatever.
We have another finish here too.
Yeah, we've had after Brother Kyle, we had Link Sevens come in 12th place with a 326.30.
Like we said before, this has been the closest pack of wolves coming in.
Mm-hmm. No tryhards allowed.
I feel like everyone was trying pretty hard on this one. I don't know. It was.
I know.
I was not trying hard enough.
There's the voice of Yogi the Monk. We skipped over a couple places here. We've talked to first, second, third, and fourth, and I would have thought one of those names, or someone close at least, would have been Mr. Yogi the Monk. Man, some things happened.
So let me ask the question. I'll start this one. What happened, Yogi? What the hell happened?
This list is very dangerous.
Did you put in too much time in a game like you did in Die Hard and
too much time in the dangerous game? Palamedes required like an incredible amount of time. Russian Attack I spent a crazy amount of time in, but in that game, even if you move perfectly, man, the AI just does something different. Like, I move the same way every time, and I'm still getting like new patterns that I've never seen before. They just really throw me off. I just didn't really have enough backup strats in Russian Attack, and I game over it twice because of it.
Dude, I don't practice much backup strats. I always go YOLO. Also, once you die, you get caught off guard, and you kind of don't know what to do, especially in Russian Attack, because you have no clue what's coming.
Yeah, you're on script, and then you die, and then it's basically just playing randomly. If you don't have you almost have to practice that game with dying on purpose, and then seeing what happens after that, and then practicing that.
All right.
So I did.
So the Yogi
do that.
The Yogi comeback. We haven't seen you in a. You decide to join again.
Oh yeah. I mean, I like the list overall. It was a lot of really fun games in there. I'm pretty interested in Castlevania 2 until I probably get to Blob Boost, I guess. But
Oh yeah, that Blob Boost is terrible.
yeah, a lot of fun games here, and even Archon. Like right away, you're all stressed out about Archon because Archon. Even you can practice that as much as you want, but if that wizard like rushes at you, and he's basically an aimbot. Like he won't if he's close, he won't miss you at all. So bad things can happen. Surprisingly, the Spy Hunter went pretty well. Even though I went the wrong way at the end and ended up in the desert, which is a little longer, but for a driving game for me, it went pretty well. Oh, I died 3 times in Paperboy, and here I was talking all this trash about how easy Paperboy was and how free it was, and then here I am dying 3 times, and like I'm on my last life panicking.
But you made it through Paperboy. That wasn't the
yeah.
That wasn't the.
I mean, the big things were just game over twice on Russian Attack, and I got Karnov'd on Swordmaster because if you hold right and game over and you're mashing start, then you start over.
So I saw that happen to you in one of your practice attempts.
I even wrote it in my splits, so I would.
Right,
remember.
I was like, well, at least that's not going to happen to him in the race.
I guess I thought there were more lives. I thought there was more than one life or something. I guess. So
oh no!
I didn't think it would just go straight to the game over.
Because yeah, at that point we were focusing on top 4 at that point. So I kept expecting like that you were right outside, 5th, 6th, 7th somewhere. Yogi's waiting in the wings, and I guess that's when Swordmaster happened. Dang.
Yeah.
But it was just that. It was just like one dumb mistake. How much time is that? Where did it happen in Swordmaster?
Swordmaster had to have been level 4 probably because the platforms are slippery and don't really work.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that don't quite work in that game.
I mean, it's probably mechanics when you can walk off the ledge and then do the area. But it's a really interesting mechanics.
I don't know, probably 3-4 minutes Swordmaster, like 12 minutes Russian Attack.
Yeah, that basically adds up to the
minute 30 Archon death.
I want to get off to that start with the Archon reset.
It was rough, but GG to everybody. It was fun anyways. And
it's always fun to watch. Really fun.
We'll come back next time. Rethink
come back strong, right?
Rethink the strategy a little bit. Have some backups for once.
Have some backups. All right. Sounds good.
All right.
Sounds good.
Wise advice from Yogi the Monk. Thanks so much for talking to us. Still a top 10. Prissy's been compiling a thing that awards points to people who get top 10.
Yeah, you have.
I think you just overtook Toad with your 2 points from this one.
I just got like 1 fraction of a point, right?
I think 9 gets 2 points.
Oh wow, pretty lucky.
Right? Yeah. It was enough. You were 1 point behind. Now you're 1 point ahead of Toad. So you did what you needed to. What really matters is sticking with the Toad.
Hey, in some kind of weird way, you are Mr. Big 20 now, and in some way you not.
I don't know how.
Well, I was.
Had the most points.
You'd be a little more upset with how that went, but it seems like you're.
Oh, I'm well used to it by now.
Yeah. Well, there's that, yes, but there's also a certain recognition that like what is and isn't directly your fault, right? Like the that's so much time lost for something stupid like that in Swordmaster.
Yeah, and it all comes back to Turtles to beat the damn goal.
Anyway, I'm just glad that you are keeping the positive mentality through all that. So thanks for talking to us, Yogi the Monk. Congrats on
See you guys.
yet another Big 20.
Chili.
So I don't know. We might get more.
Do we have any more people? Let's check who we has. What's going on the screen? We got Andy's social network up. That is impressive. What a time in this game. Anyone is close to finish? KML, Vidtendo, Tool. Do we have anyone else in for an interview?
Hopefully, I mean, if they're listening, it's not like you're talking to everyone by default right now. But yeah, maybe we got some time to do some more interviews. We haven't really been focusing too much on the gameplay while we do the interviews. Unfortunately, so
many
a lot of
people have finished already, and it's only been like 3 hours and 40 minutes. You know, it's usually as maybe 5-6 people.
Yeah,
we're already into 13 people that have finished the race. So
Angel Undead finished in 13th with a 3:30 last finish. Yeah. We're finally starting to see a decent gap, but like I said, everyone on stream is still on Shadow the Ninja. Normally, long after this point, we cut to 3rd or 4th place, and they're a couple games back. But
history is an Archon right now, so that's a contrast. I'm not sure. Is he gonna try finish the whole race?
Oh man, I don't. Infinite Mystery he's a tank. He can go a long time, but that's after already doing a different event. That's the tall order. I don't know how much practice Infinite Mystery has had. I mean, there's some traps here, right, for blind players. Like you could get stuck on ice hockey of all things, Dragon's Lair. Hopefully he knows the code to Spy Hunter. Paper Boys, no joke. Palamedes, of course, is the huge roadblock waiting at game number 10. I think it'll be a victory if Infinite Mystery can topple the first 10.
Also, if we put on up the wrong ones here, if there's gonna be a change in the spot, it's my fault. I'm trying to get everyone in the line for the finishing here.
Oh, we got KLM on the final boss fight.
So I will prepare my GG for this.
And at this point, I'm just watching the main stream because I can't keep up with all the swaps now. But I'm pretty sure by now those last 4 health bar ticks would have been taken out. So I think we're gonna go ahead and call it GG to KLM.
GG.
That was like those 4 games ago. And I knew you were lying to me.
Oh yeah, I said I wouldn't do it again. All right.
Yeah, you did. I knew I knew you didn't mean it, so it's okay.
I won't do it again.
Oh yeah. That's KLM. 1187. You can see the stream names as they are on chat if you want to follow any of those runners. They of all the ones I've seen, at least up to like the top 10, they stream. Mother Brain, I think, is a different name, right? It's like the Mother Brain 78.
Brain 86, I think. Is
86.
Yeah. I do post the link again here for all the participants and runners. If you do want to follow, throw it up in chat here, right there. Find all the Twitters and
click the name right there in chat.
Sure, if we have anyone else coming in for the interview here.
Not everyone is. I mean, they've been racing for like 3 hours or whatever, right? So,
I mean, it's you practice for a whole month, and it comes down to one race. I mean, you got to be pretty exhausted right after that. So
yeah. That's why I'm always surprised when we talk to people and they're like, "Are you going to keep playing this game or that game or what?" And they're like, "Yeah, totally. I mean, I'm going to go for the record in this game." And like if it was me, like I would turn off the computer for like 2 weeks. Like I wouldn't even.
Well, you did join the first one and did turn off the computer after that.
Right, exactly. I did the first one and then never again. Everything was just from the. No, to truth be told, I was having way too much fun on the other side of.
I did learn
the microphone side of things.
One putting Quantum Fighter in, right?
Yeah, so you got me in with that one, basically.
Man, that was the black sheep there. There was so many good games, and then Quantum Fighter. I remember.
Hey! You saying it's not a good game?
No. I say what people thought it was. I bought the game when it came out. That's the kid.
But you're right. Yeah, people. The Big 20 #1. In case you guys weren't aware, the Big 20 was not planned out as a series to continue on for years and years.
It was planned out to be 5 of them. That was the plan.
Really? Even in the first one, you were like, "I'm going to do 5 of these."
The goal was to have Metroid. That was the goal from the start, 5 times.
Well, I thought it was like it was slapped together.
No. It was well thought out.
Okay. Because the version in my head was like you and some friends were like, "Hey, we're going to race some games. What game? I'll grab some NES games. Here's 20 games." And then someone found out about it and it spread. Or
the thing that was hard is that all the good games in the first one, just to like draw attention, to get it attractive.
Yeah.
So I kind of burn off all the big
Super Mario
right away.
Baby, you've heard of it. 1, 2, and 3. All of them are in that first one. Mega Man 2. The best Mega Man.
It have worked out great so far. We're up to 8 now, and we're still getting decent lists. We still have good games left.
A lot of people joined that first one for a thing that wasn't a thing at all. To have so many people join that race, it's actually pretty a smart move, I think.
It was nice.
Prissy in chat with Mega Man opinions. Not surprised Prissy has opinions about Mega Man. I threw that in there just to stir the pot a little bit.
I've seen him mash down bosses with his teeth, so he can actually have opinions. He is allowed.
I'm from one to the other, but I'll take your word for it. That first one, Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers. Let me look at this list. I was looking at this the other day. The original Donkey Kong, Kung Fu, perfect short game. And at the start, Excite Bike, classic Tetris, Tetris. If I had to pick the greatest game of all time, I would probably pick Tetris, just for reasons beyond gameplay, right? In terms of like cultural impact and reach and lifespan. Tetris was in the first Big 20. Landing the plane in Top Gun was like a legendary meme status quality.
That is probably the best goal ever in any land in Top Gun. How many people you think have landed that plane in Top Gun before that race?
You doubled the number of people.
Wasn't Fiesel in that race also?
Yeah, Fiesel had already. Well, here Fiesel ran. Let me pull up this list.
Fiesel had a
time
genius strat on Top Gun. He did a tutorial that we should dig that one up. That was genius.
Yeah, he basically came up with a flight plan. It's how they used to fly rockets, actually.
Yes.
Before they had fancy instruments, and they had instruments, but like before computers did everything, to fly and land rockets, they would just like, okay, we go at this speed for this long, and then after that, we tilt this angle for this long, and then this speed for this long, and it was just just a script of numbers, and Fiesel constructed one to land the plane in Top Gun that worked like every time. So
Yeah, it was scripted. It was scripted.
yeah, he joined. I think he had times in DuckTales, Chippendale, maybe Kung Fu, Contra. I think he was already playing Wizards and Warriors at the time. Mario Brothers. So like he had already played and had speedrun like at least a quarter of the games on the list. So he was in, and I was mostly a fan watching his stream at the time, and that was part of what pulled me in.
Of course. Yeah, that was a pretty
Good
strong
stuff.
list, the first one.
It was really good.
That's the charm with this. When you have 20 games and someone is going to go in deep in one of the games every time and manipulate RNG or whatever it is.
Yeah, some of the best stuff about the Big 20 is what happens around it and what comes after it in terms of how the various speedruns for some of the games evolve in a very short period of time. So we've had our 15th place finisher, Vidtendo.
And then we have this classic moment when Dexter off last boss in Mickey Mouse Capade plugs the game.
I remember that. Yeah,
Shut up.
he's still there in the background.
I knew he was listening to that.
Bad Bricks will never let him live it down.
One of my favorite moments in Big 20 when Dexter soft plugs. Yo. Did get beat this time. I know at what races back we had like insane, like 12 records or something got beaten during the month. Oh,
Was that the one with Die Hard?
It was so many games that got freaking wrecked there. It was crazy. So I heard Spy Hunter this one. We had Paperboy. Everyone else. I mean, that's already 3 new records, which is great.
Did you say Swordmaster?
Swordmaster also. Raisins, was that 5?
Yeah. Of 20. And
20
most of the
games.
other ones were not full game goals, right? Like,
Pretty crazy.
people really pushed the envelope on this one. It's good stuff.
It's a good introduction to, like, which was the idea from the start, to get more people into more NES games that people didn't know about. Works out. Still works out. I did put in Tom Sawyer, but it didn't get that much love that I wanted.
Weird that people didn't really latch onto that one, huh? It's a shame.
So I'm starting to get being disgusted by having that record from actually loving having that record. Anyone who don't want it, no one wants it. Is about to finish off the last boss here.
We got 2 players.
We got double
Oh,
two
it's the
here.
same person. Yeah, that's right.
I think we need to check on Dextech here. What is going on?
Tool.
It's a pun. There is the pun.
He's just jokes. He's a jokester, Dexter. The duo Tool. Either way, this is going to be the final boss down. He's got way more health. 3 hits left from mine. Yeah. Already defeated the boss 5 seconds ago.
So this is very unusual that we have. How long have we been having the last game on 4 screens now?
Yeah, I've been waiting to I don't even remember what the other game is. It's Little Samson. I haven't seen it in so long. Everyone's just keeping up with everyone else.
Social
Mistwalker, load him up. Shadow of the Ninja. Everyone on the final game.
Interview with Andy's Social Network if he. He's more like a comedian streamer. he did play Paperboy. He had a world record of Paperboy for the best NES marathon this year with only world record holders. And Kotaku actually did what is it called?
A little piece for it, yeah.
For him and interviewed him there, an article, which was great. And I can't believe how good he is doing in this race. Like everyone else, of course.
Playing it pretty safe, keeping his distance, using his range against this boss. Oh, and he's almost there. The time's coming in pretty quick all of a sudden. We had Smart Alec in 16th place, 349. Tool in 17th, 350. And now the Antisocial Network in 18th place.
I'm looking at his cam. He is going freaking nuts.
With the 352.37. I wonder what his goal time was. Sub 4 is pretty good.
That is pretty good. That is pretty good. Pretty good.
I was just outside sub 4 on Big 20 number 1.
Second he's joined. Yeah, he did struggle. I think he did practice a lot for this one.
So we got Planet Rewind Gaming in the top right. And finally, we see someone who is not on Shadow of the Ninja. It took 23rd place to not be on the final game on stream. And even then, it's the last level of the 19th game. Coach Crab was playing it pretty safe on those last spikes there. Getting a pretty laggy section from Planet Rewind Gaming. And the final climb, about to be finished by Mistwalker.
We're trying to get an interview here from Deanny, the comedian. I think Mistwalker is indeed last boss.
Trying to see if Andy's even in the Discord. He is. He probably can't join this one directly, but he can join the join this before one.
Dragging him or something?
You can, yeah, and then we can drag him.
Oh, he joined the. Oh yeah. Okay.
And there's our 19th finish. Mistwalker, 1985 with 3:55.22. I know Mistwalker was struggling a lot with Palamedes. Not sure how it went this time around. Is griping about Russian Attack. Russian Attack got a lot of people this race. Super punishing game. Looks like Mistwalker didn't quite get away from it. But got that sub 4, got that top 20. Firebroth, Planet Rewind. Still working on Shadow the Ninja. Coach Crab finishing up. No more little Samson. Back onto.
All right,
Shadow
I think
the
we
Ninja.
have Andy coming into the call here. here.
Okay, this is good. Let me. Where'd my cat
Andy,
room
you
go?
got to turn off the
I hear
the
it.
hug music.
Okay, I'm turning off the alert volume. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hopefully you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Not yet.
and
I gotta enable my mic, I guess.
Bette Midler.
How do I do that?
Well, I can you hear us?
No, I can't do that, or I can't hear you. Oh, you know what? Oh. Okay.
Was that Bette Midler? I thought it was Total Eclipse of the Heart.
I see the problem. I'm gonna have
you're
to
right.
kill the alerts, guys. I'm gonna have to kill them. Thank you, Dark Zoa. Okay. I've got you up. I just turned off my alert box. There was no way around it. Okay, I can hear you.
Hear us?
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
You sound pretty amped. I guess you're happy about your time.
I'm thrilled. Are you kidding? I finishing top 20 in the Big 20. That's for me. That's huge because 6 months ago at my first Big 20, I was like way down the list. This one I put in way more practice and it paid off huge dividends. This was amazing, incredible.
Yeah, that's the core of how speedrunning works. The time in. I mean, it's more than just time. Did you adjust anything else about how you approached your practice for this one?
Oh, gotcha. Well, yeah, see, I already had an EverDrive. I got a late start last time. I had to order one. And then, yeah, this way I had more time to prepare, which is great. The games were more within my genre level of comfort, you might say. A lot of side scrollers. That's kind of more my wheelhouse. But I also made some, I made sure not to consume any fluids before the race. That was a problem last time.
Okay, very practical measures to make a difference there. Nice.
Absolutely.
And of course, Paperboy in the game list this time around. A game you're familiar with.
I think when you saw the game on the list.
Yeah, that made things easier because at one point I did have the world record for that one. I did crash today on it once. I took one crash, but that's okay. That's not where the major time losses were in my race.
No high bikes?
You know what? We got almost all high bikes. There was one low bike, and I had to hit the curb instead, but all the others were high bike.
Nice.
Gonna jump in at Firebroth. Just finished here at 20th place.
Rounding out our top 20 just under the 4-hour mark.
Unreal.
Yeah, this has been a super competitive Big 20 for sure.
Most fun and most surprising fun game you had. Probably gonna continue. Are you gonna continue speedrun any of the games?
I do have plans to go back for my Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 Genesis run that was taken by
we talk
someone in the Ukraine. Huh? Oh, any of these games? Oh, goodness. How about no, Scott? How about no?
No, Archon didn't speak to you?
Oh, what's that?
Archon didn't draw you in? You don't want to play that anymore?
Who is it? I think NES Cardinality's got the record for that. No, he can have that, among many other records that he had. No, I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole. That's probably very, very highly optimized at this point. I always feel lucky just to beat it.
Ask everyone about this. What do you think about Widget? What do you think Christopher Walken would think about that?
What I think about Widget? Oh my goodness, that is one of the worst platformers I've ever played. It's so clunky, poorly designed, and it's just unsatisfying to play. Even when you get through the tough spots, it's hard to put my finger on why, but the handling, the look of it, the sound effect, the music is pretty good actually. The music is good, but oy vey, that Widget, didn't care for that or Russian Attack. Those were my two least favorite games on the list.
You did struggle a lot with Russian Attack. I saw, and I knew you did. I did try to practice it a lot, but you did struggle a lot during the race in Russian Attack.
Very much. No, I had to take a game over, which was sad. I didn't have to do that on any other game. but honestly, I consider that good. Even with a game over, I'm very thrilled with how I did today, because it could have been way worse. I could have game overed on Palamedes, and I did not. I got.
That is a good point. That is a huge time loss, and also Russian Attack got a lot of people today.
Did it really?
Really mean punishing game. Yeah, absolutely. Our top finisher had a game over in it. Yogi Monk game over.
Yeah,
and definitely a couple other names escape me. Really, really punishing game. So don't worry too much about the. Though it sounds like you're feeling pretty good even with the game over. So.
Oh yeah, this was amazing. No, and I intend to do every Big 20. You know, I don't consider myself what is it like a real speedrunner like those pros at the top. So
well, careful now with that mindset, because there's it really is not much difference between the people at the top and the people at number 20. It's just time, right? Like it's not even just time, like specifically learning these games. But after you've done one Big 20, you get better at learning new games. So the next time you put the same amount of time, you'll get even better in the next Big 20, right? So like, anyone can get there.
I am super surprised of Andy doing this good. To be honest, you did really good. You did really.
That's one way to.
I mean,
I'm not surprised at all. Because if you put the time in, it turns out. You're not some superhuman next level gamer. You're just someone who put the time in.
I guess, like they say, practice makes perfect. And I definitely put in the time. I took this very seriously this whole month and almost exclusively streamed Big 20 practice, and it paid off.
That's fantastic.
Are you planning on joining any other ones?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
I'm incredibly psyched. I have no idea. I can't see my chat room right now. They're all probably going nuts over here, and I'm going to have to replay a bunch of alerts. All they can see is like, how funny. How fun. Wait. Oh, that's hilarious.
He's just capturing your chat.
Because I clicked off the alert box. It defaulted to the chat window. That's funny. Oh, you know what? Good. That's hilarious.
I did want to ask you, Andy. I mean, you haven't been in that many marathons, but you were in the Big 20, the big best of NES marathon with the world record holder, and you got that article with Kotaku, right?
Oh, I go.
What was your experience with that? Because you're the first one that actually got an article from that.
Oh, I had no idea. I didn't know that that wasn't tradition, actually.
Okay. Oh, I thought you had no idea it was even written about you.
No,
okay.
I knew about. Oh,
that's less funny. That's less funny, but. Okay.
No, I was blown away. I didn't expect that. I didn't know that I was the first person to ever receive a Kotaku article. That's crazy. No, but
not the first, but there's many articles. But for the first from, you know what I'm saying.
From the best NES marathon.
From the best of this. Oh man. Well, I feel even extra honored then. Yeah, what was it? You wouldn't believe how many followers I got off that just from the article. It was like going all week offline. I'd just get follows in my email box. I was like, wow, that really helped channel growth there. It was insane. And I'm very thankful.
Yeah, there's a lot of interest out there.
Here.
Apparently, I said that this whole community has just been amazingly supportive. And I'm really glad I discovered Twitch and Best NS and Bad Breaks, Dexter, all of y'all, because this has been like the greatest thing in my life to be a part of this whole thing.
Kudos to Dexter, because Dexter Batman was the first speedrun you saw, right?
That's correct. When I was just watching random videos on YouTube, I found this old GDQ video. It said, Batman in like 10 minutes and something. I was like, no way, no one can do that. And I watched the video. Yes, someone can do that.
you do have Dexter in chat here. Yeah, he's doing tech here. So you have him in chat.
I'm honored.
Oh, I'm talking.
You're talking to Bad Breaks. I'm Mythical 9. I've just been doing commentary.
And Dexter just jumped in.
Yeah, Dexter here is one of the men behind the heart of Big 20.
Oh, that's Tech Wizard. Excellent. Oh, yeah, I'm glad. man, I'm just blown. I'm starstruck. That's
You got Dexter here. You're starstruck. Yeah, man. Makes sense. Makes sense. He's a great one.
Mother of mercy. Yeah. No, it's been a lot of fun, and yeah, it's amazing how one thing will lead to another in life, and I'm really glad I went down this rabbit hole. I never knew what I was missing out on, but it's never too late. I'm a part of it now, and it feels great.
Oh, Andy. There you go.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. I love hearing stories about like that. How the community gets into people. It really is a wonderful community. And I especially like hearing people's first stories about finding out about speedrunning, because for me it was like the tool assisted video Super Mario Brothers 3. There was one that went viral like a long time ago.
A classic one.
Yeah, there's a big. I'm part of like if there was like generations of people who joined the community, there was a big clump of people who saw that video and got into it there. But yeah, that's just you don't believe it's possible, and then you see the video, and then like rabbit hole is the perfect word to describe this wonderful little niche we've carved out, and we're glad to have you. So thank you so much.
Happy to be here, and thank you very much. I'm glad that I've been welcomed into the into the community. That just reminds me that there was this Mario 1 video that I didn't know. See, I know now it must have been a task. Someone found it on LimeWire and shared it with me, and I was like, wow, this guy's really good at Mario, because you're doing all these crazy tricks, but it must have been a tool-assisted run.
Maybe Mario 1. I don't know. They're pretty close.
While you were on Napster downloading.
Yeah, it's hard to know. Maybe it was real, and the guy was just literally that good. Blew me away.
All right.
So that's great. So thank you so much. Congratulations once again on the top 20. Thanks for talking.
Hope to see you again in the races, Andy. And tell Scoots, which I assume sits beside you, that he's also going to join next time.
I also have to join next time, Bad Breaks. I'm here right now.
All right, there we go. All right, take care, guys, and congrats on the sub 2020. How about that?
Yeah, feels good, man. Feels good, man.
All right, take care, Andy. Good job.
Thank you. You guys too. Take it easy.
Always. What was that?
All right, so we had Firebroth finishing 20th with a 3:59.01, and we've been waiting since then for our next finisher. It's looking like
Planet Rewind Gaming had a very unfortunate death here on the last boss, but he's coming
back for revenge here. Fight's going very well so far. It's not taking any damage. He said 7 seconds after he took damage. Damn this delay.
What's he gonna manage here?
And once again, the end of Little Samson. We had it on screen for a little bit there from Flocious, but finishing it up and back into Shadow of the Ninja.
Try to keep up giving Dexter some channels here. I got a little caught off guard there. So,
oh, there it is.
Some
GGs
late run. First put in some GDs here. GGs.
Planet Rewind Gaming finished in 21st place with a 4:10.32.
I'm gonna give you a little update here. We got Eat It Up. Also on. Okay, I gotta switch that to Dexter. Give me 1 second here. 1 second. All right, let's see here. We got Eat It Up. Also Shadow of the Ninja. Hey Billy, Mace here is on Little Samson. We got Infinite Mystery on Dragon's Lair. We'll get back to that later. We got Rantrum Bomb, Paperboy.
Wait, Infinite Mystery already on Dragon's Lair?
It's super good. I might even have practice for this one.
Yeah, we'll beat Archon in ice hockey.
We'll see.
Nice job.
We got the worst liar ever is still in Palamedes. Beer is Little Samson. We got Daniel Moritz, Russian Attack. Is on Widget. Floatius is also on Shadow of the Ninja. He's going to be up soon on screen. Spontaneous on Tailspin. Subcogitate on Monster in My Pocket. So that is the status now, and we are going to try keep putting up them as they come in and finish. Right, Mythical? Don't leave me hanging here, dude.
I'm still here. Don't worry. We got Shadow the Ninja playing on all four corners of the screen. No one's been stuck. And what I should say, there's not so many people have got hung up on a previous game that we're seeing anything but Shadow the Ninja here on stream. I really would have thought we would have jumped back to someone who is back at game 15, 16 or something by this point, but everyone has been following hot on the heels of the person in front of them all the way up to the 21st.
I believe we have JKL in here also now.
Hello. Hello.
Fun voice.
So you were my first, my pick for the winner. I mean, you didn't disappoint. I know you had this fever today and couldn't finish, but I still had you as a winner. How better now? Or?
Yeah, it felt pretty all right the first 10 games, but then I started feeling worse and worse, and especially during wacky races there, I lost like 2-3 minutes, and after that I just couldn't focus.
Was that a P break on some screen there you had?
No,
or
no,
I had some. Something.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to know the details exactly.
Water. Yeah, but I only went to drink some water and try and cool down a little bit and such.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you got to take care of yourself. The races, I mean, it means a lot to a lot of people, but
this whole Big 20 has been horrible for me because I've basically been sick since day one, because first I had an inflammation in my arm, then my controller broke, so I had to order a new one. Then I got a cold, then I got another cold, then I got a stomach flu, then I got another cold, and yesterday I got another cold. So
oh my god.
So it's been a rough month here.
Yeah, but it just sounded funny. I hope you do you feel a little bit better now, or when you can cool down? Like, I know it's very stressful to sit and play games when you have a fever and stuff like that. I mean,
yeah, it's pretty fine now. I'm drinking some whiskey here and some lemon water.
Best medicine. Like my mama always said, if you're gonna be sick, drink whiskey, because then it's double the fun to being sick.
Yeah, that's a good mother there.
All right. So
real quick, I just want to interject. We have something interesting happening on the left side of the screen here. Double final boss fights from Megatron and Coach Crab. This is going to be a close finish for 22nd here.
Really close.
But back to JKL. So you didn't get a chance to play those last few games. Is there a part of you that wants to go back and play them and kind of see what would have happened, or are you okay to just kind of step back and let it go?
For this one, I feel pretty all right, because I've been sick the whole time. So now I know about how well I can do when I'm sick.
Sure.
So I don't know what my position was the most of the time, but it felt like I could have easily gotten a Yeah, maybe
top
a
three
top
time.
5. Yeah,
I'd say top 3.
Yeah,
I think
so
you were either third or fourth when you had to call it quits on. It was more when you were waiting around on the Tailspin title screen. I think is when you dropped from third to fourth. So it would have been a very strong.
top 3 a whole month, and even it's not really a problem.
Is it
So
my
we,
computer or? Oh no, okay.
Something was. It's all good. Maybe a Discord hiccup.
No, I think he just had a hiccup on his internet or something.
Oh,
right? Yeah.
Yes, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yep, sounds good now.
Yeah. I was only saying that getting or being in top 3 pace after this month and having a fever, it feels pretty good, even though I couldn't finish this time.
Yeah.
So, are you Big 20 number 9? Bad Breaks has said he's feeling pretty good about number 9.
Yeah, feeling good about that one.
Didn't get a chance to really give this one your all. Are you gonna come back for number 9?
Yeah, definitely, and I'm definitely coming for the Big 10 as well.
Oh, and at the ESA, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's gonna be fun to watch. The games have not been selected yet, so, and it's gonna be kind of what is it called? Dexter, what is it called? McAllister.
Well,
he's busy cropping things right now. By the way, that really close race on the left side of your screen between Megatron and Coach Crab ended in a tie for 22nd place.
What a tie?
Oh.
4:16:27.
Crap.
Congratulations to Megatron and Coach Crab.
That was a great one.
22nd place for both of them. Yeah, they're both floored in chat. Like, wait, what? after 4 hours at 22nd place. Close enough to tie.
Well, we have asked everyone here in the interview. So, what did you think about Widget?
That's a hard question because I like it when it goes well, and I dislike it when it goes horrible because it has such wonky physics. So if you start making mistakes, you will just continue making them.
Surprised that it's pretty good controls. The mechanics are pretty decent in the game. To be real.
Yeah, they are good, but there's some jumps in that game that's almost feels like pixel perfect, and the ladders in the game are just annoying to try and grab.
Yeah. Any game on the list you're gonna continue speedrun maybe?
Maybe Dragon's Lair.
That's what I wanted. I've been waiting for this. You make an old man happy right there.
Yeah, I remember that my cousins had Dragon's Lair, and we never got past that dragon.
The first screen or the left.
Yeah, so this was pretty fun to play actually, and Swordmaster I really like as well.
That's a nice game. I actually did speedrun Swordmaster a long time ago. I didn't realize my run was not valid. Did not realize there was experience in that game, right? You gain experience.
Yeah.
As long as skills. So, and start from the beginning. I was like, oh, this is going super good. And I got a time in it. but I didn't realize that I had gained experience. So nice. It made the game much easier. I did not realize that. because I was not.
Someone had that same experience actually in the Big 20. They were.
I remember watching Funkduck the old Josh the Funkduck my old legend. He did actually a task that came a long time ago. I always wanted to speedrun that game, so I think I did it 4 years ago or something. I never realized it was experience in that game. And I'm actually really good at the triple jump, so it might be a game
You got some stiff competition. A lot of people seem interested in Swordmaster.
Yeah, but a lot of people have troubles doing the triple jumps. I don't think they are that hard, actually.
That's because you're weird and frame perfect means nothing to you.
I actually agree that the triple jump are kind of free.
Wow, this guy too.
If you just know how to do them, they should be free because it's just free one frame taps.
I use the claw grip when I do it on the controller, so it's really helps a lot.
Yeah, I claw grip as well. So
yeah, you just tap with your index finger, and it's not free, but I mean it's a one frame thing. Is it one frame for the? I think the first one is 2 and the other one is 1, or
yeah, something like that. I don't really know exactly.
But I mean, a one frame trick is never going to be. It's a one frame, so but the one frame tricks are much easier than others, and I think that is one of them because you have great visual cues where you start to fall down in the air, so you narrow that down to maybe 3 frames, and you just got to hit one of them. So.
Oh man, Cyphrin just got run over by a car in Hammer and Harry. It's pretty mean looking.
I gotta check this up here if we have anyone else on Harry. Anyways,
we're finally starting to see a gap open up on the players on stream. We got 3 players on Shadow the Ninja, but Cyphrin is back on Hammer and Harry. We're starting to see the players who I think have maybe gone in, if not, probably not totally blind, but probably at least somewhat.
Now, let me ask you, JK, which was the hardest game to learn of the list, do you think? Thinking Palamedes?
I don't really know which game was the hardest. I actually felt like this list was extremely easy to learn the games on. Okay. But I would say that Palamedes probably took the longest time to learn.
It's a great puzzle game, and it is hard to master.
Yeah, and I'm horrible at the puzzle games, but Palamedes is a really fun puzzle game.
Someone else said exactly that. So they don't really like puzzle games, but Palamedes, something about it they really liked. Seems to be a common.
A couple of mythical, right? A couple of people, I think 2, that said Palamedes was a favorite game or something. They want to continue around now.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah,
Skate Man said exactly that.
I won't really won't be speed running it, but I will definitely return to it just to play casual.
So yeah, that sounds like me and Tetris. That was in the first Big 20, and I learned it for that. And I still, to this day, every now and then, will fire up and play a little Tetris just for fun.
Tetris 100 lines, man.
Yeah.
That was brutal. That is one of the most hardcore NES gamers I ever seen in my life. We had one player that played hours to get that 100.
I think it was closer to 11, but yes, Zergriff doing the 100 lines.
He actually had. This was the first Big 20. He played for 39 hours straight, and he had been awake before he'd even started the race. So he on game number 19, right?
I've heard different. It was like 18, 19, 20.
It's 19 or yeah, I think it was 19, and it was cause he had to sleep 2 hours before he
went to work. It was just the need to pay rent and eat food that got between him and finishing the Big 20.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, we have had a couple others. I mean, Infinite Mister have been at it, but he's doing 70-hour streams every day. Do that, but he's doing all those long streams. I mean, he just started this race. What was it?
Infinite Mystery started at I think he started an hour ago, maybe.
57 minutes ago. He's on Dragon's Lair now.
He might be there an hour later. I don't know. If you don't know, right, then you're the same as all those. You're the same as Bad Breaks playing that game that your neighbor gave you that day, right? Like you don't know anything. You're stuck on that bridge with that dragon.
I mean that dragon it's so hard because you got to walk all the way back. I mean, how the hell are you gonna? You just want to throw those knives and get it going right away. It's hard. It's a hard game.
Got a final boss fight from Eat It Up, and being told we got Shuri Bear is starting Shadow of the Ninja. So
I just typed to Dexter. He's gonna switch out to Cypher for.
She'll make sure to get them on stream before they finish.
We'll do a little.
Cypher beats someone to death with a giant hammer. Pretty brutal. But JKL, thanks so much for coming in and talking to us. Sorry again that you couldn't finish. And man, just feel better. Just feel good, please.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Enjoy that whiskey.
Yeah, definitely will.
See you next time, and I hope you feel better soon.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me and have a good evening.
Same. Take care, man.
Bye bye.
So we got a 24th place finish. Eat It Up 86, finishing with a 428.
Nice.
34. This is not Eat It Up's first Big 20. Seen this name a couple times here. Usually around the middle of the pack, like we're seeing here. But a frequent Big 20 contender.
I will excuse myself for about 4 minutes. I have to go to the bathroom.
All right. Got a death in Hammer and Harry from Cyphrin. Backing up a little bit, we got identical boss fights on the bottom of the screen from Flocious and Hey Billy Mays here. Looks like Billy May is going to be the first one to finish. Shuri Bear into this tricky section with the wheels and the platforms. And the ridiculous football charging guys. And very close finish for Flocious on that samurai armor boss. But does get him down. Cypher very close to the edge of the screen there in Hammer and Harry. There's a lot of situations where you can get to the edge of the screen, and it usually hurts more than it helps. Wow, that is a mean set of hazards that just got laid out there. We're seeing a couple power-ups here that you don't usually see in the speedruns for Hammer and Harry. Cypher had some kind of like whirlwind hammer that like colored your sprite blue that I didn't even know was in the game. And doesn't seem to know about the shockwave of the ground pound dealing with these enemies. So it's taking them out one by one. Yeah, if we're not sure that any of the players on stream are or aren't using a mic, then we will just play some NES game music as our background music. Cypher just beating the hell out of the secretary. Come on now. She's not doing anything. Yet. This is just...
that is... Seems like a little domestic there.
Yeah, but then here she comes, and she's a fierce fighter with a creepy face. I don't know what this expression is supposed to be.
Oh, we have Chambers in the chat here, which recently put in a lot of time and work in Paperboy and got that record. So big congrats to Chambers. CLI Chambers there in chat.
Another death. The secretary causing the game over once again for Cypher.
Silas Shame is going for that sub 10 minutes. That would be the dream, right?
That's a really sweet spot to get in the game.
I think we're talking about frames here, like literally frames. If you're gonna get that task lag reductions and stuff.
Man, if Mario can get down below 5 minutes, Paperboy can get down below 10. Just a matter of time.
It can. I mean, I said Batman was gonna be probably not be under 10 minutes 4 years ago. It's under 10 minutes now.
It's just the way it goes.
I need to check up on something here. It's so nice because now I only have, what is it, 9 up instead of 36. So my computer is actually running pretty good at the moment.
Good stuff. Health critical situations for both players on the bottom of the screen right now. Billy Mays and Flocious. Billy Mays gets to the boss fight and is going to go ahead and take that death for the refill. But it's a game over. I think you still go to 4-3 though, right? Yeah.
I think we're gonna switch out here for spontaneous is surprised how good everyone done in this race. I mean, I thought JK said it was an easy list. I thought it was a hard list.
It's a punishing list. There's a lot of games in here where relatively small mistakes can cost you a lot of time.
People was gonna get stuck on Archon because I played this game. I even considered speedrunning it, and it was hard. But it was much harder than I thought.
Yeah, Archon is super hard because you can't manipulate the AI. You just have to outplay it. You can't predict what it's gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
No safe strats.
Yeah, they'll say it good. They're easy list to learn, but punishing list. That pretty much sums it up.
At Spontaneous replacing Cypher quite a bit further along here at Castlevania 2, game number 18.
I'm waiting for if anyone is going to get to work races again. Are we going to hear the Mythical 9 Muttley impression? Is that can that be a thing?
I don't know. Let me hear it one more time. I'm giving you permission to do it. It's really raspy. I don't know if I can't.
Let me hear it. I mean, if
I'm working on it. I can't get the rasp.
It's easy.
I could fake it with like.
Oh, that was the best one I ever did. Did you hear that?
That was. I can't. Like no sound comes out.
Oh, that's the thing. Oh, Dexter is trying.
No, I haven't tried yet.
No, you just said that to make it so that now you have to do it.
That would fulfill the night if Mythical gets on spot. Please.
I did it one. You didn't hear it, and I'll never do it again.
Well, let me hear it.
So the problem is that you really need to go for it. Like,
I mean, every time.
That's it.
You even
That's all I got.
That was actually not that bad. It's not as good
It
as me.
wasn't
but
awful. No, it was not. It's not as. No one is as good as you. We're losing the thread a little bit. Video games are happening. Shadow and the Ninja is happening.
Leave that Muttley.
Chat, you can record your own Muttley impressions.
Send it to mythical@hotmail.
That's me.
Oh, is that your? Is that? I just made it up.
No, someone's gonna get a lot of weird emails.
All right. You have. The funny thing is, Flodius said he was gonna join this also, and he asked, "Should I run or not run?" And everyone told him run. So he's doing a great job here. He probably didn't have enough practicing that he wanted, but I mean, funny is once you finish, it's gonna feel so good. It doesn't matter if you get bad or good time, unless you like going for the top. I'd say top 10 maybe.
Yeah, I think it's all about mindset. Like there are people who know that they can get one of those top times, they can maybe win it, right? So they're gonna be really focused on that. But if you know going in, like, you know, I'm probably not gonna win this thing, I don't have the same time or experience. If you adjust your mindset and you go in like with your own goal, your own like, I want to get like sub 4 or, you know, top 25 or something.
I think that's important to have like your own goal and try to beat that first of all, and then if it's get better than that, it's just a bonus.
Yeah, I had sub 4 as my big 20 goal, the first and only time I did it.
The results in that one. What place did you get? Let me check this up.
I got 10th.
10th place. So top
a couple
10.
seconds back from Canonophone, who got 9th. He got like a 3. You're right. Let's just look at the time.
I did finish 4th place above Yorf. What is this? I got it. Let me take a screenshot here. I have forgot. Because I did a blind race with him the other day, and he beat me with 2 hours. So I'm definitely making a screenshot here.
Yeah, Canonophone got a 3:59.59, 1 second under the 4, and then I got a 4:026, 27 seconds back.
Oh, we got some big names up here. We got Fiesel here, 7th place. We Darbian, 8th place.
I totally forgot Darbian was in there.
Yeah, Darbian was in this. And also 12th place. That is new duo. All the Bebo Venom.
MTI, yeah, came out of retirement for that one.
What is going on here?
Oglib, Cartina Cow. Zarnax would go on to do a
MTI.
whole bunch of them. Mr. PUBG, by the way, our 8th place finisher, had a 5.5 hour time in 21st place, all the way back at number 1. Mr. PUBG's been in it since the beginning. Maybe not all of them, but has been around.
Joined the early ones, like the ones we do now, not the later ones in the autumn. What is it called? Autumn? Spring?
This is spring.
Is this spring?
6 months from now is autumn.
All right, autumn. Yeah, because he had way somewhere. But yeah, that's pretty huge. MTI in the first Big 20 race. I think maybe that is the biggest upset ever. That one.
Zoda Nor, incredible Mega Man runner, was in the first Big 20.
Was he in that race? Holy crap!
Yeah, went in mostly blind on a lot of games and got a 717.
It's crazy.
Then the second one came around. Man, Primal 85. Remember when he would do these things?
I remember Primal. I remember when Primal used to speedrun Little Samson back in. That was 2013 or something.
He had
a long time ago.
6th place and then 3rd place. And then I don't think we saw him after that.
He kind of put speedrunning on the shelf now. He's working.
Yeah.
Working a lot here. And moved to another country, so. Stories to tell about that guy, but we'll keep that one in the safe. And
Okay.
throw away the key, right, Dexter?
I'm not even gonna. I'm gonna say we got Lack Attack. Did Big 20 number 2. I forgot about that. Got a 9th place finish.
Just say I was gonna pick up Primal at the airport. When I got to the airport, I was at the wrong airport. Standing there.
I tried to segue away from it. Back in.
Airport, BB. I'll be there in 1 hour. I said, I remember. I was at the wrong airport when he fucking said.
Author Blues. you couldn't resist. You couldn't resist.
Okay, all right.
Author Blues was in number 2, by the way. Author Blues speedruns a lot of games, but
I
hasn't done
think,
too many Big 20s.
Was Darbian in the second one also? Because I think they did it like a spreadsheet, him and Lack and Darbian or something.
Not seeing it. Don't think so.
It was only
20 number 4 was the first one. I think we had Jaguar King joined and got 2nd place.
Oh yeah,
Blew everyone away. And then that's when
biggest upset ever in Big 20. It came from out
yeah,
of nowhere.
beat out Yogi the Monk, Darkwing Duck, Canonophone, Andy Arcus, Gyarados. Came ahead of all of them, and we got him on the interview. And he was like, yeah,
Well,
I brought my Nest to work so that I could play on my breaks.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, he was actually playing on his offer breaks on work with the NES. That was crazy. The thing I remember about Auto Blues is that he was in the race. He played Karnov, and that everyone knows now is that when you game over, the default is not continue, it is start over.
Yeah.
So when he gamed over, he pressed start because I don't think he had game over before. Had to restart the whole game.
Yeah, that's part of why when Yogi came in here and told us about Swordmaster, he did the same thing. He said I got Karnoved, and it was exactly that.
I didn't get that ref then.
Yeah.
I see.
So we've had some finishers. Billy Mays rounding out the top 25 with a 444, 48, and not too far behind. Billy Mays is going to be Flocious here, though. Down pretty low on health. Again, I shouldn't really do play-by-play when I'm as delayed as much as I am. Yeah, that's...
He just died on my screen there, so...
Gonna have to run that one back. Is that the title screen? Oh, was that the last continue? Are you kidding me? Oh, limited continues. In Shadow the Ninja, you get 5 of them, and you chew through all of them. Oh, heartbreaking.
man,
From
that
the
is-
final boss
Oh,
back to the
no.
title screen.
It's brutal.
I wonder if he would have played it differently. If he knew that it was his very, very last life. And that's going to be a forfeit. Oh, that's not how you want to go out.
I mean, I feel him. I would probably done the same thing. I'm not sure.
That
I'm
really
not-
sucks. It really
That
sucks.
is so unlucky, dude.
I don't think I've ever seen someone go from the final boss fight
2 or 4.
all the way back. Well, I guess Dexter softlocked on Maleficent, right? That's the final boss of Mousecapade.
Yeah. I think it did finish that.
But did you have to restart from the very beginning?
Yeah,
He had to
restart
do the whole game.
Yeah, reset the whole NES.
Yeah, so not the first time that's happened, but man, the entire game just gone.
I remember I had it in my chat and someone said, oh, Dexter just had to restart Mousecapade on the final boss. And I went to my fridge, opened up a champagne bottle.
You were also racing in that one.
Yeah.
Hold everything. I got something I need to do. It's important.
Yeah, that is kind of brutal. I already had typed my GG into the chat there, so dang it.
Well, we got, I'm not sure how to pronounce this actually. Campuna? Maybe the 8's a B? I'm not sure, but I think this might be their first Big 20.
No. Or it could be Swedish. Kamp.
Yeah, I think it's Swedish.
Pronounced Kamp. Kamphuna.
Kamphuna.
That was actually pretty good.
I'm
Asking for
speedrunner. I'm good at copying other people.
Infinite Mystery is on Dragon's Lair. Dirk the Daring is actually standing still.
But apparently he's at the mine. He's past the dragon. He's doing it, right? Like, so he'll get there. Now that he knows what kind of game he's dealing with.
Wait a minute. So Daniel Mauritz is actually doing Big 20 feats? With his feats?
What?
The Dexter.
Twist.
No. Is that real?
Daniel Mauritz.
Playing with his feet, and he is already on Russian attack, yes.
Oh my god.
And he got nail polish. Holy. What the hell is going on here?
They have a foot cam? Oh my god.
That's pretty cool.
You're not kidding.
No, he's playing with his feet, and he's already
Got
on
attention. Well, in case you guys didn't catch that, Daniel Moritz is competing in this Big 20 with their feet on the controls. And they're on game number 13, Russian Attack. Holy smokes. That's incredible.
I mean, how the hell did he... All right, I gotta post. I gotta post.
And like I'm watching the cam and the toe inputs are lining up with the what's happening.
His toes. What is going on here?
I mean, I've heard that like you can develop a lot of dexterity in your toes and feet.
I mean, I've never seen anything like this. Oh, I mean, I've seen people. Since he beat how many games?
12 games, has beat. Okay, let's go over the games that Daniel Morris has already finished with their feet. All right, Donkey Kong Jr. Math, Archon.
How the hell did he beat Archon?
The D-pad movement is crazy in that game. Dodging the shots, did it. Ice hockey, controlling the character in ice. You're on ice. Pac-Man, okay, not bad. Dragon's Lair. Really? I mean, I guess you kind of buffer the input. Spy Hunter. You need to be super fast reacting to everything in Spy Hunter. Paperboy. Constant D-pad movement in Paperboy. Raisins, Hammer and Harry, and Palamedes. Snow Brothers. These are tough games.
I'm speechless. Speechless. It's the pick of the color of the nail polish, so it could have been better.
It's good taste.
But would have picked another color. Maybe black or
whatever.
Cherry.
They do them. It's it's if you wanna witness it.
Is he really playing with his feet? I'm looking at his camera. He's like sitting in the thinking style, you know.
No, but when the toes move, you can see.
It does sync up.
See that your toe. If you had your camera on your toes while you were playing, it would look weird too. Because your toes aren't doing anything. So like, if you're not doing anything with your hands, then yeah, it's gonna look like you're not doing anything.
Is that a NES console, or it doesn't look weird? No, it is NES. I mean the.
Oh, it's got like a sticker on it or something. Retro bit.
Alright.
That was close. Sure, beer.
And I think there's like some plastic wrap down on the ground or something.
Oh, are you that far behind? GG. Sure beer.
Oh wow, that was a close finish. 26th place, clutching it out, 4:53.27.
Those GGs. Well, you never get enough surprise. I mean, in this Big 20 with the feats, I'm gonna complete it. So what games is coming up after this? I gotta check this. Holy crap!
Monster in My Pocket.
Oh, I can see.
I think is doable.
Yes.
Swordmaster is going to be hard. Wacky Races, Tailspin, Castlevania.
Tailspin could be pretty easy with it. I mean,
I would have thought Palamedes would have been the nail in the coffin, but they're already done with that.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Spontaneous probably doing a very safe route. Also could maybe we don't know. Some players go in. They don't get a chance to practice all the games, so they just go in and just I hope I'll try to figure it out. You never know. So it's hard to say, but if I had to guess, we're seeing some really safe strats.
That splash wasn't that good, though.
That was definitely not intended. Not part of the route.
Ooh, It looks like he does know what to do, at least when he ducked down there.
Yeah, definitely not blind. Or is like looking at a FAQ as they play to figure out where to go.
Yeah, I mean that's allowed also. I mean, it's just you got to lose a lot of time reading, so it doesn't matter really. He should have somewhat idea what to do.
Looks like we're getting some some farming going on. This seems like not a great place to farm.
What is it for now?
I'm guessing the hearts for the oak stake. But there's got to be some tamer enemies than this. These guys are feisty.
You do so much damage. Ooh.
And yeah, it's allowed. If this was supposed to be like a blind race, then that would probably not be allowed. But it's not. People have been allowed to practice the game for a whole month. So practicing in the form of learning where to go on race day is not ideal, but allowed for sure.
Yeah, I mean, reading facts is just the post thing, what people have done before the race. So it's. I've read all the facts, game facts, before doing the race when they practice. So.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that they're not doing it blind anymore if it was a blind run. If you want
this is not a blind
technical,
run, so.
But no, this isn't.
Didn't die there though.
Has 2 lives left. The only thing this could be for is to get hearts, and if you game over, you lose those hearts. So pretty important to preserve health here. Up to 44 hearts. Says that's enough. I'll get the rest on the way.
Hmm. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 9 players left, right?
I see 8.
8, yeah.
We got 4 on stream. We've got Infinite Mystery, who started 3.5 hours late. We've got Cyphrin, who we had on stream for a little bit, who is at least somewhat blind because they were asking on SRL clarification for the rules for what the goal is for Palamedes. So has not done Palamedes before at all.
Big trouble. People had trouble even doing the pause strats on that game, so doing that blind is a hard one. Guy really beat 12 games with his feet. I don't know what to say. Two players on Widget. We got one on Tailspin and Spontaneous on CV2.
Oh, I think
for the last place.
I hope that Daniel's taking some time to just practice right now. Because we are seeing some save state usage.
See, there's save states.
Yeah, so if you need to take time to, like, if something's not working and you can't figure it out, usually players that go in blind will take time away from doing the game and literally just practice something for a bit until they get it, and then start back at the beginning and give it a go. Hopefully that's what's happening there with Russian Attack.
Yeah, I mean, if he's made it to freaking 13 games, I can't live with that. That was unlucky there.
Also, I don't know if it's fixable on our end, but the cropping for the worst liar ever in the top right is
It's the worst crop ever.
a little off on the right side.
Shots fired to Dexter.
Whatever, man. I saw him cropping something in the bottom left corner, and he was doing it super fast, and it was very impressive.
He's the Dex Tech. He's probably the best cropper out there.
I think it's actually correct. Might be his game.
Yeah, sometimes that's the case. Sometimes they've got it weird on their end, and
Yeah.
you can't do anything about it.
Let's beat the game, so.
So we're seeing Spontaneous. Got the oak stake. He's having a bit of trouble switching to it. Does manage to get it. Picking up the heart. You now process Dracula's heart.
Think Spontaneous is the next guy we're gonna see finish off this, right? Little Samson and going.
Yeah, that would be my bet. They're pretty far along Castlevania, and I actually don't know how to pronounce this. Subcogitate.
Yeah, that sounds perfect.
Cogitate. Subcogitate.
Subcogitate.
Subcogitamunk. I think that's it. I think I got it.
Yogi the Monk.
Yeah.
Tate, I would say, but I'm in Swedish, so I probably butchered that. But as I'm looking here at the results, like you said earlier, 20 under 4 hours. That is impressive. That is impressive.
Yeah, if we can go back and look at some of the other. I lost my bookmark. Some of the other races. You can check out some of the past information on thebestofnest.com.
Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
But top 20 gets down to 5.5 hours in the first one. 5:10 in the second, 5:38 in the third. $4.24 in the fourth. So it starts to get there, but this is definitely the most competitive one we've had. So worst liar ever is on Russian Attack. I think we saw a game over there. Back to level 1. Spontaneous. Still plugging away at Castlevania. Comp Huna is trying to make the best of Widget's wonky physics. Oh right, I was looking up the pronunciation of that word.
What word?
All don't know. Apparently, it's not a word. I thought it would be. Cogitate. Subcogitate. I think that's what I said. No, I said tit, not tate.
I said cogitate, so I think I won that one.
Yeah, I think so. I got beat by a Swede in English. Subcogitate.
Reporting the mood from Norway. I just saw that one extra in the Discord. That is hilarious. Guys cheering for Megatron that finished the Big 20.
So we're seeing the knife strats on the edge of the screen from Worst Liar Ever on this first boss. I'm the third commentator. That's a dumb way to say who is the third commentator. Said the voice with no name.
It is Mythical 9, the Huggy Bear.
The what?
The Huggy Bear. I was.
That's what everyone calls me.
No. I remember that time when I hugged you.
Yeah, I put it into that little that toast.
Some year.
I told that story. Yeah, I remember now. But yeah, the stabbing at the edge of the screen strat for Russian attack. It looks a little different when the cropping's off and you actually look like you're at the edge of the screen. You're actually pretty far away from the edge of the screen. And part of the strats for speeding that up are either crouching to extend your hitbox a little further or shooting a bazooka at the right time. Couldn't get the power up there and got jump kicked in the face.
It was face foot.
Werewolf jumps all over spontaneous. It's still jumping. Look out, man. So Worst Liar Ever's playing it. I thought it was playing it pretty safe there. It's gonna go ahead and reset. Didn't like the way that was going. But optimal strats are you want to be jumping while you attack to kill things without stopping. But it's very risky. Your jumps are committed in like a Castlevania game. Once you jump, you can't do anything to turn around or anything in the air. You can turn around and slash behind you, which is actually a really great tool for killing guys behind you without stopping. But it's pretty easy to jump into something that's going to kill you. So if you want to play it safe, you want to keep your feet on the ground as much as you can.
So are we going to see you at another GDQ Mythical in the future?
I hope so. I went to 2017 because I got a game in. But that's the only game I ever speedrun, so I don't think I'll ever really probably get another game in.
Again. Who knows?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what I would do different. I would want to
maybe you
bring something different to it if I did it again and I don't have anything different.
Well, you'll figure it out. Or you can do Tom Sawyer.
Yeah, maybe.
I haven't been subbing in that game 6 times now. It hasn't got it. So good luck with that.
But yeah, I did a run of Kabuki Quantum Fighter an NES game that was part of Big 20 #1. I ran that at HADQ 2017, last year, not this year. And I also did a co-op run of Gauntlet for the NES with Feasel. And that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I remember that one. We gotta get Feasel back in the stream here again.
And he's pretty busy.
I know. Tough one. The Super 16 again. When is that coming? That's like the. I wouldn't say. Let me say little brother, but it should be big brother. But it. No.
It's related. It's definitely a similar. It's a similar theme. The Super 16 we did. It follows the same formula as the Big 20. It's Super Nintendo instead of Nintendo. It's 16 games instead of 20. But it's about the same time frame to learn the games. The amount you have to learn is about the same even. The reason we did it is because we wanted to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Super Nintendo.
Yeah, I remember that.
So we did we kicked it off with like a birthday bash or whatever, and we looked at all the launch titles, and we were like, well, every game that came out is going to be celebrating a 25th anniversary over the next couple years, the same way the lifespan of the system was. So we do a race kind of like the Big 20, but we do games that had their 25th birthday in the past or future couple months, basically. So
I mean, that's pretty cool. Like 20 races. There's other people doing like the console races coming out. All the it's called. Damn, I'm so bad at this English language.
I don't know. You were pretty good earlier. There's the Tiny 10 is Game Boy games.
We got the Master 16 for the Sega. We got the Super 16.
Mm-hmm.
We got
them. That might be the only ones I know, actually.
10, right?
Yeah, Tiny 10's Game Boy. And I wasn't really sure how it would go, but it turned out is mostly a pretty different group of people that join the races for the different consoles. So,
I mean, it all started out when Jorf is the crook in this one.
Really?
I saw Jorf played. He was doing some follow-up special or something, and he played like 7 games. He have run with like a timer back to back. It was like 2014 or something.
I didn't know that.
I'm gonna do this, and
inspiration.
Yeah, but I said, so I'm gonna do 50 NES game for my special. Literally thought I was crazy. You can't beat 50 games in one sitting. That's crazy.
It's crazy.
It is not that crazy because you can literally beat like 100 games in 10 hours if you want, if you pick the right games.
Right.
But I put up a list. I mean, the very first Big 20 I did on a special on my stream. This was a long time ago. 17 hours or something. Because I put all the long games in. So that was a test stream. But then I said, man, why not make this a competition? It all started with Jorf, that Jorf special, best of 7 or whatever we're going to call it.
I'm friends with Jorf. I might ask him about it.
And he did beat me with 2 hours in our last blind race, so I haven't talked to him since.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. No, I haven't.
You were upset about it?
No, he's just so freaking good at blind games. He's a really good NES player or gamer overall.
Yeah. Mystery Tournament, by the way, is also going. They're getting pretty top 8 or whatever is tapped for 2 weekends from now.
I never joined one of those because I never could join the. Because I never had a computer I could play on, like a, emulate games and stuff. I never was a fan of emulating games, so.
Yeah, because they'll make you play all sorts of weird consoles and PC games and things.
Are you saying Big 20 is before Best of NES Marathon? I think the first Best of NES Marathon was before Big 20.
Yeah.
Big 20.
But they were pretty close together, I think.
Yeah.
The Best of NES Marathon was the first marathon I ever did.
Was that your first marathon ever?
Yeah. I speedran Kabuki because of
Special invite on
a show. We did a show called Speed Gaming League that got me into speedrunning. Period. My first game was Kabuki because of that show, and I speedran it, and I beat Tiki's time. And Tiki's a very good speedrunner, so you might think I should feel amazing for beating a runner like Tiki, but Tiki spent a week on the run. It was part of a competition that Speed Demos Archive, back on the forums, were super active. They would have a competition where they would pick a game, and everyone had a week to learn it and do the best run they could.
Was that the Tiki run when the screen went black on that second stage?
Yep. Yeah. He was playing on a weird version of the ROM, and the screen would just go black
for a long time until you beat it, right?
It took me a month to beat the time that he set in a week.
That's how good it was when he beat that.
Yeah, and I was mostly following his route, like the route that he made up on his own in that week, right? Like, so he was a much better speedrunner overall, far more experienced. But I did eventually beat his time, and no one else tried, so that made me the record holder. And so when Bad Breaks put together the Best of NES Marathon and wanted this weird game that he remembered back when he was a kid.
Weirdest game on that list. All games everyone knew about, except that one game. That's not a joke. It was like, everyone, what the hell is that game doing on this list with all the famous games?
And I think I remember you went to the forums and said, who the hell has the record for this game? And it was PJ, who also he was doing hosting for the show at the time. And I was like a viewer in his chat, so he knew that he pointed you to me. And then, you sent me the Twitch DM, and I was like, oh, someone wants me to be in a marathon. Oh my God.
Someone wants. You missed that Sunday sequence break, though. That was a good show.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of people over the years saying they really liked that.
Fiesel, Flicky, Duckfist, and PJ that made it show.
Yeah, and then
a lot of people
later on, the staff switched around a little bit. I know the great Gildersneeze joined.
It's a good show. You ever think Speed Gamer League is gonna get back?
We talk about it. We'd want to change up the format a little bit to make it make more sense. But I think once we figure out how to run the speed gaming stuff a little better so that it doesn't take up all of Fiesel's time, basically, then that time can go towards planning fun stuff like that. Fun stuff like the Big 20 that y'all are watching. Still, welcome. 5 hours, 20 minutes in. So players are still going here. We got 8 players left to finish. And farthest along is Spontaneous here in Little Samson.
Yeah, I'll give you a little update what's to come here. We have History has beaten Dragon Slayer and is on to Paperboy. Rantrum Bomb is on Palamedes. I'm not sure if he's going in blind. We got Cypher in on Palamedes. I think that's it. And we got the rest up on the screen here.
Our friend, our foot-powered friend Daniel Moritz.
The toe guy.
Looks to be in level 1. And is now resetting, so is done with practice and is trying to get it going for realsies. Cyphern's definitely at least semi-blind, because they were asking questions about when does the goal end for... What is the goal even for Palamedes? So, for sure. Rantron Bomb as well. I think also. Probably at least semi-blind. And what we mean by that is they haven't put in the time to practice and learn all the games, but they maybe have looked up some things ahead of time. For a truly blind run, as people like to call it, is when you don't know anything, you just fire up the game, you've never seen it before, and you're learning everything on the fly. And part of the challenge is not only playing the game, but figuring it out. Since that's not what this race is a race where you have a month to prepare for it. Some players opt to go somewhere in between, where they don't really prepare for it, but if there's some things that are going to trip them up and take them forever, they may, look them up ahead of time, or do some amount of preparation. For example, Castlevania 2. You might never know what to do with the blue crystal forever, as long as you try. Because it's some BS, really. So someone might look up, what the blue crystal does in Castlevania or something. Things like that.
What does it do? Do you know?
You kneel down at the water and then...
Oh, that's the one.
and then the screen moves down for some reason, obviously.
Hurricane wind that comes and grabs you.
Yeah, the red crystal is the hint for that. There's a guy who tries to give you a hint. And what he says is, hit your head on Deborah Cliff. And what that means is, when you have the red crystal, go to the cliff at the dead end and duck for like 4 or 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And then a tornado appears and whisks you away. It sounds like someone made it up. If you said, like, how do I get past this part? And someone said, oh, you duck in the corner and a tornado will carry you away. You'd be like, shut up, you jerk. You wouldn't believe them.
I think that is one of the game I never beat as a kid, Castlevania 2.
Oh, that's totally understandable. That's one of the famous games where, like, the Nintendo hotline was always answering questions about, back when that was a thing.
I mean, we have been thinking, like, what about doing it like a blind? You can't practice 20 games. That's gonna be a little bit too much, isn't it?
I think you're gonna get only a couple of entrants. Also, it's very hard to find people who would be totally blind to all 20 games, right? Like, they probably know at least something about some of them.
Or Fake Andy would probably win that anyways.
Sure, but that's if you could even find 20 games they haven't played before.
I mean, the idea struck my mind, but yeah, it's got to be games that's much.
I really like the idea, though.
See what's to come. What do we have, Dexter? We do have one in the summer.
Big 20.
Still here, Dexter? Number one, the Pass the Torch.
Yeah.
We've done that. Is it 2 years or 3 years?
Yeah, two times we've done that, and hopefully we're gonna do it this summer also. Pretty much a huge team relay race with some pretty good games. We had like
It's like a mini
more
Big
popular,
20.
yeah, more popular games. You can find some info in the Twitch info.
First year
Yeah,
we had
if you scroll
10
down, it
games
should be
and,
in
and
there,
two
right?
teams, and it was like only 3 seconds between 2 teams. It was super crazy.
Oh, there's a
We
link to
could
some
have one more
VODs.
special thing coming up, but I'm not sure if we're gonna announce that one yet.
Ooh.
Which one? Oh no, not yet.
I get everything confirmed.
Yeah.
Before it. But... follow our Twitter, and we'll announce it there.
It's what, twitter.com/bestofness. Follow this Twitter for updates on a goings on here on twitch.tv/bestofness.
He's getting wrecked. How is he playing with his feet? Why? Why? Is he playing with his feet?
Be back 1 a.m. CET. 1 a.m. So that is it's another 5. It's 30 minutes. Taking a 30-minute break is Daniel Moritz.
30-minute break.
Rest their feet.
No. Oh. That.
Maybe like a foot bath. Something nice and relaxing.
Found some new new color. Right?
He comes back with different colored nail polish. For anyone just tuning in who doesn't know what we're talking about, Daniel Moritz somehow is competing in the Big 20. You can see the name on one of the 8 games on the bottom right. Has got all the way to game 13 Russian attack by playing with only their feet. There's like a foot cam. But yeah, the Twitch name is the same as it appears on stream. Twitch.tv/Daniel Moritz. And that is something. That is something. I kind of can't believe they've got this far.
Are you saying they as the feet? There's only one person on stream. Muted?
Yeah, this is not a good time to head over to their stream. They're just taking a break for 25 minutes or so. Is that could be enough time for Spontaneous to finish Little Samson and Shadow the Ninja? That's gonna be tight. Inspired by Arcus. Did Arcus do some kind of weird challenge?
I think he did Ninja Gaiden.
With his feet? Really?
Yeah.
How did I not know about that? That's cool. And that is not an easy game to do that with.
Nope.
Super impressive stuff. Level 1 finished for Russian Attack now for both Wurstlayer and Komp-Huna.
Oh, I was muted. All right, that makes sense. So I've been there sitting and talking for myself for 5 minutes.
Looking like we're going to get a pretty solid boss kill here. Yep. Komp-Huna done with level 2.
I'm gonna check up on Infinite Mystery here. See what he's up to. He's delivering papers. Like.
Oh wow, Komp-Huna got some kind of invincibility star. Didn't know that was a power-up.
Seen that before. Oh. Shots with gunners? What is this?
It's taking it pretty slow with the gun. Taking out guys on both. Oh, the ladder! No, you never want to mess with the ladder. I think probably Komp-Huna meant to duck there under the shot, but was too close to the ladder, grabbed it, started going down, and then you're just helpless once you get on the ladder. Meanwhile, worst Slayer ever. Back to level 1. We're going to be seeing a fair bit of this because it continues in Russian Attack.
Spontaneous have definitely practiced this game because he's going for the quick kill on a dragon here. But he did miss though. Farrell knew they used to kill that guy with a green dragon, I think, and mashing down.
Yeah, you can do some pretty good damage if the dragon comes down to the middle block. And it's a heck of a lot safer than jumping way out there. I think we saw Spontaneous take a death and is back to the start of the level now.
Doing the classic stunted right and mash and wins. Worst liar ever.
Komp-Huna's got to the end of the third stage here. Pretty straightforward.
Dogs.
Yeah, you just
some
hang out on the
Franker in the chat. That's an old one. Put in a Franker. I mean, 5 years ago, there was the only thing emote you saw was the Franker. I will.
Oh shoot. Emojis. I don't get it. Kids these days and their emojis. We had Smiley Face, and that was it back in the day. Is it cap sensitive? I don't know. I used Discord for it and then copy pasted it, and it didn't work. I need to download some kind of plugin for emojis on Twitch.
Those eyebrows? Yeah, mouth.
Got a boss fight here for Spontaneous. First phase down. Pretty easy to deal with, but we're back into the dragon. This is pretty tricky.
Vegetate, get that clip there. Frame perfect.
He has been very careful.
No, he screws up the screen wrap.
Yeah, that's too far over. And doesn't want to try to reposition the screen, is just going to leave. Dragon's almost down, could switch to another character and finish it off, but I think what we're seeing is Spontaneous has only really looked at what the record does and hasn't seen some of the backup stuff that other people can do, so it's just sticking to the mouse, sticking to what they know.
The game has insanely good mechanics. The little Samson.
Yeah, it's definitely one of like the best made games on the NES.
Great. I mean, you can shoot those pellets, what it's called, and then you switch to the dragon and finish him off.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a really nice fight. And he
It
moves
was
on.
it was pretty scary in a couple spots there, but Spontaneous holds on. Compuna has finished Rush and Attack. It is a very tricky game. Held them up for quite a bit there. It's going to be very happy to be moving on.
I gotta say, I think we are listening to the worst Castlevania song ever. That Bloody Tears is freaking boring.
What's wrong with you?
Come at me.
It's like a top tier Castlevania song in a game series that is known for great music.
It's the worst song ever, dude, in any NES game. Boring. Dee-dee-dee, 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 dee-dee-dee. Don't you hear how boring it is?
Shut up, Bad Breaks. You don't know. You don't know. You don't. All right.
I did trigger you there, but can you see what I mean? It's dee 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 dee. It's boring. It's the worst Castlevania song ever. First.
What do you think, chat? I think
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay, here I'll give you this. Everyone loves that song, and there's a lot of good Castlevania songs that are just as good.
I wouldn't say just as bad, because they are better. Every other song is better than that one. It's trash.
How can you be so wrong?
I can't be so. I'm not trolling, man. I think it's the worst Castlevania song in the franchise.
I could probably find a worse one. Like one that even you'll agree is worse.
Man's trash is other man's goal. Oh, okay, I see. I mean, I gotta say my mind, dude.
It's high tempo. I like that about it. The part that drives it really is the part in the back.
And to be honest, when you sang it, that one is good. But when you sang that first part, it actually made it worse. So, I'm gonna stick with my.
Stay tuned for my.
Stay tuned for the mythical Muttley impression. It's gonna be at 9 p.m.
That's a long. Are we really going to 9 p.m.?
Dracula's Castle team is one of the best NES. I totally agree on that one. Castle in this game is super good. Because it's not a part of the goal. What do you think, Dexter? Which one is the best and the worst? I'll throw that one in also in the CD franchise on the NES.
Ooh. Best, I would go with Aquarius. 3. We're talking NES,
What does that
I
even?
guess.
What does that even sound like? Aquarius?
And the worst.
The worst. Oh, I'm gonna have to pick something from Castlevania 2, I think, but I don't know which.
Bloody Tears.
No way. The
That was good.
No, that's not as good as
that
Bloody
one's
Tears.
kind of boring.
Well, I like that. What is it?
Oh, Aquarius from Castlevania 3? You mean the thing that opens with basically the exact same riff as Bloody Tears? You mean the Castlevania 3 version of Bloody Tears? That's the best song? Yeah, it's pretty darn good because it sounds a lot like Bloody Tears.
I gotta start on follow people here. What is going on? I mean that. What is it called? What the hell is that one?
I don't know the names of too many of them.
Light in the town of daylight or something. That's some good tunes. Aquarius, Dexter.
That one is good.
I will respect it. I respect Bloody Tears. God, it's the worst song ever made. This Tom Sawyer has pretty much soundtrack ever, but I think every song in this, every stage music in that game is better than Bloody Tears.
Not even engaging in this anymore.
Well, song boring. That's it. That's my personal opinion. The boring song.
Castle music's
What?
pretty good though. in Castlevania 2.
Music in this game, Castlevania 2, is the Dracula's theme.
I mean, I guess this is the commentary has devolved down into. So yes, you can post a link to your favorite Castlevania song in chat.
Yes. As long as it's not.
Yeah, otherwise Bad Break's gonna time you out, and I can't do anything to stop him.
click this without it going. Dracula's Castle. Put it up there in the best tracks on for this game, definitely. Chat say I can't be trolled. That is true. Trolled mythical. You can try it out.
Anxiety. That's the one in the clock tower, right?
Am I the only one here that likes the CD3 music better than the Famicom version?
Oh, yeah, because it has the different sound chip, right?
I mean,
you're not alone in that. I've heard people say they like the
it's a big difference. I do
NES
like the
one more.
The NTSC version. Yeah, I do.
There's someone on YouTube actually did a collaborate on both of those, having the audio from the regular and then having the bass line for the Famicom. Sounds
just die, dude. Come on. There we go.
Sounds kind of bad, but it's kind of interesting actually.
I mean, I think I most refer to I think is it the clock tower music at the end there? I think that one is so much better in the instead of Famicom.
Why does he say mix? This is uploaded by Drumboardist. He's linking to his own YouTube channel.
It's fine, isn't it?
And it's unlisted. So I think he has this just to listen to himself. I think we're seeing a lot of Drumboardists. It's an OC remix.
He didn't make the song. Come on. Is this a perm band? Dexter, you make the call.
I think some of the stuff on OC Remix is pretty okay, but like 95% of the time, I like the original song more. But I think it's mostly because my enjoyment of a lot of video game music is tied usually to my memories of when I actually play the game. And so hearing the original will evoke those memories a lot more than some kind of remix of that song.
I just can't take you serious anymore, Mythical, because you just sang Blood and Tears for me, probably the worst version I have ever heard, and you know what I think about the original version.
Yeah, but I don't have a lot of nostalgia for Castlevania 2.
That's true.
That I just like the song.
For most nostalgic game on the NES, I mean the first game you saw on the NES as a kid?
It's probably Mario Brothers 1. Not an unpopular answer.
It's probably it. Probably the right answer. Golf was the first one I saw on my console because when I was 86 or 80 something, that Nintendo in Christmas, and there was one little package close to that. It said.
Yeah, speaking of good music, that is good and not bad. Little Samson music.
You're only gonna hear
pretty
it
darn
once.
good. You're only gonna hear it once. Only gonna hear it once.
You only gonna hear it once?
Are we just supposed to keep going up and up?
Also, Christmas presents from Santa to Dad. Right? So my dad had bought, obviously.
Right. Yeah.
It was Black Book Golf. So when we opened our present and we was gonna play Super Mario Bros. For the first time, he's like, yeah.
No.
Pushed us away, and he put his present in, which was golf, and he sat there and played for like 30 minutes, and then he went away. I'm like, okay, take the freaking console. He just wanted to play that freaking golf game.
Nice. Let's see. Early memories of NES games. Probably. I have a lot of memories of Tetris, because my mom and both my sisters would play Tetris, and so the idea of a video game that I could share at least a little bit with my family was nice, because otherwise I felt it was something only I was interested in. That's another reason why I have memories of Dragon Warrior. I would play that with my mom. She was the one who found the Stones of Sunlight outside around the castle at the beginning. That's pretty good. All right, this drum Bortus question. If you had to pick one game to speedrun on the NES,
I was.
So we're picking one for him.
Yeah, for him.
I guess the first thing that comes to mind is Little Samson, because I'm looking at it right now and it's a fantastic game.
If I'm gonna be on a serious note, I will pick another game. If you're gonna get introduced to speedrunning, that is good. I always say it's Chippendale or DuckTales.
Yeah, those are good.
Yeah. But I would say it's crazy good when you learn the mechanics.
The combat, though, is a little...
It's the mechanics in any NES game I ever played, though.
Getting those, jumping crouch stabs and stuff.
Yeah.
It's pretty advanced.
One things, it's gonna open up a whole new game.
Wacky Races is a pretty good intro speedrun game.
What about you, Dexter?
Well, you said those two that I thought of, DuckTales and Chippendale.
And that means you can say it, so you gotta pick something else.
I'm typing in list of NES games.
This is doing it though. Do we have the audio on spontaneous maybe, or is he using a mic?
We're using Subcogitate.
I mean, I wouldn't go with a hard game. That would be stupid from the start. In fact, I did it. I went with Batman my first speedruns.
Yeah, I was looking at this list and I got to the B's and I saw Batman and I'm like, that's probably pretty hard. I mean,
no, my first game was Kung Fu.
Strider.
Good answer.
It's too much meme. That's trash.
But it's easy to learn.
It's super easy to learn.
It doesn't give you anything.
It's exciting to learn how to beat a game in 6.5 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, but you only have to do 6 things in that thing, and it's over.
That's perfect.
It's terrible.
As a first speedrun, sure.
Ever a speedrun.
Urban Champ.
No, I can't get behind you on that one.
30 seconds.
Oh.
I learned Castlevania for SGL. I learned the first 4 levels of that, and that was very satisfying to me.
Castlevania would be a great first speedrun. For reals.
I wasn't doing any of the critical hit glitch stuff, so I would ignore that. And
You don't have to do that, but
Yeah.
for a first run, it's a great speed run. I know, yes. That is good.
Maybe any of these Mar games, probably. Mar Bros.
I wouldn't go with 2. I wouldn't go with 2 because that one is too hard.
I wouldn't go with 1 because that actually doesn't control super well if you go back and play it. It's pretty hard. Mario's a friggin' brick, man. They said they wanted to give him a lot of weight. The developers were Miyamoto and that, where they wanted to make him feel heavy to make him feel a little more real.
Well, he does
heavy.
feel like floaty when you when you land. You can't stop. It's like ice physics.
Yeah. Oh, some of these Disney Capcom games like Darkwing Duck. That's a good one.
That's a hard. That is a hard game. A hard game.
Little Mermaid.
Probably one of the easiest games to learn to beat under 10 minutes. Probably. And we come back to this when we did the blind race. It was one of the games that I didn't figure out that you can hold the button to swim. Freaking last place. Pretty fun, but if you're gonna go for the record, that is probably the worst game to pick. Chip and Dale or DuckTales, probably DuckTales.
Yeah, it's hard to find a better answer than that.
You got everything. You got gameplay. You got to play good, and you got one nice skip, like for a speedrun strat, like a little clip. I would say DuckTales. Price, perfect fit. Cole, Dexter, we're gonna ban Parent ban MTI. You're cool.
Oh yeah, where's Waldo? We were talking about big 20 moments. One of my favorites was when I soft locked on Where's Waldo. And
You
lost
soft lock on
like
that game?
I lost 2 minutes plus to Where's Waldo. He spawned at the top, and sometimes when he does that, you can't click him. It just goes meh. And so what you should do is just reset, but I didn't know, so I kept like trying to, and then I was like, maybe that's not him. Maybe I'll find him somewhere else, and like, yeah. Eventually timed out.
Top 3 worst games ever in a Big 20.
Well, Karnov. That's the first one, I think. God. I hate that game.
Where's Waldo's pretty bad.
I don't know, man. Maybe Karnov is up there. Maybe it is up top 3. The IRS dude at the end. Up 2. Bullwinkle is at least top 2. At least top 2.
Yeah. That's a bad game.
It's terrible. Tom Sawyer, we don't you dare. That is top 5 best games, I would say. Garfield. I mean, I don't think it's that bad.
It's pretty bad. The like janky, the instant kill, hit by multiple things super fast. Super unfair with the way certain things spawn.
Like Cliffhanger. There's nothing good with Cliffhanger, is it?
It at least feels nice to like run and jump in that game.
I don't know anymore. I'm just gonna go with Rocky Bullwinkle top 3. That's my pick. That's it.
Yeah, that one is pretty bad.
The one we had. So far. I mean, the music is.
When you pick up the goof gas or whatever it is that messes with the music in Rocky and Bullwinkle,
yeah.
the music actually physically hurts me.
The thing is, when you do that, the control switch to get reversed. So goof gas. Remember that. Athena have never been in a Big 20, but if it would, that would have been number uno.
Yeah, that game's bad for like lots of reasons. That's the thing. It needs to be multifaceted bad, and there has to be nothing good. Sometimes there's at least something good about a game that you can point to and be like, well, at least this. But Athena kind of has nothing.
I can't even believe there's 2 people speedrunning that game. That is beyond my belief. Athena is actually a pretty good platformer.
Athena?
California Raisins, not Athena.
Oh. Raisins. And the physics of Raisins is really weird.
It's a weird game, but it's still a decent platform. I mean, Athena is just.
But it's like broken.
Yeah. What is spontaneous? Is he gonna get up there? 52. There's probably a couple of bad games on there, but that is never licensed, I think.
So everyone on stream is done with. No, never mind. Widgets before Russian Attack.
We'll give you a little update here on Infinite Mystery. He is made it to Paperboy, but hasn't delivered. Who else do we have back? We got Rantrum Bomb is on Widgets. Cypherin is still on Palamedes. Ooh, that's a long way to go. Holy crap.
Cyphern's been on Palamedes for a while.
Hour or something.
That's a tough game.
Going in blind, is he?
Mm-hmm.
Is he going in blind?
Yeah, didn't even know what the goal was.
Oh yeah. Dang. Oh, that's gonna be brutal.
That's the thing with those puzzle games, is it either clicks or it doesn't. And I don't think they do a Big 20 with all difficult, hated games.
Why not?
I mean, maybe as a goof when you run out of good games. But otherwise, I think it would be more fun if the games were fun to play.
And it's all about having fun. And you can actually have fun with bad games. I have experienced this.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. There's some bad games that have some kind of charm to them, especially with speedrunning. Speedrunning can totally flip a game on its head because you're playing it in a totally different way. So speedrunning bad games can actually be a lot of fun. But there are some games that are just bad whenever you play it. They feel bad.
Like Bird Week. All right, that's a top 3 bad game. Bird Week. Holy crap.
Yeah, like boring, right? If something is boring, that's in a way some of the worst things a game can be. It's the complete opposite of what it should be.
Yeah, that's right. Also, this is name is banned. It's like a good game with bad controls can be really bad. Can be ruin a whole game completely.
Yeah, I guess because you see what it could be, you're teased by that. It can be frustrating to know that, like, oh, this could have been so good, but
games on the NES that had so bad controls that could have been so good. Like you said, could have been so freaking good with easy controls. Super Jeopardy here. Stuntman is that's a great game, actually. That is a great game.
Ultimate Stuntman, great game.
That game.
It has like a bunch of different styles of gameplay all mashed together, right?
It's kind of like Vice. What do you do?
That's just a platformer, though. Doesn't Stuntman have like?
Yeah, but it
there's
kind
a
of
section like where you're climbing, and like maybe there's one where you're racing.
It is unlicensed though, so I don't know.
Wally Bear and the No Gang is a pretty bad game.
Bad game.
That's a game that's just not. It's not fun to play. It's not fun to control.
Darby used to do. I believe he still has the record in that game. That's been beaten, but he used to do like a week of a Wally Bear. Wally Bear for a week. And had to and dressed up like Wally Bear with the cap and the sunglasses. Oh my god! Darbian did a week of Wally Bear.
He's a brave man.
Probably his best stream ever. Not waiting for it. There we go. Ain't no Darb.
FF2. I can only assume that's Final Fantasy 2.
Sounds about right.
It's probably my least favorite of the series.
It was pretty fun. We did the end of the big marathon last year with that game, and I think that was the first time that game ever been in a really big marathon.
Yeah, it's I mean, that's another one where at least there's like some good things about it. Like you can say the music is good in Final Fantasy 2. The sprite work of the enemies is good.
To play through it, and how did you like that game, Dexter?
Final Fantasy 2?
Yeah.
That was probably the worst crap I ever played. Oh man, that leveling system was. Oh my god.
It needs. There's some problems there.
Yeah.
And like, certain things are like totally unexplained, like the way armor works and evasion. The way that like you need to get hit to increase your HP, and also just like it's just super grindy.
Yeah, yes, that you have to use all, like, use magic separately to level up, use physical level that separately, and then take damage to level that separately, and then take magic damage. No, that was too much. But
Yeah.
I wanted to play through it just so I had it done. But yeah.
And if you try to just not worry about that stuff and just kind of play it and let the level up system work naturally, you end up way too weak once you start getting going.
Yeah.
Through the midpoint of the game.
Yeah, I think
It's
I
kind
had to
of
go
broken.
back yeah, I had to go back and grind for 3-4 hours.
Yeah, and then it's turns out the best way to grind is to cast the Toad spell on yourself to lower your health and MP really fast. It's dumb. There's a lot wrong with that game. But like I said, there's the story. It does some interesting things with telling a story. And the music is good. I think it looks good.
Music,
particularly the battle sprites. Yeah. So there's some good things about it, but the gameplay, the part where you actually have to play it for hours and grind for hours, that is pretty bad. I do remember being very frustrated with that game. He's the emperor you kill goes to hell and takes it over or something.
Yeah, he died in 2 hits from.
Guess it depends how well you grind. Hey, we've got another finisher. My friends, distinguished watchers of the last few finishers of the Big 20, you have witnessed 27th place, at least an hour and 20 minutes plus, behind 26th place. That's not true. It's actually very close to just under that, but spontaneous. Shadow the Ninja completed 6:12:39 is the final time.
And I think Subcogitate is gonna be our last finisher on stream.
All right, that's going to be our finish point. We're letting you guys know now. Well, it's the finish point for us for this broadcast, but these guys are going to keep going, including Daniel Moritz
with his feet,
playing with the feet. Yeah, is back and playing now after a food break. We're seeing Kampuna was kind of standing inside a wall a little bit in Swordmaster. There's some pretty good jank in that game. Wouldn't it be nice if your significant other gave you a countdown for when they were going to break up with you? So you could at least be prepared.
Multi-stream. I mean, all the races are up on SRL. I can just.
Yeah, I think what we'll do is.
I'm gonna raise someone.
I mean, we'll put the SRL page up. It should only be loading 6 or so streams at that point. We'll also probably raid someone.
I think we already have the targets for that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we'll do
probably.
The feet thing.
Wow, 1 health left on this boss. For
And we got Wolf Merrick in the
Cogitate.
chat now.
Wolf. Oh.
Oh yeah, Wolf Merrick had did the intro video.
And with the intro video, that's such a great video. Nah.
Yeah, we can.
We'll probably end with that video again, and we'll raid someone of the. Dexter is picking out someone as we speak.
Yeah, we're gonna let Subcogitate finish.
All right.
We've got Infinite Mystery up on stream, replacing Spontaneous. Still delivering papers. Even to houses that aren't subscribed. It's just trying to convince them to get back on the bandwagon. Here you go. Right through. Free copy.
It looks like he stole that bike and the papers. Because he doesn't know what he's doing right now. His bike now. What the hell are these papers? I gotta get rid of this.
Yeah, it's not his job at all. He's just out on a Monday. What probably happened is some kid was riding it and delivering it and ran into a sentient lawnmower and died and left the stuff behind. Here's our report for Tuesday. That one house at the start, did he get it? Nice. Perfect delivery.
Perfect.
Can you finish Paperboy by not deliver any at all? Or do you need to deliver at least one?
I'm not sure about that one.
Infinite Mysteries. Going off-road. Oh, collides with the fence. I don't know. The collision there looked a little wonky. Is on the road here with no opportunity to get back onto the sidewalk. There we go. It's pretty vulnerable.
It looks like it might be the first time he is on a actual bicycle here.
I actually didn't learn to ride a bike until I was like...
Ooh, that's sneaky.
Yeah, that was pretty close.
That was clutch.
If he didn't know how to ride before, he's figured it out pretty quick.
Oh, no.
Oh, I ambushed there. Oh, back on the sidewalk does barely get there. So what's the deal with the house with the tombstones out in front? Is that like Halloween decorations that got left out? Or is that I have bodies buried in my front yard?
Don't know.
Considering the specter of death regularly hangs out in this neighborhood, I honestly don't know.
The death right there. Did you see? That was a bad. That was a bad joke. Holy shit, that was bad. Come on, I am high bike.
I mean, I guess the gravestones could be like Death's house.
Here we go. High bike. Come on. No. What? Oh,
he's going into the obstacle course.
The whole street is cancelled except the first house.
Realize he is. All right, I'm just gonna hit the curbs. Just gonna hit the curbs. Spontaneous did forget the route. That makes this makes sense now.
I like the idea of you either subscribe to the paper or you get the paper anyway delivered straight through your window.
Right.
With shards of glass all over the place. Oh, sorry, didn't like it? Maybe you should consider subscribing. Oh, Paperboy calls it quits. Sorry, Infinite Mystery.
Well, he ain't stopping. We all know this. He ain't stopping.
Yeah, Moritz is absolutely doing the race with their feet. They were struggling with Russian attack quite a bit and opted to take a moment to do some practice and try to figure the game out, and now they're back at it.
Allowed to do that on SRL though. Not so sure about that. Ooh. Of course, we fine with it, but I'm not sure if that works with SRL things.
Well, it's weird because you're not making any progress. You're resetting afterwards, right?
Yep. Oh, no. Cogitated. Did that screen wrap?
Having trouble getting up onto the elevator. Oh, that's gonna do it. I agree that learning is a form of progress, but learning's not part of the race. It's not a blind race.
Oh yes, in some trouble with the dragon taking the the hits like a boss.
Oh. One hit away. That is a reset. Kamsuna. And has loaded up. Alright. I saw it was. The developer was Athena. And I got worried.
That is one of the games I wanted to get for the Famicom. That is so freaking expensive, Swordmaster. It's like $300.
Dang.
I think the also like $100 or something now. It's really expensive.
I feel like the price of NES games has gone up quite a bit over the past year or so. I mean, yeah, but like notably, significantly over the past year.
I can say that the Famicom parts have gone up probably in the past 3 years. Because everyone has been collecting the NES games and like stop collect, and they have all the games they want, and they like move on to the Famicom games or something.
Interesting Swordmaster strats, inching along with the crouch forward walk. Oh, getting the rain attack from the wizard.
Oh, okay. Now he's gonna make it. He's gonna make it.
Infinite Mystery calling it quits. I mean, in the game, in Paperboy, game over. Not necessarily stopping the race. That's gonna be far from the thing that stops.
What can I say? He just didn't deliver that time. Was that shots fired? I don't know, man.
No, that's not. It's just a pun.
Pretty good pun, though.
Yeah, as far as puns go. I mean, it's all in the delivery. If you throw it out there and then act impressed with yourself afterwards, the way you did, it's not really gonna hit. But if you had just said it and let it happen.
So Daniel defeat Munitz did forfeit. So.
Aw.
I guess we gotta.
It looks like they're gonna keep going with Monster in My Pocket, but is officially forfeited from SRL.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna end after Subcogitate. We're gonna take the next one up, or
Next one.
the next one online, or I mean, for the raid target.
Could be.
We have rated Infinite Mystery every race because he's always the last one. Might have to switch it up this time.
Who do we have? How many is it left? 5.
Rantrum Bomb, it's Cypherine. Puna.
I guess Cypher.
There. Sport.
Oh, Infinite Mystery. Didn't quite get far enough around the jackhammer. We're getting pretty close to the end of Shadow of the Ninja. Subcogitate had is moving pretty quick through Shadow of the Ninja, all things considered.
Yeah, he got a game over there, but that was his first one. He's been doing pretty good here on Shadow Ninja. Oh, it didn't get the upgrade though there.
Oh, he did a classic screen wrap, but he screwed up. Oh, right. Yeah. I'm a little bit behind from you. Give him a smooth ride here into the finish line. Gonna make my brakes GG ready here. Didn't jinx it.
Maybe. Seems to be playing pretty safe and seems to be
good.
Knowing the patterns pretty well here.
I just love this boss music. Holy crap.
It's really good.
I feel like this health bar's gotta start disappearing soon, right? There we go.
Oh man, let's come on. No.
Oh no.
No. No. Oh my god.
Wow.
GG. Cogitate.
Yeah, dot comment, I did it. 6 hours, 30 minutes, 54 seconds.
Congrats.
Another clutch finish. We've had a couple of close finishes at the end of Shadow of the Ninja. Oh, someone didn't turn off their alerts. Plus, what is that? Is that right shark? What kind of? Why would you go right shark? That knows what it's doing anyway. That was Subcogitate. Normally, we encourage you to follow the runners, but while they've got alerts on, maybe wait a bit while we wrap up the broadcast. That was the Big 20 number 8. There's still a couple people racing, but Infinite Mystery at least is going to be on there for a while, and we gotta go eat food and
good stuff. Do we have a raid target? I believe he just went out and had a pee break, but he will actually. Wouldn't it be fun if we all get there and spam his chat when he comes back?
Sure.
While we have Wolf America, we're gonna send you guys off with the commercial and then.
Of course.
Oh right, if you weren't here at the start, boy, stick around, check this out.
We'll still thank you everyone for watching and all that stuff. Everyone that participates, make this happen. Always a great event, and we'll plenty more to.
So yeah, that's it for this Big 20.
While we are watching the intro again, we are gonna make a raid message, and hopefully you guys gonna go just go into the spam. You don't have to watch and all this shit, but do us a big favor and spam the hell out of that chat. It's gonna be great. Message too.
All right, everyone, take care.
Man, this is great. Speedrunning one game at a time is sure a lot of fun, but I wish there was something that was 20 times more fun.
Why not look at running a marathon of games?
Whoa, 10 games sure seems like a lot.
10 games? That's nothing. Try 20. The Big 20 by Best of NES. The Big 20 is the ultimate NES marathon race, featuring 20 games. This Big 20's list is already available. Let's take a quick look at the goals. Number 1, Donkey Kong Jr. Math, 3 stages. Number 2, Archon, Beat the Game. Number 3, Ice Hockey, 3 goals. Number 4, Pac-Man, 3 stages. Number 5, Dragon's Lair, Beat the Mine Boss. Number 6, Spy Hunter, 1 loop, no out of bounds allowed. Number 7, Paperboy, Whole Week. Number 8, California Raisins, Beat the Game. Number 9, Hammer and Harry, Beat the Game. Number 10, Palamedes, Win the Tournament. Number 11, Snow Bros, Beat the Penguin. Number 12, Widget, Beat the Game. Number 13, Russian Attack, Beat Stage 4. Number 14, Monster in My Pocket, Beat Stage 5. Number 15, Swordmaster, Beat Stage 6. Number 16, Wacky Races, Beat B3 Boss. Number 17, Tailspin, Beat the Game. Number 18, Simon's Quest, Kill Death and Get the Golden Dagger. Number 19, Little Samson, easy mode. Number 20, Shadow of the Ninja, beat the game. The Big 20. This is what gaming used to look like. The Big 20 is what gaming is now.
Wow, playing video games sure has changed since the 80s. So what are you waiting for? Join the Big 20 and get with the times.
For more information and great resources on this race, check out thebestofness.com/Big20. For more great resources on speedruns, check out speedrun.com. To practice your races, visit Speedruns Live. Like the music from this video, be sure to check out Nostalgica.